Dr. Shy Guy.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the first MUNGUS Roundtable Game of the Year discussion. I'll be your host, Doc, and I am joined by some of the most available people today.
Well, I mean, like,
They're here to card their favorite YouTubers' opinions at you, and you know it's going to be a fantastic time.
we
So,
do have like famous speedrunner here.
We do have at least one person of note here, yeah.
Yeah, we got a real
niche internet celebrity. You know?
So, I guess if you want to introduce yourself, the guys in the channel know me. I'm Doc. I speedrun badly and bad games, and I play games here every now and then. Haven't done so in a while. Plat, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, so I'm Platinum Paragon. Usually I don't get to play many games, but this year I actually got through a surprising amount of video games, so I get to talk today about video games.
Hell yeah. Cosmic, the man who needs no introduction.
My name is DE Cosmic. I speedrun a bunch of games. Usually you know me for speedrunning the same games over and over again rather than playing new ones. So this will be interesting, I guess, for people that only really see me speedrun. So yeah, I'm excited.
Okay, Honky.
All right. Hey, I'm a white guy. I like Wario and not many other things. That's all. Thank you.
Not wrong.
Honestly, amazing.
Perfect. Dawn. Right ahead.
I'm Don. That's what people know me for being Don. Like, got this. Since I talk on a German podcast, I got the same skin color as Honky.
He's also the #1 ultra kill shield.
Yeah, that's me.
That's true.
Play Ultra Kill.
Okay.
It didn't come out this year because it's in early access, but you guys should play it right now. No, not right now, but like buy it right now and listen.
Grand. Okay. Sarg, take it away.
I'm Sargasso, for some people. My passion is horrible games from 2004 and being objectively correct about food.
Great.
Very good.
I
So
support that.
we've all gathered here today. They basically have an argument about what the game of the year is going to be. It's a format I've heard in a few podcasts before, like Giant Bomb and Let's Fight a Boss, and it's something I thought it was fun to do with some of my friends. The basic gist of it is you all list out every game that you've played this year, and you throw them in a big pool together. And we're going to go around the table. Each person at a time is going to cut a game from that list. So we're going to work from the bottom right up to the top until we're left with a game of the year. Now, like, cuts aren't absolute. It's a discussion. It's supposed to be like us trying to, you know, come to a consensus, basically, on what we think the best and worst games are in this list. So, does anyone have any questions here, or should we get on it?
Good. I think
There's
I'm
like
good.
there's like no way for people watching to see the list, right?
That's a good question.
Yeah, you can always link
I would-
could always link something that's just read only. To be honest.
Yeah, I might have to set something like that up maybe on a break or something, but I suppose
Yeah.
we could read out the list of games too, but that'll take forever.
No,
Should we
let's not
read
do
those?
that. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Just like when we come across games, people will hear about them and be like, "Oh, you shouldn't have cut that. That was my game of the year, you asshole."
So right, without further ado, we need to actually decide the turn order. So we need to who's going first, and we're going to go clockwise around this table until we're left with one. So I'm going to do a random number generation here. Roll die. Okay, and it's 4. So by my reckoning, that's done.
That's
So-
me. I start. Well, so I get to cut one game, or like I get to propose to cut one game out of this list, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So just to be safe, like this is not saying that this is the worst game on this list, right? This is like, I mean, like we could cut something that's technically better than other games here earlier, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, I'm gonna say we should cut Wanted Dead. Because you know,
Honestly, well,
yeah.
So, what is
so
Wanted Dead, first of all?
Well,
so
I
wanted,
so Cosm played it.
did you play the
I don't know this game at all,
I did
honestly.
not play that.
So Wanted Dead is a third-person like hybrid hack and slash shooter by I forget the company's name, but they stopped supporting the game, so I don't know if it really matters. But I think that they're kind of in limbo with the publisher, so I'll get to that in a second. It's by some devs that previously worked on games like Ninja Gaiden, and I think specifically even Ninja Gaiden Black.
So the 3D Ninja Gaiden's not the 2D
Yeah.
ones.
Yeah, 3D Ninja
Okay.
Gaidens. Yep. So I was actually pretty excited for this game because it has a very like, it's got like a weird aesthetic to it. Like a lot of the characters I think are either German or Russian or something, and there's a lot of so they're all talking with like very thick accents, and they're like this squad of criminals that is sent in to like do stuff for like as contractors or something. Like I guess they're reformed criminals or something. Maybe that's the idea. This is where I get into the fact that like the storytelling in this game is pretty flat and convoluted. It's like something that you would think would make a lot of sense, but the writing just isn't there. And some of the controls are kind of clunky. The game isn't the port that I played on PC was not very well optimized. I actually don't speedrun this game anymore because I skipped so many frames streaming it. I only did one run of it ever. But there's interesting ideas in this game in terms of how to like handle a hybrid hack and slash shooter. So there's times where you can build up like a meter to do like quick kills with your pistol, like in an auto target manner. There's some interesting parry stuff going on. There's a bunch of different weapons that you can use. But then the game kind of throws you into these weird sections that, again, you just kind of go, why is this here? Like, there's an entire karaoke section of 99 red balloons.
Okay.
Or there's like a mini game of doing like eating noodles competitively with one of your crew members, like with one of your squad members.
Wait
And
a
it's
second,
like-
this game sounds based. Why do you want to know? They play fucking 99.
I mean,
You moron!
listen. I just want to say history is on my side here, because if Cosmic likes the game, there's at least a chance.
He's going to filter the list by what Cosmic's played and pick one every time. Is that your strategy?
I know it doesn't work for everything, because you
It doesn't
know,
work
like,
by the first one either, so...
yeah, I don't want to kick that one.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's the worst game on this list, but I will say that like I walked away from this game. I definitely had fun playing it, but there was a bunch of times where I'd be playing it and going, "Why is this here?" Or like the checkpoints are kind of abysmal. You like, especially because of how long the game does repeat some of the Ninja Gaiden flaws, which is fights can last so long in them, and it's just like it's fun, but yeah, I don't know. I would be okay with cutting it because I'm certainly not going to defend it to a hilt. I'll say that.
That's fair, yeah. Is anyone else gonna defend Wanted Dead?
Here's the other tidbit: is that they said that they were gonna patch the game and like take in the criticism or whatever, but or take in the feedback, but then they just didn't do anything with it. Again, I don't know if it's publisher stuff or if it's just them. I assume it's the publisher because there's another game on this list that's also kind of tied up with the same stuff. So
what you're saying is this is Gungrave if it was bad.
I mean, I guess metaphorically maybe or allegorically.
You mean even more bad?
All right, listen.
Wait, what they get round the Gungrave? It's on this list, guys.
Oh, don't worry, we will get to that.
We will.
Menacing.
But yeah, I would be totally fine with cutting it. I'm sure that there might be something on this list that frustrated me more, but between a lot of the fluff in the game, the sort of like back and forth on me going, okay, I like this, but I also there's something here, but I don't know if this is the game that maybe Wanted Dead 2 will be good, but You know.
Okay, well, I think that's a good reason to kick this one out at least.
Fine, yep. So number
Latest.
58, Wanted Dead. All in
Yeah.
agreement?
Yup.
Yeah.
Cool.
Mhm.
Consul
right.
has decided it's the 58th best game of the year. It's just a fact now.
Sarg, your cut, my man.
I will cut. I'm actually gonna call something I played Perish.
Uh-huh.
So Perish is a first-person roguelike Hellenic game because it's set in ancient Greece, and I mean it has its charm. Like when you start a game with a broken sword in hell, in purgatory, and you gotta make your way up, defeating demons and shit, and then eventually you find an ancient Greece assault rifle as the founding gods intended. You know, you know
Both of
there's
these games so
something.
far we've cut sound amazing. What the hell's
Yeah.
happening here?
You know there's
What kind of
something.
a year this was.
There's something fun about it, and it's actually, I think it's really cool. Somewhat. It caught my interest because it has some clear inspiration, I think, from Dark Messiah, with some mechanics like having a good kick, which nobody ever did after Dark Messiah for some reason. Not even the guys who made Dark Messiah.
Yeah.
And like fucking with your enemies in ways, for example, in Dark Messiah you could place ice on the ground and watch them sleep in a very Looney Tunes kind of way, and in here you can also do it by placing jars of peace, which is one of the roguelike upgrades you can find. It has some really aesthetically cool level design. As I said, it's set in ancient Greece, especially specifically in Hell. So you get to look at a lot of cool and interesting places, like the first level is a sort of canyon where blood is raining, and you got to defeat the Minotaur. Minotaur. I have no idea how it's spelled.
Minotaur, yeah.
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 As well as having a lot of fun weapons and upgrades to play with. For example, one of the other basic functions is that you can throw knives, because the game wants you to have a ranged weapon at all times, and if you find enough upgrades, you can throw knives at the speed of a machine gun. And then, like I said, a lot of other cool weapons, throwing axes, spears, double-barrel shotguns, and flamethrowers, because why not?
Do you have anything bad to say about this game?
Yeah, I was gonna say, whenever you get to the
I'm getting to the bad. The bad is that the progression is a bit like the level progression, the pacing is a bit stunted. It's a roguelike, but the levels are fixed. For example, the first level will always be the first level, and that gets boring after not surprisingly long. Even though you have a bunch of different stuff to do, but a bunch of different stuff you can do on that level. First you fight Minotaur, then you chase a ghost to bonk him, and lots of stuff, but there's not so much. And at your 10th run, you're already getting bored on the first level, and the other levels work pretty much the same. Even boss fights are completely fixed. Nothing changes about them. That makes it kinda... the strength of roguelikes should be the replayability, and it doesn't do it very well. The level design is pretty simple and fun, but also messy. The enemy placement was weird. I know that was patched, but it will continuously spawn even right behind you. The performance was pretty abysmal in the later levels, because they knew people will not get to those levels as much as people will get to the first levels. So yeah, it was just kind of an unpolished product, even though it had quite a bit of charm and fun to it. I haven't played the later patches, so I'm just saying this for to avoid slander. So it's probably a lot better now. It's just not extremely remarkable, I'd say, but quite fun, especially for its price. I don't remember it, but it was pretty low.
And like, is this his first, or is this his studio's first game? Is it like, do you think like, if they had another crack at this, would they come out with something better? Because like, it seems to me that the elements you like about it like are really strong, but like the roguelite part is where it fell down. Really, like
Yeah,
keeping it interesting and keeping it fresh. Kind of.
I'm not actually super sure. I'm just checking out. Yeah, it's their first game as the studio.
Okay, well, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that could have been improved with just a bit more time, as the patches showed. Some other stuff, I think, like they had a strong basis for a fun combat game, and one of the first weapons you can find is a revolver that you can fan, and doing that against mythological skeletons wearing complete armor is really fun. But then the actual roguelike part, which should be the selling point for you're making a roguelike game.
Yeah.
It was a bit weak, I thought.
Yeah,
The power-ups
sure.
were fun, but not enough variety between them, like I said. It's
Yeah.
fun throwing jars of peace and shooting
yeah.
knives, but you don't get a lot of the very game-changing stuff, I think.
Cool. Seems fair. So 57 perish. Everyone's in agreement with that.
It perished.
Yep. Sounds good.
All right.
Yeah. For my first cut, I am going to say Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis.
Oh, did you? I didn't even realize you played that.
Yeah. I was just kind of sitting silent here, like allowing this Final Fantasy VII to get over a couple, but it can go no further at this point, as far as I'm concerned. I played a few hours of this. I wanted to like it. I'm a big fan of Final Fantasy VII, and I'm very happy to be reiterated the plot constantly and have details added on. I think for a mobile game, it looks very, very impressive and it plays very well, but with the caveat for a mobile game, it's one of those ones where the mobile aspect really, really drags it down. Like every character has like 2 abilities you can use in combat with like a limit break. I'm not sure if that evolves over time or you can level them up to a point where they can use more. But it's all very, like tap the button when it's available and, really big obvious weakness indicators in all the enemies. It's made for like very short play sessions, but none of that is what I come to Final Fantasy VII for. As someone who does quite like a lot of the spin-off material, it's super weak. And honestly, I've not really much more to say in it because it was pretty disappointing. So that'll be my first cut.
I don't think anyone's going to disagree with that.
Yeah,
I was going to say, I saw a tweet where somebody said, yeah, Ever Crisis dares to ask the question, what if one of the greatest games ever made was a pyramid scheme? And I don't have anything else to say at that point.
Like as far as I played it, like it didn't seem too aggressive in forcing you to spend money to progress. But like the fact that it's got that gacha shit attached to it in the first place, it's real slimy. They're already making like, sexy Garrett outfits for like Aerith and Tifa, who like, for me they're like really beloved characters, like whatever, like, there is like slightly hornier art or whatever, even official stuff that exists of them, but like it just seems a bit egregious for like one of the most beloved franchises of all time to be just kind of milked in that way. It doesn't feel right, you know what I mean? And then you don't also have the, Cloud in a bikini outfit too, so like where
what's the point?
Yeah, no.
Where's the Zack bikini outfit?
Yeah, exactly. Like, where's the equals, equal opportunities fan service there? So no, it just feels real slimy. Apparently, it does add extra stuff to the story about Sephiroth's origins and stuff, but I didn't even get that far. I'll probably just read a Wikipedia page on it at this point because I have no desire to boot that game up again.
Cool.
So yeah, 56, Final Fantasy VII, Ever Crisis. Okay, Plat. Tell us why you're cutting Metroid Prime.
Oh, okay. Not yet. Not yet.
You mean not yet?
Not yet. Not yet. So my first cut is actually going to be a game from my list. It's a game called Vernal Edge. And just full disclosure, I was a Kickstarter backer for this game. I paid like the full price tier back in like 2020. It came out this year. And I got kind of confused like in the run up to this because I wanted to double check it claimed it was like a Metroidvania. So yeah, I googled it right now and the description is Vernal Edge is a 2D action-packed Metroidvania. And the Metroidvania series, a genre of games, is just a really polished series, or I keep saying series, a polished genre. Like there's so many good Metroidvania games. And sadly, even though I put my money where my mouth is, I paid full price for this before the game even came out. I can't think of a single interesting or remarkable thing it did in such an interesting genre. So if it's the case where I would probably recommend about 20 other Metroidvania games rather than this in a year where video games were so good and so polished, I think that would be the grounds for cutting it first on my list, sadly. So it sucks because I was a Kickstarter backer, but I don't think I can put it any further than what I'm putting it now, sadly.
See, Plat, if it makes you feel any better, I backed Shenmue 3.
Okay, you win the Misery Olympics, done. You got me there.
Alright, cool. So Vernal Age, 55th.
Sorry.
Who are you apologizing to? I didn't make the game.
The ether, just I feel bad. I don't want to dunk too hard, but yeah, I played a lot of good games this year, and sadly, it was the least good of a good bunch.
Sure. Cosm, your call.
I'm gonna actually cut one from my list as well. I am gonna be cutting Sprawl. Sprawl is a boomer shooter. I forget the developer on it, but it takes place in a very dismal sort of setting, and you play as this. The storytelling in this is so minimalistic, and I believe that's on purpose. But the problems that I have with that game are less about the storytelling and more about how a lot of the environments look very samey, and how there's a slowdown mechanic in this game that you can very easily refill, and it seemed like they wanted you to use it a lot to get really anything done in fights, because otherwise you're just going to be dying a whole lot because enemies do tons of damage. But in a movement shooter or a movement-based shooter, especially one with movement that feels as good as Sprawl, because it does have really fun movement, I don't want to be in slow-mo the entire time. I want to be jumping off walls at, laser speeds and popping dudes in the head and all that stuff. But even when you encounter a new enemy, the game encourages you to immediately go into slow-mo, because that's how you can see where their weak points are. It highlights the weak point of an enemy when you go into slow-mo. And it's like, there's such an emphasis on this mechanic rather than the strong movement and the actually pretty decent gunplay. I believe that the gunplay is almost designed with the slow-mo in mind, because I would try aiming at dudes, and I'm definitely not the best at shooters, but I know how to headshot pretty all right. And there'd be times where it just felt like the hit scan was off, or the feel of the guns was off, and but once I would go into slow-mo, everything was fine. So there were just parts of this game that were obnoxious as a result of it was either take longer using the slow-mo or die a bunch, and I really didn't find that super fun, even though a lot of the environments, once you get past a certain point, the environments are pretty cool, but a lot of them look so samey that I got lost repeatedly. And it's in these super closed in parts, and there'd be times even where I'd be using the movement too well that I would skip over something, and I even sequence broke at one point, and I had to reload a checkpoint because it was the game just couldn't progress. And I don't actually know what they do in the speedrun of this, because the speedrun's an hour or something like that, and I know that they do a bunch of sequence breaking in that, but I couldn't for the life of me figure out how any of that shit worked, despite using, I assume, the movement in the same way that they had done in that. But it was really weird, because I came into this the first level alone was a lot of fun, but by the end of the game I just really wanted to be done with it, and it wasn't too long of a game either. So that's really all I got to say. Yep. It's a movement shooter that almost, it just doesn't want you to go fast. It doesn't want you to do cool movement stuff.
Yeah, it seems contrary to the genre, really.
Yeah.
You weren't quite sure yet about this movement thing.
Yeah, there's some interesting ideas in it too, and I was okay, I'm on board. And then go into slow-mo and hit that guy with the shotgun for the 30th time. What?
Let's get it cut then.
Yeah. So
Right.
Sprawl number 54. Honky, where to hit?
Yes. I want to begin with the biggest disappointment of the year for me. Alan Wake 2. I'm just kidding. It's not Alan Wake 2. The biggest disappointment of the year for me was Master Detective Archives Raincoat. Okay, so Raincoat is the new game by Kodaka. He's the director of Danganronpa and the writer of these games. Now, Danganronpa is, I don't know, it's very divisive these days, I guess, but I really like it. I think it's very fun. Very charming visuals, very innovative gameplay, honestly. Like, basically, like, solve crime cases by using, like, logic puzzles and stuff, right? So, Master Detective Archives Raincoat is more of that, in a sense. It's another Danganronpa game in a new setting, but it tries to be more than that, really. It tries to be more grounded, in a sense, because, like, you aren't, like, some high school kid anymore. You're, like, supposed to be, like, a real detective in this case. And, you're supposed to, like, solve your murder cases and stuff like that. And you can like run around the city. It's not just like in a closed setting, like in a school, like in the Danganronpa games. But like, it just doesn't hit. Like honestly, nothing about it really hits as strongly as Danganronpa ever hit. So one of the biggest issues, just like storytelling wise, is that in Danganronpa, you had like a very set cast of characters, because you get like a locked-in setting, got like the school, like your 16 or whatever candidates, right? And you really get to know these characters. Like every single time when one of them dies or one of them commits murder, it's like a big deal because it feels like, oh man, I knew this guy. I knew that this person was like close to me. I knew what they were about, and now either they're dead or they turn out to fucking kill somebody. Well, that sucks. But Raincoat didn't think this was a good idea anymore, I guess, because in Raincoat, every single case introduces a completely new set of characters. You don't really get to know these characters at all. Like, they get like introduced like 30 minutes prior, then one of them dies, and then you're supposed to like reveal the killer. And it's like, okay, I have like no emotional connection to these characters. This doesn't matter to me whatsoever. So that was like a big deal.
Somewhat like Ace Attorney though, where they would change cast every, case.
Yeah, I would say so, but like the main issue really is that in Ace Attorney, from what I can tell, I've never played the games, I must admit, but from what I can tell in those games, the characters are like really fucking strong, right? Like in the actual case itself, they have like extremely strong characterization. In Raincoat, you don't learn anything about them because the way it's structured, the cases, you don't actually like talk to the victims or to the perpetrators or anything like that, really. You like go into this. What did they even call it? Like Mind Dungeon, I think they called it, like Mind Labyrinth or whatever. And you just like, like in Danganronpa, you solve logic puzzles basically, but they're very disconnected from the actual case. They're not like really talking about the victims or the characters at all in a real sense. So you don't learn anything about the characters. You have no personal connection to them, and it feels very secluded. And, overall, just the aesthetics they aren't as strong as Danganronpa's because Danganronpa, very stylish, very flat, but like on purpose and does a lot of things with it. And Master Raincoat just like is a lot weaker in that regard, and gameplay is fine, I guess, but again, it's just not as satisfying as anything in Danganronpa. So, yeah, it was a huge disappointment for me. It had a twist, I will say. Like, it had a pretty fun twist because, like, Danganronpa games are known for having like a big twist at the end, right? Yeah. The one in Raincoat is pretty fun, but it's not anywhere near as like crazy or cool or anything in Danganronpa. And also, I should mention, Danganronpa very famous for its like execution scenes, right, where you can see like the perpetrator get like killed brutally. None of that in Raincoat. None of that. Yeah.
So what happens is that did he just kind of show you like what happens to the guy, like in like still frames or whatever, like when they get murdered, or so, just describe it? Do you just see the body after?
It's really interesting, right? You reach the end of like the person's like murder mind labyrinth. Again, I forgot what they're called, but like you reach the end, you see the perpetrator there. They're just kind of like showing like a ghost form. You like tell them, "You did it! You killed this guy!" And then they like kind of just fall over. Like it looks like they have like a heart attack or something. They just like kind of die randomly.
Okay, so that's like supposed to be like the Ace Attorney breakdown scenes, but not as well done, I guess.
Exactly. It's like extremely uneventful.
And like the deaths themselves, like when someone gets killed, is that interesting, or is it just like you find the body and that's it?
You just find the body, nah.
Okay. That's a shame.
Yeah, that just sounds like they stripped out like they were like, yeah, all that stuff that we did that worked, just forget about like all of it. Just
exactly.
Just throw it all out.
I guess it's kind of weird too. Yeah.
Yeah. I even feel like some of the stuff that you've mentioned is like fundamental to the genre that they're in. and
Yeah.
then they just don't do some of it, and that's just baffling to me.
Especially if they're doing so many in a row and doing that. It could almost
Yeah.
makes you wonder, did they understand what those building blocks were in the first place? Like, where were they trying to move away from that? We end
Yeah.
up where they ended with rain code.
It even kind of begs the question of like, did they intentionally try to move away from this stuff?
Yeah,
And
for what
then-
purpose?
Thought process.
Yeah, and it's like, at some point, did they stop it? Like, it seemed like they didn't stop and think, well, maybe this stuff is super important, you know? Because it's like, are you trying to move away from stuff perceived as important to try and prove that it's not as essential as people think, and then you just end up proving them right anyway? Like,
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
hard to say. So yeah, cut it.
That's fair. Yep. So
That's fair.
number 53, Master Detective Archives Rain Code.
Mm-hmm. Are we just gonna do
Okay.
another like roll now? So
Oh no, just we
Are
keep going round.
Okay.
Okay,
yeah,
we just keep
yeah.
going
So
around.
everyone's tasted blood once now, so you
Okay,
know.
okay. We're slowly getting there.
Yeah.
yep.
Mm.
So don't
Fuck.
go for it. You're
Yeah,
cut, man.
I'm looking at stuff right now. I'm
Mhm.
like, Okay, how about we talk about my personal biggest disappointment of the year?
Alan Wake 2.
Alan Wake 2, you know. It's Ghost Trick. Nah, just kidding. She woke up there. It is Wolong Fallen Dynasty.
Oh wow, really?
Oh.
Yeah,
I'm surprised.
Emphasis is on disappointment because I don't think it's bad or anything. But so it's by Team Ninja, right? And like specifically a lot of people who made Neo and Neo 2 before that, and Stranger of Paradise, of course. Bless those people. But
Hell yeah.
Neo 2 is like one of the best Souls-likes. That's in my opinion, like it's on par with a bunch of From Software games. And so I was thinking, oh, these guys are making a Souls-like that's like more adjacent to something like Sekiro, because that's kind of what the deal is with a lot of parrying and such, and the dodge being like a little less effective. The movesets are like a little simpler, like how in Sekiro the moveset is a little simpler. And yeah, they did that, but it's not very good. Like, I remember we watched the first gameplay trailer. I think it was at some show, and we were like, "Holy shit, this looks amazing!" Because all of the animations are really good. I think I stand by that actually. The animations are way better than in Neo. Everything looks like super, like when you watch one of those wuxia movies where people are flipping around like crazy and moving their weapons like crazy. It looks really good. That's what the game also looks like, and that's amazing. That's cool. But I don't know. It's like Neo 1.5 and 0.5 in terms of quality. Like the level design is pretty boring overall. It's all like these are standard Neo 1 levels and not like good Neo 1 levels in terms of level design. I mean, like just the layouts. There's not too much verticality to them. There's like a lot of them feel super flat. The combat feel like the way the movesets are simplified actually works like against it in a lot of aspects, because you still do like a lot of attacking yourself rather than how in Sekiro a lot of like more than half of your time for some bosses spent just parrying them. In this you do a lot of attacking yourself, and well, you do not do a lot of like you don't have a lot of different attacks. You have some magic. All of your weapons come with one or two skills, like in Stranger of Paradise. I think they also had that, where they come like with the randomized skills that are like part of this weapon category. And apart from that, it has like it has like some really good ideas. Like it has like a posture bar that doesn't only go into the negative like it does in Sekiro, but you can make it go into the positive. So you get like blue posture essentially, which you can use to power up some attacks. So like hitting things and parrying things is really useful, but and it feels really good when you press it. But like a lot of the bosses are not really well designed, to be honest, because so I was talking to Plat earlier because she was playing Sekiro, and there's like in Sekiro there's like a lot of bosses that have very consistent patterns where they're like, this boss does this one wind up, and if you go close you just attack A, and if you go stay far you just attack B, or if you go to the side around the boss he mixes it up into something else. And in a lot of bosses in Wolong, especially the harder ones, they attack. They got like, let's say they got like a 5-hit combo. Sometimes they just stop after the 3rd hit, and it's like, I learned the rhythm for the 5-hit combo, and I'm still dodging, right? I'm still doing the parry move. The problem with that is, in Sekiro, pressing block doesn't take stamina, but if you press the deflect move in Wo Long, you lose some of your stamina that you just build up. And like I'm not reacting to that shit. Like I'm not the Flash. I react to boss.
I'm not the Flash.
3 instead of 5 attacks. And that's like that like drags it down a lot. Like this is still a really fun game. Like the level design is decent. Like it's all pretty alright. But I feel like at this more core level they didn't quite get Sekiro, and they like it's not just a Sekiro clone, of course. And just playing it like that also doesn't really work. But there's like some things where like the patterns are just so inconsistent, which makes a bunch of bosses just really annoying to me. Also, I don't like their focus on gear and stats. I wish they just got rid of that. I mean, it's a Neo 2 as well, which I said is super good, but I just kind of wish they did away with that a little. It's a bit annoying, and I don't know. This is like when I finished Wo Long, the first thing I thought is, oh, this needs a sequel. This is like, it's kind of like you were talking about Wanted Dead earlier, I think, where you said that maybe Wanted Dead is gonna be 2 is gonna be really good. Maybe Wo Long 2 is gonna be really good because it's like lacking in a lot of areas, like polish and enemy variety, moveset variety, and all that jazz. It's like after the first Neo, I thought, oh, this is gonna get a cool sequel one day. After Wo Long, I thought, oh, this needs a sequel. Otherwise, all the ideas are just kind of left on the table.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, it seems like both games between Wanted Dead and Wo Long kind of fell flat in the same aspects where like there's ideas there that they wanted to try. I mean, I guess in the case of Wo Long, they're borrowing a little more.
Yeah, they are.
Whereas Wo Long, or as Wanted Dead was trying to innovate a little more, so there's more mistakes to make by principle, really. But I mean, Plat was even talking about how defined Metroidvania is now, like how polished it is. I feel like Souls-likes, at this point, is such a polished genre too.
Yeah,
and
we're gonna get to one of those later.
when you come into the Souls-like genre, you got to come in swinging, like and especially from a team like Team Ninja that has proven time and time again that they can come in swinging. Hearing somebody
really good ones.
Yeah, and I don't think I've ever heard you like really be disappointed by a Souls-like, really. I'm sure you have, but
I mean, I played Lords of the Fallen, the original one.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah,
that is a bad video game.
I should probably amend it and say from the big Souls-like developers,
like the ones
Souls developers themselves, like
the ones that are like pushed up,
and I don't think I've heard you be disappointed by something from either From or Team Ninja in recent years. So for this game to, I guess, achieve that tells me that there's something really up.
Yeah, it's good. If you want to play a good video game that looks cool, then go ahead, play Wo Long. But I think it's like pretty disappointing overall. Like that's like the difference, right, between like a bad game and a disappointing game, where it's like, I think the disappointing game might stick to your mind more, like in a bad fashion actually, because you're like, oh, this could have been way better if they had done a bunch of things. And as you said, they like copied pretty clearly from Sekiro, and I don't think they quite got it. That's the problem. Which is like, as you said, all their stuff in Neo and Neo 2 works really well, and they had some really good original ideas in those too. As I said, like the positive posture bar is really good, and they should keep that, but it kind of like works against some other systems in the game.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So, number 52, Wo Long Fallen Dynasty. Sarg, your turn. You cut a game.
I'd cut Exoprimal.
Yeah, I think I agree with that.
There we go.
So, Exoprimal, it's a very fun game.
Yeah.
I think almost everyone who played it can agree on that. It's just like the first time I played the game during one of the beta tests, it was a cathartic experience, just unloading a grenade launcher into a swarm of thousands of velociraptors. No other game will give me that, probably, unless I mod Dynasty Warriors with dinosaurs.
And guns.
And guns, yeah. it's a game that's really not afraid to have fun, and I respect that because it's just a bonkers concept of a game, and some big suits at Capcom went and said, "Yeah, we will sell this," and I respect that because it's a lot of fun. One thing that I think goes underappreciated is actually its story, because it's serviceable. It's not Shakespeare, but I think they actually put quite some effort into it, into its characters, into it just being sincere with it. It has its moments that I think the writers, they're just saying, I think this moment is important for the story and for these characters. I probably like if it was important for you as well, and I think it shows that. It's not a super good story, but I think for what it is, it's written pretty well. And I do really like that sincerity of it. But yeah, the game is very fun, but it dropped the ball on a bunch of stuff that's really basic. For example, the game has a lot of fun content and game mods. It won't let you play them.
Yeah,
the game has only
that.
one game mod, which mixes every single game mod the game has, and the drop rates, the chances of a game mod happening are completely all over the place. Some game mods, they were the rarity of a really pricey Magic the Gathering card. For some reason, the game won't let you play that often. Why, I don't know. But there's some game mods that myself, after having played, let me check on Steam, after having played 42 hours, I've never played them. Why? That shouldn't happen.
Interesting.
That's really weird. And also, while the story is pretty cool, and I liked the sort of unique presentation it has for a multiplayer game, because there's no story mode. As you play the game, you play more multiplayer matches. Two things happen, which is after a match is completed, you unlock more story. Let's say you unlock logs and videos that progress the story and cutscenes. And another thing is you play special matches, special story matches, with cutscenes, with the story going forward and characters interacting and cool stuff happening. And that is cool, but also a huge roadblock. Because it's funny because it's a character.
True.
By the way, this is hilarious.
It's a huge roadblock on the progression, because you can't play the content after that special mission until you got there. Which means everyone, when the game launched, was stuck at the first mission, which is boring, because it was just extremely basic with just a few velociraptors and nothing of the cool stuff that happens afterward, which is a huge shame. So many people that I know also dropped the game after a while because nothing cool was happening. They were getting the first match over and over again because new players were playing the game and they were being drafted into the first match war.
That's it, you're going to the first story mission.
Again, a huge shame because lots of it is super fun. The maps too. Some maps are story based, like the map in the sort of space. And that never happens to almost anyone. Everyone who plays on the city map, and over and over and over again. There's a map in a volcano that I've seen probably 2 times. It's just weird. This is just a really, really bad way to manage your content in a multiplayer live service game that lives and dies by its, staying fresh and having content. You have the content already. Why are you gatekeeping it from your own players? That shouldn't happen. And then again, the actual live service part, I don't know, I think it was also pretty stunted. The content drops were pretty cool, but very sparse. The balancing was a bit all over the place. It wasn't really bad. And they did keep after it, but not that much, I think. Some stuff was never addressed. I don't know. It was just a bit a bit. It looked like it wasn't made by people who studied the actual, live service game we have on the market right now. They took some of the core concepts and kind of dropped the ball on everything else. Just a bit basic on that front. But it was a really fun game, all things considered.
Yeah, I think it's good. Also, they didn't fucking drop that game with crossplay. Stop doing that, please.
Yes.
Yeah.
It had crossplay. It didn't have crossplay invites.
Yeah.
Stop doing that, please.
Just has crossplay
So-
matchmaking, yeah.
And you played it as
Exoprimal,
well,
I
Don,
think-
didn't you? Or sorry.
Yeah, I
didn't
played as well, and like I agree with pretty much everything Sarg said. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff in the game, but it also loves not showing you the cool stuff. It's really stupid.
I was gonna say that Exoprimal kind of says to me that like it's another game that says to me that if Anarchy Reigns came out now, it would do really well because it's very like, especially like a game like that kind of fulfills that hack and slashy big kill crowd stuff going on. Like Anarchy Reigns on a higher scale would have done really well, I think now, but you can't fix things like not showing players what your game has to offer. Like you just can't fix that at all.
You know, the Anarchy Reigns comparison is also kind of funny because I think Anarchy Reigns is surprisingly well written, despite being written by J.P. Callums. It is pretty deep. Like the writing in some scenes is actually really good, and but the mode, the single player fucking sucks. Don't get me wrong, it's awful. You just go through some stupid missions and do the same shit over and over. That game was not meant for you to fight tanks and Cthulhu. Why'd they put that in there? I don't know. But you know what? They should re-release Anarchy Reigns.
They should.
Yeah.
Yeah. Agreed. So Exoprimal 51.
Yeah, there you go.
Yup.
Also, remember, Dino Crisis fans, Exoprimal's on this list, and Dino Crisis isn't.
Exoprimal killed my mother and murdered everyone else I know.
Exoprimal sweep. Let's go.
Hold that shit forever.
If we did have a Dino Crisis in this list, it would have finished lower.
That's true.
It would have finished right after Wanted Dead.
So, right, 51 is Exoprimal, and now is my cut. I'm going to cut a game I played called Halls of Torment. And Halls of Torment, if anyone's looking at me right now thinking, what game is that? Well, if you know me and you've never heard of the game, it's very likely a Vampire Survivors clone. And I like to call them ASS games, like for asymmetric survival shooter.
Yeah.
So from now on, I'm not going to call it a Vampire Survivors clone, I'm going to call it an ASS game. So Halls of Torment's quite a unique ASS game in which it's very melee focused. There is some projectile type characters you do unlock as you go along. The kind of theme, like they all kind of have a theme, like Vampire Survivors is like very Castlevania pixel style. The style that Halls of Torment went for was very Diablo, but almost like Diablo, like downscaled on the Super Nintendo, kind of. So it's like kind of straddling the barrier between those two kind of art styles, and it does it very effectively. So actually, it's a very pretty looking game for what it essentially is. Why I would cut it so early, despite really enjoying the ASS genre, is because it obfuscates a lot of what makes those kind of games good. What I really like about games like Vampire Survivors is that they make it very clear what your progression points is. Like immediately, what you got to do is survive. That's the objective one in the game. But like, what makes those games interesting is like all the upgrades you can get to fulfill in certain missions and certain conditions will essentially break your character for the early levels and let you ascend into the higher levels, where the challenge becomes more and more to the point where eventually, when you get all these secrets and you finish all these levels, nothing in any of these levels can touch you as long as you're doing the right thing. In Halls of Torment, it's done via this weird grid system that it reminds me sort of the licensed grid system in Final Fantasy XII. If anyone's ever played that game, it's just basically a checkerboard with very small nodes on it telling you what the criteria is, but it's not clear what you're unlocking. Some of the things you unlock isn't very useful, and before you unlock a couple of them, you don't know what is in the rest of the board. So like they'll be grayed out essentially until you've unlocked a certain amount of like useless upgrades that you don't know which ones to focus on. And that just made the early point of it very like I enjoy playing it because I idle away at these games, but it just was more frustrating than it needed to be. And I got the point of it. I felt way later than I should have got when I've already played like about 4 or 5 of these games. I thought it was a nice game. I would like to see it get more updates, which is getting all the time. I'm sure with a couple more updates, it could be higher up the list potentially. But for now, I'm pretty happy cutting it here. Good game, but this is as far as it goes.
I do like the Diablo aesthetic. Like I just googled it
Yeah.
to see some screenshots, and it's like, oh yeah, they are not hiding. They're not
Yeah.
hiding. I mean, not like Vampire Survivors is hiding its inspiration.
Yeah, like Plat said to me, oh, there's like a Diablo Vampire Survivor style game. I immediately googled it and immediately purchased it. You know, it's just like it looks real nice.
Diablo's cool, yeah, so makes sense.
Yeah,
It used to be cool, not cool anymore.
that's Halls of Torment out at an even 50. Plat, you're cut once more.
Yeah, so I'm going to be cutting a game once again from my own list. I'm going to try and say this without laughing, but I will be cutting Hello Kitty Island Adventure.
No!
Wait, I thought that game was.
Okay, no. This is the thing. Okay, I'm going to explain. Let me explain. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 2023, and I think it's about time for society to admit that Animal Crossing New Horizons is goddamn mid. It's mid as hell. It's a mid game. And I feel like Hello Kitty Island Adventure did so many things right that I missed about Animal Crossing. First of all, there's things to do in the game. Can you believe that? There's like character quests. You go to like different areas. There's like volcano areas. There's like Halloween areas. There's like amusement park places. Like there's actually things to do. And there's interesting places to visit. And there's different types of characters. So in Animal Crossing, all lazy villagers have the same dialogue. All sporty villagers have the same dialogue. You hear the same dialogue all the time. But in Hello Kitty Island Adventure, because you have different Sanrio characters, like you actually feel like you're talking to a different cast of like little creatures rather than just hearing the same dialogue ad nauseum. So I had a lot of fun with Hello Kitty Island Adventure. But the reason why I put it here on my list is that every other game on my list I would recommend purchasing, whether it's full price, waiting for a price cut. But the thing with Hello Kitty Island Adventure is you can't purchase it. It's a $10 a month subscription to Apple Arcade.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I would say, like, friends, if you have a trial for Apple Arcade, treat yourself to like a month of playing Hello Kitty Island Adventure. But for the love of God, it's not worth it for $10 a month. Like, especially with things like Game Pass, like you can get a lot more bang for your buck with $10 a month than Apple Arcade, which is like Hello Kitty Island Adventure is pretty much the only thing on it. Like, it's not worth it. It's a really fun game if you have a trial code for Apple Arcade, but it's not worth signing up for Apple Arcade for, and that's why I put it here on my list.
Understandable. I remember when I had Apple Arcade, I played that Platinum Games game they have on there. I forgot the World of Demons. I think
World
it's
of
called
Demons.
World of Demons.
Yes,
Oh, that's it, yeah.
Yeah, and that's also like the most watered down Platinum Games game you've ever played. So
Yeah. That's kind of what Apple Arcade's filled with. So, like, I know there's like a game called like Fantasian or something from like an old like, Square developer. So,
No,
like,
it's
if you
from-
have
That's Sakaguchi, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Sakaguchi.
Oh, okay. So it's from Sakaguchi. So, like, if you have like an Apple Arcade trial code, play Fantasian, play that. But like, you can get so much more value for money in the gaming world than Apple Arcade. It's absolutely not worth it.
Yeah.
very fair.
Get your trial code and play some Hello Kitty Adventure and some Fantasian. And
Yeah.
then when your trial runs out, just screw it. Don't
Exactly. Yeah.
resub to that
Just
shit.
hit that unsub button, fam.
Like you mean it.
Unlike, uncomment, unsubscribe.
Yeah.
I will say,
I like that.
I will say too, Plat. I appreciate you saying the full title every time you mentioned it.
Because it's sacred. It's. Do you know the origins of that, cousin?
I do, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So
South
it
Park,
is a sacred title. It has to be respected in its full manner.
Fair enough, yeah. Just like Dead Aim's true title of Gun Survivor 4, Heroes Never Die. You know, Biohazard Gun Survivor 4.
Okay, that's totally fair. Hello Kitty Island Adventure, put at number 49.
F.
Yeah, as in chat. We're already getting into the territory of games that are actually good. Wait, we were there before. Actually, yeah, we already cut some good games. Like,
Yep.
because everyone here, like, okay, so I think it's like at some point you just kind of start understanding your taste, and like it just kind of becomes harder and harder to actually play bad games unless you do it on purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
tend to
that's
pick
true,
games
yeah.
where you're like, I know I'll at least enjoy this. I'll also put an F in the chat.
Yeah, that's fair.
Thank you,
All
comrade.
right. So
Gotcha.
I guess me then now.
Yup.
So I went back and forth on this one. I kind of wanted to cut Pseudo Regalia here because I find it abysmal to make a Metroidvania game and not include a map.
Oh.
I disagree.
Okay.
Can I send
so-
a bomb to your house?
But
Fine.
But okay, because I knew the absolute Molotov that would just be thrown at me. Then
Rightfully
and
so.
there,
Yeah.
I will actually go with a choice of again disappointment and kind of continue this trend that we're seeing in the lower half of the list, where it people that should know better about things that they've made before, and then it continues. They don't do these things in future projects, and this is gonna be Callisto Protocol. Callisto Protocol just barely made the cut for this. And Callisto Protocol, of course, by the director of Dead Space. But you really wouldn't know it. You would think that it's, a team that wants to clearly ape Dead Space or pay homage to it. But to think that this is the director that, might have or might not have written the book on, modern space survival horror, I really wouldn't get that. It's like there's things in this, there's a lot of good ideas in this game that I really just want to shake a bunch of the devs and just be like, come on, man, you were so close to something like so good, because the melee combat one-on-one is good, and then the game puts you up against two enemies and it's like, all right, well, guess you didn't account for this.
It's like
It's
like the Wolong version.
Yeah. And it's like the writing is not there. So like, for those that don't know, the original Dead Space writers were a bunch of comic book writers, and that while that game is like not, doesn't have incredible writing, the original Dead Space is intriguing and compelling, and there's some interesting questions to ask there. In Callisto Protocol, I don't think that this game really wants to ask a lot of questions. It really just kind of repeats the beats that, are kind of in Dead Space, where it's like, oh, I'm in this facility, where I was gonna be going anyway because the main character was delivering like goods to this prison, but now he's trapped in it, and now he's a prisoner, and people are experimenting on other people, and it's like, it's sort of this trend that we saw with like Western Silent Hill, where they wanted to repeat the story beats of Silent Hill 2 without understanding. Without understanding sort of that like Silent Hill is a bunch of different themes, and Dead Space is a bunch of different themes. And so, like the writer for Callisto Protocol is a guy that wrote like some Saw movies and a bunch of horror movies, and for him to write this way, it makes sense. Or at least be the lead writer. This is definitely the sort of project that I would expect to come out on a literary level with him. But I don't like it. I do not like the storytelling in this. I kept waiting, like I'm going from chapter to chapter in this game, waiting for something to pick up and catch my interest, and I'm just like, all right, cool. I guess we're just gonna keep leaving me in the dark the entire playthrough. I don't really think you find out an inkling of these things, of what's going on, until like the last hour or two of the game. Oddly enough, the most compelling part of this game is the DLC, and for spoiler reasons, I won't, talk about that too much, but it was odd to me that like I had to pay for. Here's the other thing is just egregious about this game, is that the actual last chapter of the game is DLC. So you have to pay.
I hate that shit.
So I have, but I also have a feeling that this final chapter was not going to be the final chapter until the game received such mixed reviews. So they were like, oh, we'll add on more. But it's, again, that's egregious to me. More egregious than making a Metroidvania and not including a map. But it's like,
Oh my god, dude.
Like, I remember what put me off Callisto Protocol initially was one
Yeah.
of the first trailer reveals or one of the first gameplay reveals. It was like, it was just running around bashing people and he like went on a big slide then with spinning blades. But like, all I could think of that entire time, it's really funny you say Western Silent Hill. All I could think of was Silent Hill Downpour. Like that same gameplay loop of running around like an asshole. And then, oh, no, there's some asshole chasing me. You know, you got to do like a canned section. It's just, it didn't look good.
And
Some
and this
fucking
was the
orchestras
thing-
freaking out.
this was the thing too with like, so there were some scenarios where I would walk into a room of like 4 dudes and I would like want to tackle it in such creative ways. I'd be like, all right, I'm gonna throw this dude into the wall and then like whack this dude with my stick or whatever, with the nightstick that he has or whatever, the stun rod, and then I'm gonna like punch this dude in the face and then restand this guy, because you can do like cool restand wall combos and shit. It's
Yeah,
just
I've seen
that
some of that, yeah.
like the game doesn't necessarily reward you for exploring it too much, because like I died a couple of times trying to do this stuff, and then I walked into the room again and I was like, throw you into some blades, throw you into a fan, throw you off the edge. Okay, now there's one of you. Now I can actually fight you. And it's like, come on, guys. Like, you should know these things by now. It's one of those, again, it's like the Wolong stuff or the Wanted Dead stuff, where it's these devs that clearly have been part of these projects. Or I guess in Raincode too. Or these devs that have been part of projects where in some cases they've written the book on how to do some things, and then it just doesn't carry forward to the projects from this year. And it was pretty disappointing. I think that there's a lot of good ideas in there, and I hope that they go back to the drawing board on this and rework some things, because I think that a melee focused survival horror game like that could be really sick, but it wasn't this one. So
What a shame. So what
Yeah.
number are we at now?
Yeah.
48. Callisto
48,
Protocol.
yeah.
Yep.
Honky?
Yep.
Cut them, man.
Okay, I was gonna ask if we can cut Exoprimal, but that's already gone now. So,
Can we cut it
Oh,
again?
it's just the second time, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Cut Exoprimal 2 for the next year.
Yeah.
No, okay. So, another disappointment for me this year. True to my name, I want to cut a Wario game. I want to cut WarioWare Move It.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So, first off, I want to say it's a fun game. Generally speaking, it's a very fun game. It's so much, definitely not worth the money. They charge 50 euros here in Europe for this game, which is just insane because this game has no replay value, like at all. Like all the Wario games are like typically pretty short, but they're very replayable. They have a lot of replay value because there's a lot of unlockables. So there's a lot of bonus stuff you can find and see. Especially the last one before Move It was WarioWare Gold, which was like kind of like a compilation title of previous ones. Had so much content in it, but it was insane. But Move It has like almost nothing. It has a post game, but the post game, all it is more pretty much playlists of minigames, like old minigames, not new ones. So you get new ways to experience old minigames, which are not very new ways at all. Very cool, thank you. So again, the gimmick is very fun. It's pretty much a sequel to Smooth Moves on the Wii.
Yeah, I love
So
that
it's all
game.
about motion control. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all about motion controls, and it has a lot of the same charm. Like, if you remember from Smooth Moves, it had the announcer going like, you must hold the Wii pencil in pencil position, or whatever the fuck, right? And it has a lot of that going on too, but just can't carry it, to be honest. It's just so drastically lacking in content. And a big problem with it too is, you know, the Wii motion controls weren't the best, but they had like the pointer, you know, they had the point sense or whatever it was called, which made it like really work. The fucking Joy-Cons don't have that shit. And the game makes you do multiple poses, and they're like not just hand poses, they're like entire body pose, right? So you need to do like squats and like raise your arms up or whatever. Some of them work just fine, like consistently, but others are just, they just do not work. I tried to do them any which way, and they just do not compute. So.
And do you have to like recalibrate the controllers to get them to work, or is there anything you can do about that, or is it just sometimes just not work very well?
I don't think there was a manual recalibration button, because I think the way it works is just it really calibrates automatically before each minigame. I
Right,
assume.
okay. Yeah. It asks you to hold the controls a certain way, does it? And then it's supposed to calibrate? Okay.
Exactly, that's how it works. And yeah, so I was saying there was a squat pose, right? So you need to squat down, and then you need to like put the Joy-Cons onto your lap in a very specific way, and that one just will not register for me, no matter what I try. It's really weird. And yeah, just as someone who really enjoys the first WarioWare and the GBA, even like WarioWare Touch on the DS, just a lot of the charm is missing. It's just not as appealing. That, you know, a staple of the series is a song of lyrics, right? And there is sort of a song of lyrics in the game. There is like the muscle marathon, I think they call it. So it's like you have like a fucking buff dude being like, "Oh, you need to work out real bad," and like it's fun, it's goofy, but it's just not this. It just doesn't hit the same, bro. It just doesn't have the same vibes. So
yeah, it needs to be more of that. You know, can't just be just that. Like, I haven't played a few of the WarioWare games before, but not this one. Like, they do have so much personality and character because the stage songs like really set the scene. And a lot of them are really, really good songs, really, really catchy too. You'll be humming them like weeks later. Absolutely. But like, if you don't have that, then you're missing kind of like it's like everything was stripped back. And then at that point, like, what's the point? Because it's not like new WarioWare games are going to really push the envelope technically. You know, they're always going to kind of look roughly the same, even if it's like cleaner sprite work or better animations or whatever. But like, the heart and soul is all those goofy set pieces. So like, what's left? Like, we've already had these games. So if you don't put that in there, then what's there left to do, really?
Absolutely, yeah. So yeah, was quite a disappointment for me. And again, for $50, this is like, poof,
yeah, it doesn't feel worth 50 bucks, surely.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's a Nintendo tax right there. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Almost as crazy as willingly paying like $15 for the last chapter of a game. But you know.
Yeah, I feel like you guys can meet somewhere in the middle of these.
Oh yeah.
Hey, I bought the last chapter of Azure's Wrath myself. I can't say shit.
That shit's hype as fuck.
Dope, dude.
It's so good. It's so good, but I shouldn't have had to pay for it. And I shouldn't have had to pay for the Ryu and the Kuma DLC either. Didn't feel significant enough. But they were really cool. So, all the same. Yeah. So that's number 47 then, WarioWare Movement. Don, back to you.
I'm also going to continue with the game that is from my list, and maybe one person here disagrees with me here. I'd say Trepang 2, which it's like a very blatantly a Fear clone, like Fear the shooter. It's pretty alright at being a Fear clone, but I feel like that's kind of where it ends. Like, it's just like a pretty alright Fear clone. There's no Fear clones except Fear 2 and 3, which suck. So that's nice.
2 was pretty good.
And I don't like it. But like it's like it's pretty competent. Shooting is fun. There's like you got like the soldiers who muffle some dumb shit at you while you shoot them, and the slow-mo is fun and all that jazz. It also keeps the horror element from Fear, but it's like the horror stuff in Trepang 2 is just like super uninteresting. I think that's like it is actually a strength of Fear that shouldn't be understated in that game. Like that, even if it's a lot of jump scares, the spooky stuff in Fear is a lot of fun. I enjoyed that a lot, and I think the horror stuff in Trepang 2 just falls completely flat. It's just kind of there because it feels like they were like, oh, we are making a Fear clone. Well, we got like the slow-mo and the cool shotgun. You can do it with the shotgun, so that's cool. And all the soldiers, and like you can shoot grenades, and there's like reactive lights and blah blah blah. But they were like, oh, we also gotta get the horror part in, but it's kind of not very good. Like, it's just kind of there. I feel it's super unnecessary. The campaign isn't super long, which is fine in my opinion. It's like I think it's like a $30 or $40 game or something like that. I think it's technically an indie game, even though it obviously doesn't look like what people would call indie usually. But I don't know, it's just like, it's pretty alright. Pretty good, but there's like nothing really standing out to it except that if you want another Fear game, then go play it, but that's kind of it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know how I don't, because the thing is like technically I don't think that you're wrong. I think that the game is very, very much wears its influences on its sleeve.
Yeah.
But I also don't know if I consider that a bad thing. There's a couple of side quests at the very least that I felt did the horror pretty all right, or pretty well. I would definitely recommend at least doing the one that takes place in the one that's like in the abandoned like cabin or whatever.
Yeah, that one's pretty good. But
yeah,
the main story horror is just kind of
the main
story like a checklist. Like, oh, we gotta get the
Yeah.
jump scares from the fear game.
Oh, you got to get the back rooms too. You know.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
all there.
That was the part that kind of that specific part had me kind of like feeling tense, and then I walked through it and was like, all right, so that was so you could say that you have the back rooms in your game.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if I would cut it now.
Well,
I would
I mean,
definitely
you have a replacement.
I mean, I have my replacement probably would actually be Gungrave Gore Ultimate Enhanced Edition.
What?
This is specifically the Switch version, by the way.
Yeah, this is very specifically the Switch version.
I think
yeah.
Oh, fair.
Gungrave Gore came out in 2022 December of 20. No, it was November, right?
It was November, yeah. Mhm.
Okay, so it's not on this list. So we're specifically talking about the Switch port here. So why do you think why did you cut that instead of Japan 2?
So, I mean, a lot of this comes down to length, and I think that Trepang, for what it is, up until that final boss point, I think we're both probably disappointed by that final boss.
Yeah,
but I think that everything leading up to that point in Trepang 2, I blasted through this game, man. Like it was a ton of fun, and I never had a moment where like I felt robbed by the game or like. I just had a ton of fun with the movement. I thought that the minimalistic storytelling was pretty decent. I liked the level design. I mean, it's a little barren sometimes, but like
it's fine.
I liked the dialogue. I thought it was pretty neat.
Soundtrack is good.
Neat. Yeah, soundtrack's really great. Like I felt like it was also not just borrowing from Fear, but it was also borrowing from New Doom a little bit. And to see both of those games kind of, I don't know if you agree or not with New Doom.
I'm not sure if I agree with that.
That's fair. I mean, that's fair. But it was cool to just see that sort of. It was really cool to just play a game like that was just a fucking what's it called? Just breakneck speed all the way to the end. And then of course it just stops itself too short. Or stops itself like dead in its tracks when you get to the final boss. Yeah, and
it's pretty bad.
By comparison, Gungrave Gore in its current state,
the Switch version.
The Switch version, yeah. Even though they've done things like buff people's walk speed, they've included a new mechanic that makes fire rate go up the higher your beat count is, or your combo count is, and they've also added new obstacles into levels to accommodate this so that you can keep your beat up more efficiently in levels that did not have it before, which I thought was an interesting detail. But I will say that the game in its current state, that they've taken out some of the more dynamic aspects of some levels. A lot of these levels now are just more Gungrave Gore. And I've said it from when the game launched, you could cut that game in half and it would just be a more cohesive product. Yeah. And now they've made it even easier now on the Switch. Like the easy mode is now just easier even. Like I think normal and hard are the same as well as gore, but like casual is now even easier, and you have to play casual to get all of the unlockables. And the DLC characters that have come out too are like such a mixed bag. Like they want to do these melee characters, and they released a couple of them, and they just don't hit the mark. And I would say that like if you bought Gungrave Gore on PC or on PS5, you're not missing a ton with the Ultimate Enhanced Edition. I really like Gungrave Gore. I've played it for like 100 hours or something. But if for somebody that's already played the game and already like, bought it and everything, outside of wanting to just do challenge runs of it maybe, or wanting to play the most updated version, if you just wanted to support the developers, like I cannot really recommend that game outside of that. I would definitely recommend Trepang to a lot of people,
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think it's kind of a shame that like while I do appreciate the huge patch support for Gungrave, which I think is very cool, they also like kind of flattened a bunch of the levels, as you said. Like they turned a lot of the levels into yet another Gungrave level where like the platforming isn't great, but I don't think the solution is just cutting it. It's like I don't know. I think like the platforming and stuff like DMC actually contributes something to the games, even when it's like being bad. Like I wouldn't want them to cut the stupid cube room from DMC3. It's like,
not the cube room.
And like
And
they
comparing it to
cut
like
so
Trepang
much
2,
stuff.
right? Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. with
Huh?
that.
Yeah, they cut like the laser grid, for example, where it's like, oh,
Yeah.
it was stupid because it one shots you, so they made it so it barely deals any damage, and then they just took it out. It's like you're not fixing the problem by just removing it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I
It
don't
was,
like that. Yeah.
I didn't like it either. And like to speak to the level to the flattening of levels, the levels in Trepang 2 have you going through a ton of stuff, right?
Yeah.
There's
it's true. They're all
verticality to
unique.
these levels
Yeah.
as well. One of the boss fights even takes place in a 2-floor room, as
Yeah.
far as I remember, right?
Yeah, they're all like very unique. Also, there's a Gianni boss fight. That's how you know it's good.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. But yeah, no, Gungrave Gore, I mean, I like it, but I also am a Gungrave
Yeah,
shell.
so-
Like, I'm inclined to like it.
Yeah, I mean, you see, I can't just suggest cutting Gungrave. That was like that task falls upon you. Like,
Yeah,
I can't do
yeah.
that.
I have to throw Beyond the Grave in front of the Trepang protagonist. Like,
No,
no,
then
you
I-
take
then
the
I
bullet.
actually-
like,
Yeah, then I totally agree though. Like, I think we should cut Gungrave Gore Ultimate Enhanced Edition specifically instead of Trepang 2. Then yeah.
No problem, yeah. So Gungrave Gore Ultimate Enhanced Edition number 46. We've been doing this, guys, for over an hour now. Let's say we take a 5-minute break,
Yeah. Sure.
come back for
Sounds
about them.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Okay.
So 5 minutes, guys. Give us a moment there.
Yeah.
And we're back. Just wait a second for all the avatars to load in. There we go.
It's us.
Yeah.
Me.
So hope we all had a good break there, everyone. So we cut Gungrave Gore last there. That's number 46.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, volume level's all right. Cool. And it is now Sarg's cut. Sarg.
Okay, I will cut Little Company. So,
Okay.
Little Company is a really good game. It's what I will describe as the first Scooby-Doo type game, because it really encapsulates that sort of spirit. That
Oh, there's already Persona 4. That's a Scooby-Doo type game too.
which one?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Persona.
Persona 4.
Persona 4. Yeah, it's a
I
Scooby-Doo type
haven't-
game as well.
I
Yeah.
haven't played it, so. But yeah, Little Company is genetically engineered to be funny,
Yeah.
and we should play it, by the way. But it's really cool in the way it takes games that have been made before. Like it's clearly based on the blueprint of Phasmophobia,
Yeah.
and really looks at it and takes and thinks. What are the best parts of playing this game? What is fun about it? What are the parts we enjoy the most? The parts we remember the most? It takes that concept and makes it an entire game, which is really funny and works really well. The problems with it is that I feel like the progression is pretty weird. So, in Phasmophobia, for example, you have the money of the game. You complete jobs, you earn money, which is dollars, but for some reason it's in a really small scale, like risk your life for $20 every week for some reason. So in Phasmophobia you get more money, you get more gear, you take on more difficult jobs, and so on. In Phasmophobia you also earn money for jobs, you gotta keep a quota, basically, which means every 3 jobs, or days, but basically they are every 3 jobs, you gotta have earned a certain amount of money. If you didn't, your whole progress is reset, wiped. You start the game over, which is the sort of roguelike-ish progression of the game. I don't know. It works because the game will get very stale after a while for the amount of content that there is. But it also has sort of that problem where this makes the beginning of the game very samey. And it's a problem that many roguelikes need to figure out. Because you begin the game and you have 0 money, you gotta go earn some of that money, but you also have no gear. So first, the first boring thing is that your gear selection is extremely limited, which is kind of fun at first because you gotta start over, you gotta make do with very little, and that's fun. But the more you do it, the more it goes on. I think it takes very little to get kind of stale. And this also makes the pricier gear something you see very, very rarely, and something you're actually afraid to buy because you could lose it immediately, and you're afraid it's not worth the cost. So you keep buying maybe some more of the cheap gear, and it feels like it doesn't really reward going for the the big stuff. And the less you play it, the less you know how to play it, and the more you will die playing it. It's a bit weird, I think. Then the game doesn't have a lot of content. What it has is very smartly used. But again, I mean, to be fair to them, it's a very recent game. It just came out like last month, I think, maybe end of October. It's good, but right now it's not a lot.
Like, there's a big modding scene for that game as well, isn't there? Because like a lot of people play it like heavily modded. So like that's always an option as like a basis for
Like I said, it came out I think end of October, so we're like 2 months into the game, and most of what I see around is the people playing it modded, and the mods are extremely fun. Like the first 10 minutes of me playing the game with some friends, I had an idea for an enemy. I thought, oh, this would be really good if they did this enemy concept. And it's not in the game, but it's a mod now. The exact same concept is a mod. The modding scene is very cool. I've seen them make a lot of cool stuff that should be absolutely official in some capacity, and also some horrible stuff. Do not do that. Do not put a grappling hook in that game. Despite the rule, that grappling hooks always improve a game, it also does make it way too easy. So yeah, it's a good game. It's a really good game. Fun. Worth its price, honestly, because it's just $10, €10.
Yeah, it's cheap, yeah.
So we should buy it and play it. But yeah, I think it just doesn't have a lot going on right now.
Yeah. It's like one of those games that's been a social media phenomenon, but like it doesn't have the legs. They kind of go up against some of the other games in this list, probably.
Yeah. I think it has a really good basis for now, but I think it needs to refine that the progression. Another thing I actually forgot is that the level selection. You select which level you go on to, and there are easier levels and harder levels. And the easier levels are free. They don't cost money to access. The same in-game money you need to meet quota, so to not have your whole progress wiped, and to buy the gear you need to survive. And this makes it so that harder levels, again, you don't play them as often. Which makes sense, I guess, but also this enhances and contributes to the staleness of the early game. I think it needs more variables, more randomness, a bit at least in the early game. Maybe some rebalancing of the economy. But yeah, it's still a really fun game.
I like how you also kicked out Extra Primal earlier, which has the same issue but for different reasons. Like the early game is just kind of you play the same shit over and over, and like sometimes you see the last levels. You're lucky.
A lot of what I've seen on Lethal Company has really been. I mean, the people that play the game seem to make the game, pure fun more than the game itself, really.
It's like a content creator playground type game.
Yep. Yeah. Definitely.
Okay, that's fair then. Lethal Company out at number 45.
Wait. Am I stupid? I might be.
What's right?
No, ignore what I said. Wait, Sarg, were you talking about a different game? Were you talking about Lethal Company?
Yeah,
Talking about Lethal Company.
I'm stupid. Then.
Oh, okay. I thought I was going up and down my list going, huh, what the fuck up?
No, for some reason I thought he was talking about a different game.
I don't know about Lethal Company.
Okay.
Okay, so it was Gungrave Gore at 46 and Lethal Company at 45, and now it's my pick. We all agreed on that?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I panicked for a second there.
I'm just stupid.
So for me, of the list of the games I've really had a hand in, and I can kind of say, like, at this point, I feel it's gone far enough. It's F-Zero 99.
I was like always
amen.
thinking about Kick, and then I was like eyeing it. Like this game annoys me. The fact that it's here.
Yeah,
It's
like
overstayed its welcome.
I'm a little
Yep.
bit surprised it's got this far, but I think I would have pushed for it over some of these other ones if someone tried to kick it out, to be perfectly honest, because it's a good time. I played a few hours of it, like it got its hooks into me. It's I was never particularly a massive fan of the SNES version of F-Zero. I was more a fan of F-Zero X and F-Zero GX, which came after, which kind of refined the formula a bit. And even though I'm a big Mario Kart fan, I feel the same way. Like those old Mode 7, style racing games just never did it for me. That weird pseudo 3D style never quite clicked with me. But there's something about taking the old F-Zero formula where most people who play that shit will be bumping into the sides of the track and each other and whatever else, and putting 99 of them in one course. It means you're always going to usually, like, as long as you are like driving halfway competently, come the top 30% of the pack, you're always going to kind of feel like you have an option to do better. And the game has a lot of really, really cool inbuilt tutorial stuff, which is teaching you basically like, I'll try ramming them like this. Do this to get more of these orbs, which give you like this boost ability, which allows you to go into a higher track that only you can access, and you get like basically a fast lane. They overtake like a whole pile of people, so there's like all this strategy and whatever else, and because it is so hectic, and there is like the battle royale 99, I don't know, it just seemed real cool. I really, really enjoy my time of it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else really notable to say about it. Like it's just one of those games that can kind of get its hooks on you, and ends up being more than the sum of its parts, I feel. And another thing I should say, it's like a real gorgeous remake of an SNES game. Like I didn't know they could make remakes of SNES games like this. Like it's not like emulated. It's like some done from scratch with the assets remake of F-Zero for the SNES, but done with like 99 players, and it looks beautiful. I wish they would do other, honestly, just straight up SNES remakes with just this aesthetic. It looks great. It's so colorful. And like there is just something so impressive too, just about the scale. Like they start you off in a normal racetrack, in an F-Zero racetrack from the SNES versions of the game, which only had like I think 10 racers on one time, and it's a small track. And then the first time you go on the match for 99, it shows you there as a small guy on the track, and it like zooms out, and you see there's like 10 tracks beside you, and they're all full of other racers, and it's just like the scale. Like it's kind of mind breaking. They've come from the SNES era playing games then, and then see them mess around with that sort of scale. I feel it was real inventive for what it was on the tin, which to me should have been like this throwaway online game. But I feel that this is the right place for it to go. I don't think it should go any further than this. I think Honk, you're the only person who's played it. Like, what's your thoughts on it?
Yeah, you pretty much hit the nail on the head, to be honest. I think out of all the 99 style games that Nintendo has made so far, this is by far the best one. Like,
I think
easily.
so.
Yeah,
I think so.
agree.
I wish they'd do it in Mario Kart as well, honestly.
Yeah.
That'd be
I like
Totally.
I like
Yeah,
the
yeah.
super immediate PvP element in this, where it's like Tetris 99 is of course like cool and all, but it's like, was it 99 for Tetris? Yeah, right.
Yeah,
And
it
Mario
was.
was 35 or something.
Yes.
For Tetris, there's like it's like just kind of synced up, but it's not really against each other, I guess. I like the idea of F-Zero where you already like try to bonk into each other all the time anyway, and just amping that up to 11.
Yeah, no,
That's
there's
cool.
a real good aspect too of 99, which I didn't mention, is that every race it gives you rivals. And if you KO those rivals, you get more points, which levels you up, which gets you more cars and more skins and all that kind of stuff. So it really incentivizes you to go out there and smash people. And it gives you incentives then when you KO people in general, you get like a full boost bar. So it's always making you get involved in the PvP and interacting with other players and not just focusing on your own racing. You can ignore it, and you can't do really well by ignoring it, but like there's immediate benefits to engaging with that. And I just think the design is very, very good.
Yeah, I want to add that the one thing that the game should have had at launch that it still doesn't have, as far as I'm aware, that really pulls it down for me, is you can't make lobbies with your friends. You could just go into random plays.
Yeah. I want to go into a lobby for F-Zero 99 with like 5 of my buddies. Like, at the end of the day, it's so many people that barely makes a difference.
Yeah,
It's
and
so
like, I mean,
chaotic anyway.
It's like F-Zero. You also played against each other anyway, so like
yeah.
there's like no rules for our friends and that kind of shit. Like
Absolutely.
just let me do it. Like it's not super serious.
Sure.
Maybe they should make Smash Bros. 99 next.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Tycoon Polygon team. Like, you're all the Polygon team, and then there's one. Oh, Nintendo are going to steal this idea. It's way too good.
Yeah, I didn't say that, Nintendo.
But yeah, I agree with it being kicked out now. I just hope that it doesn't get shut down like 2 seconds from now. Like, I hope it stays online for a bit. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only thing about those games is they tend to be mad temporary. Where, like, you
Yeah.
know, that game should stay around and should see some updates or should they see iterations. You know, like, they have like that Mario Run game out for the mobile and they keep adding like stuff to that. Like, they added like a Mario Wonder crossover event. I don't see any reason why they can't do some stuff with this F-Zero 99. It feels like it has legs, or even the concept itself has legs if they want to do it with Mario Kart or something else.
Maybe they listen to this and they're like, oh, Doc kicked it out at like 40 something. Guess we gotta shut down the game now because it sucks.
Just taking their cap off and just slamming it in the ground. God damn it.
Yeah, exactly. I told you, dude. I told you.
All right, so number 44, F-Zero 99. Plat, it's your cut.
Yeah, so again, I'm going to cut a game that only I've played for very funny reasons that I'm going to get into. It's going to be Fashion Dreamer. I'm going to cut here. I will explain. Let me explain.
Yeah.
So, as I've ordered my list, I've secretly used 3 criteria, which I'm not going to drop them all now. I'm going to like stealthily like weave them into the narrative, but I'll get to that in a second. So, as the name implies, Fashion Dreamer is a pretty geared dress-up game, basically, made by a company called Sin Sophia, who have a history throughout the Nintendo DS and the Nintendo 3DS of creating a series of games that has a different name depending on where you live. It's either Style Savvy, Style Boutique, or Garry's Mode. And they were a series of, as you know, dress-up games where you ran a store, where you like did makeup for like modeling shoots, where you had like a village of people to like get to know and help dress up, and like, oh, I'm going on a date, I need an outfit, and then like getting to know these people, like cute little things like that. So you ran a shop, you helped models, you helped people, you had like a little area of people to help. And that series of games stopped in the 3DS, and ever since the Switch, people have been looking for their fix, basically. Where's the new Style Savvy? Where's the new cute geared dress-up game? So Fashion Dreamer came out this year, and by God, is it a very good girly dress-up game. But here is where I have to bring in one of my criteria for the list. So one of the criteria for ordering my list is this game genre-defining, or has the game elevated its genre? I hate to break it to you guys, but it's actually kind of destroyed the genre. Because there's now no interactions with people, there's no shop running business, you just basically run around the metaverse and pick people's outfits. So there's no sense of community, there's no sense of progression, it is literally just a dress-up game. But for people like me, who don't have time to sit and mod The Sims for like all the cute little outfits, like this is going to be my pick up and play dress-up game. But it has completely regressed the genre. So it's good for me. I enjoy the dress-up part of it, but I can't in good conscience put the game any further because it has regressed the genre. Like, they had a formula that was perfect and worked, and they just got it completely bare bones. So I can't in good conscience take it any further than this. It's destroyed the genre, basically.
Good job, Persona Q.
Yeah, thanks Persona Q too.
That's some cursed knowledge, that.
Yeah.
All right, so number 43, Fashion Dreamer.
Yeah.
F.
Cosmic, pick it away.
So this is not one that I've played. I've seen very little footage of it.
I like that.
I actually want to go with Idol Showdown.
Okay.
And this is because I've seen some footage of this game. I haven't played it. But from what I can tell, it's not really doing a ton. I mean, I recognize that like the VTubers and stuff that are in it did a lot for like Street Fighter 6. And a lot for like the publicity of the FGC recently. And I think it's cool that they have like a game that has them in it for like the fans of Hollow Live and all that sort of stuff. But In terms of all the other fighting games that are out right now, I mean, this is not even the first free fighting game that I would recommend to somebody. I would recommend like Ultra Fight Dakianta 2 over this, because those footage that I have seen, there's some cool flashy things going on in it, but there's nothing that makes me go, wow, I've really got to play this now. I really want to see what this game has to offer. Outside of like the Hollow Live aesthetic, I don't think there's really a whole lot to draw people in.
Yeah, as the one guy who's actually played it here among us, if you will. It's fun. I'm a casual enjoyer of fighting games, I should say. I'm much less professional than either Cosmic or Dark or Plat or like most people here are, to be honest. But I quite liked it overall. It's pretty fun. It's pretty charming. You can tell it's not as professional as something like Under Night or something like Blaze Blue. It got pretty charming sprite work, but it's kind of chompy looking.
It's a total fan project, isn't it? It's not like an official release.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So that's
super
fair.
Impressive.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
So yeah, I give it all the kudos in the world just for being like a full-on fighting game made out of like pure passion, pretty much, right? It's very impressive, but yeah, like mechanically or stylistically, it just doesn't stand out in any way whatsoever, to be honest.
Well, I'd say some of the style, definitely, like especially for games like this, they're quite indie games. A lot of the movesets for the characters are really, really cool. Like there's a moveset where a character hits one with a van, and she can get like a grenade going out, and she can come into the foreground, like shoot you from there, do like Snake from MGS.
Yeah.
I did see like I did see like the dog girl can like turn into a Mario sprite and like bonk somebody like they're like a block in Mario.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I think stuff like that is decent, but like again, it's one of those things where this is why I bring up Ultra Fight Dakianta 2 is because I would sit somebody down in front of that before I did this game. And Ultra Fight Dakianta 2 has a lot of this explosive stuff going on in it. That really makes it stand out in the current market as a doujin fighter, or like an indie fighter. There's also games like I'm trying to remember the other one that I had played recently. Easeloff, that's the other one. And Easeloff, there's Easeloff Plus. It's not out yet, it's not finished, but there's a lot of interesting things going on in that game too. In addition to a very interesting art style. Mechanically, that game, I think, is doing a lot as well. And Idle Showdown, I think, is, again, it's a passion game, like Honky noted. But I think that due to the other games that are coming out right now that are indie fighters, the competition is just too steep right now, even in that free market.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, I mean, I'd even say, like, if you're really into VTubers, I'm sure you get a lot out of it, because there's a lot of little references, a lot of little charming things that, like, I guess are things for the fans. I'm not a fan of VTubers, so I wouldn't really know, to be honest. But, yeah, if you're looking for free fighting games, you can play the original Multi-Blood right now with rollback netcode, and that shit is, like, way better, Just, like... Yeah, still rough out there for games like this. But, yeah, I still respect it a lot, and I'm sure a lot of people really like it, so, yeah.
Good, we tried kicking this out before SF6. That would have been really embarrassing.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Cool. So Idle Showdown out at number 42, and Honky, it is your cut.
Yes. Man, I had something in mind, but now I forgot already again.
Yeah.
Let me think real quick. Well, I'm just gonna pick one of mine then, because why not? I want to talk about a little game none of you have ever heard of. It's called Dead Zone, okay?
I know what that is.
Do you actually? That's pretty impressive. I might have told you about it, actually. That's probably why you know it. Yes. So, if you know Honky, if you know me, you know they're like Splatoon. I'm a bit of a Splatooner, if you will. And also we like Yumeniki. Yumenika, of course, the 2004 indie RPG. Well, not really RPG, but RPG Maker horror game. And Dead Zone is just like straight up a crossover of Yumenika and Splatoon. It's a fan game. It's about a character called Deadfish, who is a real character in the Splatoon 2 Octo expansion, which is by far the best DLC anyone has ever made for any game ever. It's
the best single player DLC, dude. Get your facts right.
I wouldn't even limit it to that anymore.
Oh,
But yes.
what? It like just got better over time.
Just gets better over
It's
time,
like
bro.
a fine wine, yeah.
Yeah, it just
It's
got
better over
better.
time.
It's like started appreciating all of its qualities after playing Splatoon 3.
Exactly. So yes, it's straight up. It's a unique clone. You run around in spooky environments without much in terms of dialogue or even like mechanics or anything. It's more about exploration, more about seeing things, just having things happen to you, having like a story told to you through very indirect means, very up to interpretation. It's a little different to Yuminike because there is a background to the character you play as in this game. Because again, it's a character from the Octo expansion. And despite this like apparent mismatch, right? Because obviously Splatoon very kid-friendly, very colorful, bright game, and Yuminiki being like very scary, RPG make horror game, it works stunningly well. The creator did like a beautiful job implementing Splatoon's visuals into this different of a genre, and I really quite liked it for just being this really short, really condensed experience that's just like tailor-made for me as somebody who's a huge fan of both of these properties. But yes, it's not much to write home about, to be entirely honest. Like, it's I can confidently say that it's fine to cut it down. I really liked it overall, but yeah, it's just there's just not much to it, to be honest. It's very short. It's cute. It's fun. That's it.
Cool.
That's all there's to say about it.
Okay. Dead Zone out at number 41.
I'm gonna argue against a game that I personally also haven't played, but for a reason, which is something that unfortunately hasn't been played a lot here, which is Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Raised His Name.
Ooh.
And that's for a specific reason. Because I really don't like old Yakuza games. Like, I tried getting into them a ton of times. Multiple games, I should say.
I would say Like a Dragon Gaiden would be not too far for being cut for me, but on the basis of this list and what exists here already, I would give you Battle Network for that.
You would give me... Yeah, that's a collection. We're talking about a collection here, right?
Yeah, so the Mega Man Battle Network collection, part 1 and 2.
Yeah, in that case, I do actually... Yeah, no, I think I agree with that. Just like... But I just want to, like, word out my... Like, just very shortly, my problems with that. With Yakuza, I mean, we can talk about that, like, whenever it gets kicked out at what point. Because I'm gonna say that's not gonna be the game of the year. But no, I agree. We can cross out Battle Network next. Even though I like those games, I haven't played the collection. I didn't play all of them back then, but I played some. I can't actually recall which ones. They're all good, but it's like a collection of games that aren't like. I mean, I'm very happy they are re-releasing all these Mega Man games, right? It's very cool that they're actually available. But this isn't like something like, which we'll get to later, which I also haven't played yet, but I gave them the money for it, so it's fine. Something like Ghost Trick, where the availability of the game was just like complete shit. Like, you could play it on phones, which was a bad version, and the DS version, which is a DS game. So, like, it's a DS, right?
Yeah.
So it's like there's some problems here, where it's like I guess like you could get your hands on Mega Man Battle Network somehow, but it is like a collection, a re-release. But what I was gonna say about Yakuza actually is I didn't get it, and I'm not gonna get it most likely because after playing 7, I was like, hey, this game fucking rules. I don't want to play Kiryu games, to be honest. I don't want to play with the mid action system.
Damn. Keep that energy. We've already agreed to Metal Man Battle Network. So Mega Man Battle Network collection. It's a pretty competent port. It has the games there. It is emulating the games. And there isn't that many bells and whistles to it, I guess. I would have liked some more other collection material. Usually with stuff like collections, I usually like they have like behind the scenes stuff. It kind of just has some artwork and it has like this 3D Mega Man helper on the screen. I'm not even sure what he does because I just put into the game. I think he's supposed to like suggest stuff, or I don't know. It looks like trash anyway, so I ain't even going to engage with that. And I played some of Battle Network 1, which I've played many times in my youth, and it's still a really, really good, competent game. It's like a mixture of like a turn-based RPG and a fighting game. And I know it sounds like a really weird combination, but if you go look at a gameplay video of it, I can guarantee it'll start making sense. You have like a 9x9 grid. You're both relegated to your own grid, and you got a set of abilities that'll either damage heal grids or damage directly to the other people. And you can do combinations. Like, it's basically also a deck building game, so you can do combinations of chips as well too that do more or less damage and stuff like that. But I can't say that the collection by itself is anything special. I'm really glad that it's been brought forward and it exists, and it also has online, which another big component of this is the competitive play.
Yeah.
So the fact that it actually has online and it has preserved that scene properly in some sort of way. I'm not sure how good the netcode is, but it's sick that they tried and it's there, and I definitely think it should be out before Yakuza. So
Yeah, fair enough. I think like all the other re-releases we have on this list are like way more substantial in one way or another. I think it's pretty fair to kick this out here, yeah.
And I think Battle Network as well too. Like I haven't played any past I think 3. Like as they go on, they have some diminishing returns unless you're super in the Battle Network. So like even as an entire collection, it's nice that it exists. But you know, I guess unless you play it competitively, you're not looking beyond usually the first couple. Unless you picked up like 5 when you were a kid and enjoy that one or something. I don't know.
They should have re-released Command Mission instead.
Oh man, that'd be so good. Could make a collection of that. That's only one game.
Yeah, the Command Mission collection, and it's just like it's like a game and like a soundtrack and some artwork.
They should have just tacked that on the end of Battle Network and pretended it was part of the same thing. That'd have been sick.
They should have tacked it on the second X collection.
Yeah, actually,
like one good game in there.
No, that's very true. Actually, sure, yep. So Mega Man Battle Network collection. Geez, that's more of a mouthful than I expected it to be. Out of 40th.
Adios.
Sarg?
Just play the card game BattleCon instead.
Okay,
what is that? I've never heard of that.
It's a fighting game card game.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Glad they looked that up. Yeah.
Yeah, it's dope. You'd like it.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll start this elimination with a short story. Earlier this year, I was catching up on a certain game, playing it, and it was pretty fun. I was actually very invested in the story that I had to watch on YouTube because it's not in the game anymore.
I know what you're talking about.
Oh.
So,
Okay.
what I was playing and watching was actually very interesting. There was clearly years of work put into it, and despite the bizarreness of the delivery method, which is fucking deleting it from the game, I was actually enjoying it. And then the latest expansion came out while I was still catching up on the story, and it stopped me from going forward. I didn't even play it, just what I heard put an enormous stop to my hype and interest. And yeah, it's Destiny 2 Lightfall. I haven't played it, but
Big shocker.
I am proposing this for Cat because not even Destiny fans like it.
Right, so
Well, we have 2 Destiny fans here.
Yeah,
Make
Honk, you
your
go
case.
first.
exactly, I can go first. Thank you. Okay, so fun fact. I made a new character just yesterday, and I actually completed the Lightfall campaign again just today. So
I'm
that's
sorry for you.
Hey Honky, what's like your recent playtime in that game? Let me check. very
Oof, I played a lot these last few weeks. Anyways, I actually disagree. I think it's not time to cut it yet. I think it's a lot better than people give credit for, honestly. I'm not calling it good. I want to clarify. The story is awful. It's
bad,
honestly
yeah,
the worst
the story's
story ever told in Destiny. Probably, maybe.
Nah, but it's up there.
Does it
I mean,
suck?
okay, it's
Yes.
honest more experience. Yeah, but however, I honestly think some of the things people don't give the expansion credit for at all are not bad at all. Like, for example, a lot of people shit on the aesthetics, right? People don't like that it went for this, I guess, vaporwavy, kind of like cyberpunky tone. But I think it actually puts a very creative spin on it, because Bungie has very unique art design, and Destiny is full of it. And I think Lightfall doesn't at all falter in that element. I think it's still really strong in Lightfall. So I think that is something I really enjoyed all the way through.
Can I just interrupt to say that I've seen a lot of people talk shit about Nimbus design, and I actually really like it.
Really? Okay, I mean, I disagree with you there. I think Nimbus is design is awful.
Okay. I am talking visual design.
Yeah, no, I hate them. Sorry, I hate how they look. I hate how they
Super
talk.
cute, the little cape is amazing.
This is
Alright.
And
this is
and
an amazing fight.
like the whole chest protruding for some reason, and they're super tall. I really like it. The first impression I got when I saw the Cloud Striders was this feels like Warframe characters, which is why I like them.
That makes sense. Yeah.
But yes, basically, all the quality of life stuff they added with Lightfall is really good. They made the game a lot easier. There's a lot less currencies now. There's a lot easier crafting now. A lot of new cool weapon archetypes are now in the game. A lot of new cool exotic weapons, or like the really rare ones, the really special feeling ones and playing ones. And I think everything that's not the campaign is honestly really strong. The seasons during this year they've ranged from pretty mid to pretty good, honestly. And overall, I don't think I don't think it's time to cut it yet, honestly. But Don, what is your take?
Well, I mean, like, as the biggest Destiny defender here, and me thinking Honky was gonna be like a little more negative on it, actually, I super agree with most of what he said. Yeah, I think, like, a lot of some people, I should say, think that like some of the changes they made to streamlining the entire game are like bad, which I do not really agree with. I think it moved the game forward overall, to be honest, which is like a very important thing for an MMO. Where like, yeah, your expansion story is very important. Like, for example, I mean, Shadowbringers, right? Everyone knows about Shadowbringers, the story. But I don't know. There's like so many, as Honky said, so many improvements to just systems and stuff that came with that I think like overall it has made the game a better experience to play.
Okay.
And while I think the story sucks, which I totally agree with, even though it has the best character in the franchise all the time, the missions are like 6 out of 8 missions, I want to say, are really good.
Yeah.
And there's like one that's just kind of nothing, and I mean, it's like 8 levels, which is pretty alright for a shooter. Like Halo 1 was, I think, 10 levels or 9, I'm not sure on that. It's roughly that length. Like Honky and me finished it in one night on hard.
Yes.
I won't be doing that, to quote Don. So no, I absolutely disagree. I don't think it should be cut out here. I have like several games I would suggest before that, even though the reception of Lightfall overall was like really negative. I think on the long run, it actually did a lot of positive things. I mean, like on the one hand, I mean, like I don't know what Honky would cut earlier than this.
Should I like name something?
Like if you have something,
Yeah, if you have something to offer and
response. I
Certainly,
already
okay.
suggested something I was gonna cut earlier, so
like-
maybe you have something.
The thing is, this one is going to lead to a fight because I know that at least one person here is a really huge fan of this specific game. So, I would like to cut Ghost Trick Phantom Detective.
Honky, I will bathe in your corpse blood.
Okay, you gotta
Yeah,
talk. You
that's
gotta
lovely.
talk. You gotta
This is
fight about
Ghost
that.
Trick?
Imagined.
offering someone else's game?
Yeah, no, that ain't it, fam. That ain't it,
Sorry, I
fam.
just didn't get into it. It just didn't do it for me. It just didn't.
I would rather hear Sarg defend War Tales than anything else here. Like,
Yeah, just like
I am ready for that.
pick random games or sucks list on Cosmic. This is a bad point coming from you because we could do the same thing for you.
I mean, that's fine. Sure. I'm ready.
Okay,
I mean-
but like, since we know, okay, Ghost Strike's gonna need some more discussions, and let me just cut some real quick that like I know there's not gonna be no discussion about. One of my own things. It's called Yume Nikki Dream Diary. Okay, it's not the same as Yume Nikki Dream Diary. They're very important. Okay, so Yume Nikki again, 2004 indie RPG maker horror game, got a reinterpretation / remake, whatever the fuck, in 2020, I believe, or 2019 or something like that, called Yume Nikki Dream Diary. It was like a 3D kind of Limbo style 2D platformer mostly game. Very panned by the community. Nobody really liked it as much as the original. It had some cool concepts going on, some cool ideas. It didn't really innovate or change much about Yume Nikki. It didn't really live up to its legacy whatsoever. So
kinda
it
like
comes.
Humaniki again. But
No,
worse,
it plays
or-
very differently. It plays very
Okay.
differently. So, but like the new gameplay is just worse. Like
Mhm.
the original doesn't have a lot of gameplay. You just walk
Yeah,
around
yeah.
and interact with things. but that puts you in like a Zen state. It puts you like in such an interesting,
Yeah.
unique atmosphere and mood. And the new one is just like puzzle platforming, I guess. You just like solve some puzzles. It's just not very creative or fun or anything like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in comes Yuminiki Dream Dairy, which I discovered on itch.io this year, thanks to a friend of mine. Released also this year, obviously. You can play it for free in your browser right now. It's called Yuminiki Dream Dairy, and it's the protagonist of Yuminiki is Medotsuki, right? And the commonly accepted theory is that she's a hikikomori, that she's like a shut-in, right? Doesn't want to leave a room. Well, in the story of this game, Medotsuki finally managed to leave a room, and she got a job at a dairy seller. So she now sells milkshakes, okay? And what you do in the game is you give milkshakes to various characters from Yuminiki and other Yuminiki fan games. And it's very cute, and it's very simple and very charming. You can beat in like 10 minutes, and that's it. I just put it in here because I thought it was funny.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, yes,
So a
Todd.
free 10-minute browser game is gonna go above Ghost Trick.
Yes.
Listen, he's got to try it at
Okay,
least.
if I could
Yeah.
send a slap through into
Yeah.
it, I would do it, my friend.
Listen, he's at least attempted, you know.
Listen,
You-
I'm just being real, okay? Those
Listen-
10 minutes were joyful. They were blissful. They were a great time.
My New Year's resolution for next year to take you down.
Plat is like, that's judging games by their length, huh?
I'm not gonna say the follow-up to that, Tom.
Oh no!
So like I think I might have zoned out for just a second there. Why did you start ranting about Dream Dairy? Is that your 39th, or is that you're trying to say
That's my
that's
39th.
better than you're okay with that 39th? Okay.
Yes,
So, like-
that's 39.
So Ghost Trick still isn't getting cut, so this is going to
It's
go
a
below
blip.
it.
Yes.
Okay, like I was wondering there why you said it got cut above it there or whatever. Okay, so
The white was gonna go further than it, like before I cut
Yeah.
in.
fair enough. That's what it's all
Exactly.
about. Thir-
Yeah.
That's
what it's all about. 39th Dream Dairy. That's fair enough. And that was Sarg's cut, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so now it's back to me. Let me look at this list. See who has bad taste in games.
Peter Jackson.
Would you know it? It's me. I'm actually going to go. I'm going to
Of
go
course I know
ahead
him. It's me.
and cut like a dragon guide in the man who raised his name now.
God damn it.
I just wanted to go a couple of steps further. I didn't think Battle
That's fair.
Network should be ahead of it.
That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I've played a few hours of this game, and actually been pretty impressed so far. It actually has shook up the Yakuza combat formula a little bit. Like I know, Don, you were saying like you really dislike it, and it has a lot of the same trappings and stuff. And I don't think anything will necessarily bring you back.
Mm-hmm.
I've played most of the old Yakuza games. Even though my favorite is 7, the turn-based one. Yeah, like so. In this game, you play as Kiryu after a point where he's given up his own identity. He's basically made a deal with a politician in which, in exchange for him, the politician taking care of the orphanage, which he takes care of, and basically supporting him, that he'll erase his own name and keep the secrets of what happened in the events of Yakuza 6, which was some plot involving the mob, I think, and like the CIA smuggling some shit. I didn't play 6, so I'm not entirely sure. But as a result of this, so Kiryu has his famous fighting style, which is the Dragon of Dojima fighting style. I think they call it the Legend fighting style in some of the games as well, too. At the start of Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who raised his name, you're using a completely different fighting style. And this is part of the agreement that Kiryu had made in order to conceal his identity, in which he wouldn't even fight the same way he did before. So he learned this new martial arts, which is basically agent style. That's what it's called in the game. It's got like another name that escapes me right now. But agent style is, as the name would suggest, it's a lot more like a uniform, simple strikes, simple kicks. But because of Kiryu, it's always like a certain amount of flair to it still. But he also has access to something called the spider gadget, which I was like right away. Like they threw us right at you because this was supposed to be a DLC originally. It wasn't supposed to be a standalone game. So it throws it at you the same way a DLC would, like just a pop-up.
Yeah.
So putting up a Yakuza game, I was like, what the hell is the spider gadget? And what it is, it's a line that you can send out by pressing the O button. And you can press O at the end of some combos. You can just hold O in neutral. You can dodge and then press O and do it then. And as it's called, the spider gadget, it's almost like a Spider-Man line. It's fucking weird.
Yeah.
And-
Grappling hook.
Yeah, like
Seen it,
kind
yeah,
of,
it's
but it's
crazy.
not. It's not really just a grappling hook because you can flick the stick forward and he can send them flying like away with it, or you can press punch and he'll draw them in and hit them onto the ground, which makes them bounce off the ground, and you can do an air combo on them in, which is always something that was really, really lacking in like the Yakuza games. I know Judgment got into the more of the idea of like, off the ground bouncing enemies and going in the other combos. But the addition of that by itself is enough going on for Yakuza, to be perfectly honest. They make me go, okay, that's a lot of fun. And then, like, not too far after that, you actually relearn your legend fighting style. So the Dragon of Dojima fighting style. And you can switch those styles in. So you can go back to the old Yakuza style and do all the cool shit you could do with that. Or you can go over to the new agent style and use all the new stuff that's available in that style. And yeah, like it's more than nothing. I actually much more enjoyed the short time I spent with it than I thought I would. And naturally, I think it's fine they go out here. Do you want to tell me why you hate Yakuza now?
I can, yeah. So they made Yakuza 7 or like a dragon, whatever the fuck you wanna call it. I don't care. That game is really, really good. That's like, I mean, I have a backlogged account where I gave it 5 stars because I was like, this is fucking amazing. I tried getting into Yakuza via 3 and 0.
Three's a bad one to get in.
Which I played for a bit, and then I was like, this is fucking boring. I think it was when I got to some golf mini game. I know it's probably optional, but I started it and I was like, this sucks, I hate this. Golf fucking sucks, by the way. Fucking hate golf. Anyway, then I tried
golf catching
into
strays out of
Zero.
nowhere.
Yeah, golf is stupid.
In this video game discussion, but go ahead.
Yeah, and then I played Zero a few times. I started it over a few times because it's like, you know the drill. Like, you go for a bit, then you drop it, and then you're like, oh, what the fuck's happening? I just start anew. And I did that a few times, and I was like, maybe I just don't like this game, actually. Maybe I just don't enjoy the combat, and like Kiryu as a character being like too dry for me, especially coming from, I mean, in this case I hadn't played it yet, but like especially compared to Ichiban in this case, it was like fucking amazing character.
He's a great character, yeah. I think Kiryu's a much better side character, yeah, but like he's like this avatar of like both, stoic manliness and kindness that just a lot of people really resonate with that. Especially with the way a lot of video game protagonists at the time were, like GTA and stuff like that, which the game was often compared to. Like Kiryu's like, despite being like, directly involved in crime a lot of times, like a very, very kind and caring person, and it's a different vibe to that,
He's bad at doing crimes.
Yeah, he is the worst at doing crime.
Yeah, not even like because he's bad at doing things. It's more like he's bad at actually getting crimes done. He always does something good instead.
And they always draw him back in.
Yeah, he's in for yet another crime, and then he doesn't do the crime.
But I think the Yakuza game is probably one of the worst games to get stuck in the loop of restarting with, because they're almost like directly comparable to the Persona games, which especially 7 is like. It's like there's this onboarding period before you get let loose properly, and that's usually a couple of hours. And there's very long cutscenes in them that are very dry, with a lot of J drama, like Yakuza J drama. And if you aren't really invested, like, even Yakuza 7 has that. But I think Yakuza 7's opening is really strong as well.
Yeah, because of Ichiban.
Yeah, because of Ichiban and because of like that really heartbreaking story that happens right at the start.
Yeah,
it
does great.
Yeah, it doesn't really have downtime.
Yeah.
But yeah, any other Yakuza game has that problem getting into it, and yeah, I can see why you wouldn't have got into it then. It's not like the little fighting you're getting with not a lot going on is going to really draw you in. And if you aren't there for the mini games or you aren't there for the side story, I would also say that the game's like 10 hours long without those things. So they are absolutely like, the Japanese simulation is part of the package. It's like going into all these funky restaurants and bars and playing darts and doing all that kind of stuff. It's the immersion's part of the package. So if you're not in for that, then you're probably not going to like it.
Like in 7, I didn't do too much of that stuff either.
Yeah.
Like I did the whole what's it called, the business mini game, because that's how you get a party member.
And that's one of the big side quests as well, which have proper stories and stuff. Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
and
usually
you get,
one of those in all the games. Yeah.
Yeah, and you become a fucking millionaire. I don't know why they don't buy Namba a new jacket, but whatever.
Yeah, and he comes back and he's still wearing that shitty old jacket. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess he's a little sentimental, but I didn't do too much of that. Yakuza 7 is still really long because it's got a lot of stuff going on, but as you said, it doesn't really have downtime in any of that long story part. It fills everything pretty well.
Yeah, and the plot rockets along at a pretty good pace as well, too.
Yeah, I never felt like I was missing out on anything by just playing the game at my own pace. And like in stuff like, for example, in FF7 on both FF7 and FF7 Remake, I always do all the dumb minigame shit on the side. I love that. I don't know. I don't care for it in Yakuza. I don't know why, but maybe that's just as a result. That's like I have problems with the games, and 7 isn't really all out about that, I guess.
Yeah, I just miss the thought of living in Japan, honestly.
Yeah,
you know what? Same.
Yeah, I mean, like go there for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'd love there. Yeah.
Watch like Fall Guys while you're at the laundry.
Cool, right? So, Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Raised His Name, out at number 38, and Plat, your cut.
Okay, so as I alluded to, like I kind of made like my own personal list based on a set of 3 criteria. First criteria is this game representative of the quality of gaming in 2023? Second criteria, is this game genre defining and has this game elevated its genre? The third category, is this considered a definitive game in its genre? So of my list, there's only one game remaining that's 0-3 in this list, and it's Metroid Prime Remastered.
There's 3 out of 3 in that list.
Veto.
That is
Well, volunteer something? I'm prepared to argue this.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Go ahead. Why do you think so?
I just think because so many aspects of Metroid Prime Remastered haven't aged well. For example, like the game nearly made me physically sick trying to represent backtracking in a 3D map at the time. So if the game is already making me feel physically sick because of how poorly it's aged, then that's not a good sign. So I don't think that should be representative of the quality of gaming in 2023. If things have aged so poorly, it's making its users feel physically sick. Second, is the game genre defining? I actually looked this up quickly. Like, people are kind of confused about what it is. Is it a first-person shooter? Is it a first-person action adventure? Which then leads me on to the third bit. Is this considered a definitive game in its genre? And what I put beside that is, if someone said, what X game in what genre would you recommend I play? And would this game be your first thought? Honestly, I think if someone in 2023 said, what like first-person adventure game would you recommend me to play? People would say Outer Wilds. So it's already invalidated.
I have some amazing news for you then. You could just... It's a Metroidvania. It is.
But would people
like,
recommend it as a
3D
Metroidvania?
game,
Would they recommend Hollow Knight something first? Something
Exactly.
In
There's
I would
so
not,
many.
I super disagree with that. I would not recommend Hollow Knight.
would.
Well, good thing it's not on the list.
that? What about Super Metroid?
If you want a 2D one,
That's the thing as well. For me, like, it's not even the best Metroid game by far. Metroid is a game with so many good entries in it. It's not even like on the list of the good Metroid games.
I super disagree with that. It's like top 3 easily of the Metroid games, and
Oh my god, look at Doug.
It is like one of the best.
But the thing
It
is,
is one of the best translations into 3D of any series ever. This is such a successful 3D
guess what,
translation.
Don? It's
of
making me
Super
feel physically sick. How do you like?
It's not making me feel physically
Well,
sick.
that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying there needs to be compromise here. Something needs to be cut. I'm not backing down from this because everything else on my list at least hits one of 3 of these in my personal definitions.
You're not cutting down from this, but like me and Don obviously are like obviously saying no, so that's not being
So
cut,
there has to be a
right?
compromise.
Yeah.
So
So we're gonna cut it later, Saul.
Yeah, Cosmic's played this as well, too. That I'm not saying this.
Yeah. So I will say that I'm pretty neutral on this game. I think that it's definitely one of those. What? It just is what it is. I mean, so of a lot of the games that I played this year, this was actually I think the only one that I didn't finish. And I got about 15 hours in. And while I think that there's a lot to like about this game, I don't know. It's probably a skill issue to some degree, but I didn't really feel that same sense of progression that I felt in something like Dread. And I don't know. The movement I wasn't crazy about either. I wasn't really crazy about the combat as well. I played this back on the GameCube too.
Yeah.
And I have pretty good memories of it. I would definitely say that like, you know, there's definitely things that I would cut before this, but I can't like actively defend it outside of its reputation because this is again a taste thing for me where if a Metroidvania doesn't have like that same sense of progression constantly, if I just feel like I'm moving through rooms constantly and I feel like I'm spinning my gears a little bit and the movement isn't up to par to what I expect from Metroidvanias, then I kind of just put it down like when I packed up my Switch and that was kind of it.
Okay, so
You know?
I disagree with both of those points actually. 'Cause-
Okay, well, can you offer another game in
Yeah.
response?
Yeah, let me look at Cosmic's
Yeah.
list. Not just kidding, since Plat suggested it. Let me look at Plat.
Oh my god, this is getting the spite stream.
I've seen some games here where I'm like, I wonder if these are good, but like I know like I wouldn't cut Metroid Prime here. It's a
Definitely not.
I mean,
no.
there's the problem here, which is there's a Vampire Survivors clone here, and I have no idea if it's good or not. Doc is the expert on those; he would know.
How do you
But
know
it's-
it's a Vampire
well, like-
Survivors clone? You wouldn't possibly know that.
Yeah, well, because it's 20 minutes till dawn.
That could be
Not
anything,
effortless,
man.
It could
Well,
be.
I mean, there's two wild cards that are just being ignored, which is War Tales and 20 Minutes Till Dawn.
What is War Tales? This is a Sarg game.
War Tales
right?
is a survival game, and
War
I think
Tales
to
is a good
Plad's
game.
point about like genre-defining games, or like there's so many survival games that are out right now, and like I don't hear about War Tales at all. I think that if you were going to suggest any sort of survival game now, it'd be Valheim or a bunch of other games before it. Sarg, you may talk though.
So, do you want to world spin on War Tales and like why I wouldn't cut it now?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, first of all, yeah, nobody knows what War Tales is because they made that game specifically for me. I asked them and they delivered. War Tales is a strategic combat RPG, sort of XCOM-like in its combat, set in a low fantasy medieval universe, and it's just a really, I think, high quality game for what it's trying to achieve. It's a what's that sort of term? It's an AA game, which only true.
Yeah.
It's not full priced, but it has some really nice graphics and style. And what it tries to achieve, in my opinion, is just a game that has a really good sense of immersion. It's it's a top-down game. You have a campaign map with your medieval world where you're just traveling. You play as a band of mercenaries. So this is actually pretty interesting, I think, because the mercenary aspect is not just an afterthought. It's played pretty well, but I'll get to that later. One of the things, like I said, is the immersion, which does really well with its plethora of mechanics. What you do basically in the game, as to describe the core gameplay loop, you enter a region and you sort of find out what's happening in that region exactly. There will be some events, some forces, some stuff that is destabilizing it. No, I butchered that word anyway. And so to progress the plot of that region, you find out what happens, you follow the threads, and you resolve the missions and quests and problems. But you're a mercenary, you're not good or evil. You do what you're told if you think it's worth doing. And that's actually pretty interesting. So you go around, you fight people, you resolve quests, you upgrade your characters, you earn gear, you upgrade your camp, which is one of the immersive mechanics that I think this game does really well. You have your mobile camp. Every time a day passes, your group is tired. You plop down to rest, and you have your. At first, it's just a campfire. Then you get a tent. Then you get some hay for your horses. Then you get a workbench for your guys. Then you get a cauldron to cook. And this is just one of the first things I noticed. And when I saw it in the Steam page, I thought, I'm getting interested. And then the game was in early access. It came out this year, I think. I'm pretty sure. Well, I mean, it's on the list, so it must have come out this year. And when I started it, after it came out, I selected, like, I made my band of characters, and I started the first fight of the tutorial, basically. And I selected my archer, and when you select it and you start, you select an enemy to shoot with your bow, and it made like a sound with a bow, a sound that I know is well recorded because I also did archery as a kid. And I was like, oh, this game is going for me. This game is going exactly for me because it's made by people that love medieval shit. And they want to represent that level of immersion. And it does it really well. It does it in the mechanics like the camp. It does it in the way the small fantasy elements are propped down. It does it in the design compartment because the armors are made up, but all of them are very grounded. The whole design, aesthetically, I mean, is grounded and feels grounded. And every little thing contributes to that. If you rest your band into an open field, you can have your horses, your ponies actually, eat the hay, and this will diminish the amount of food you require for that day. If you do the same in a city, you can have one of your characters posted basically at the I know I can kill myself. You can have one of your characters stand at the well, and this will also diminish the food requirement. It's littered by small details and touches that just you appreciate as someone who really like immersive medieval fantasy worlds. This is one of the strengths of that game. The second one is having a lot of options. The combat of that game is, like I said, sort of XCOM-like, sort of RPG, Baldur's Gatean, turn-based, you have your band, you have actions, there's an initiative order, that kind of jazz. But I found one of the biggest strengths of this game is really the amount of options you get. Your characters have like basic actions like hit, and the movement is separate. And then everything else is managed by the valor points, which are your resource. And this means that as long as you have valor points, you can chain actions together. And every character, every class has different ways to earn valor points. But these are temporary valor points. You earn standard valor points that carry through fights by resting. And then you earn temporary valor points during a fight that you will lose at the end of that fight. This creates a gameplay loop that is extremely engaging because as long as you do the right things, you can go on with that character. This means that you can chain your actions and combos in ways that make you just... It feels extremely satisfying to wipe an entire band of enemies on your first turn because you chain the right things together and you use the right passives together to earn more resources to chain more stuff. It's an extremely well-made, it's an extremely well-made mechanism that maybe is just a bit overpowered because, like, as someone who really enjoys strategy games, you steamroll everything if you know what you're doing. So, I think this is a game that has a lot of merits in the way it does things. I think it creates a pretty nice experience, pretty unique even though it's not revolutionary in, like, the genre. It's a turn-based RPG. But this is a unique game for people like me, and it's something I really, really appreciated.
So, like, You're basically saying it shouldn't be cut now.
Yeah.
I was gonna say. Well, I was gonna follow it up with. So we're cutting it, right?
Okay,
Let's just leave
there are
this up here.
multiple people like me. The people like me that don't like games, and
That's
the people
totally
like me that
fair.
like medieval games.
That's totally fair. The game sounds really good. And I can see
Yeah.
totally why you're fighting for it at this point. But like,
Yep.
we've had Plat's suggestion for Prime, which was countered by your suggestion for what was that game called? War or something? War Tales?
War Tales, yeah.
So what's the consensus here? Like, obviously, like we're not. Or what do you think, Plat, about this? Considering it's your cut.
Plat, I can tell you a game that should get cut before Metroid Prime, actually.
That's what I was looking for.
And that's Japan too.
Oh my
I'm not
god.
fucking
Oh,
cutting
yeah.
Prime before
I
Japan.
actually, I disagree again.
Oh my god.
Bullshit.
Oh my
I
god.
actually
It's
disagree.
stupid and you know it.
How
For
are we
the-
arguing
No,
already?
For the
I
prestigious
don't.
number 37th.
This is like
No.
one of the
Yeah,
most
absolutely, dude.
like you are arguing that one of the most well-regarded games, like ever, literally ever, should be cut.
But it's
No,
emblematic
no.
of
I'm not-
2023.
I'm
It's
not.
a-
I'm not.
It's
arguing
fucking
that
Japan
either.
is not emblematic of 2023. That's a Fear clone, and Fear is like 2009 or something.
And also,
Here's the thing, Don, is what do we have to fear except fear itself or fear clones?
Well, you know, the cool thing about Fear and Japan 2 is that Fear is better than Japan 2. So this is like a clone they made that's worse than the original.
Honestly, I wanted to hear Sarg's thing about War Tales, just
Yeah.
because I didn't really know what to think. I mean, same with like 20 minutes till dawn. I would honestly be willing to give up a game from my list. So both Trepang
okay.
and Metroid Prime could go through.
Which is that?
it's not
And that game is Killer Frequency.
I was gonna like wondering what that is.
talk
yeah.
about that.
Yeah, so Killer Frequency is an interesting game, and I actually wish that it had made it a little further. But considering what is on the table right now, I don't think it will. Especially since I don't have like really intimate knowledge of some of the other games on here, like Fair and Hunger 2, Termina, which I'm pretty interested to hear about. But Killer Frequency is an indie horror game where you play a radio talk show host, and you are you're on an overnight shift.
Yeah, I've heard of
And-
this game actually. It sounds really cool. Yeah.
And you're in a town where there's this is going to sound really fucking cheesy. So the serial killer that's in the story is called the Whistler. And the Whistler whistles before they kill
Yeah.
people, you know.
That's cool.
So you
That's
basi-
strong. That's an audio cue in a game about
Yeah, it's
audio.
true,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Mhm. And so you take calls because like the 911 is not like there's only 2 cops in the entire town basically, and one of them gets killed and the other has to drive 3 hours to go and to the next town to get help. So you are the 911 call now as a radio show. It's you and your production assistant, and
Yeah.
so
And you're running the show at the same time,
yeah,
the radio show at the same
you're
time,
running
and
the show
you're
at the same.
and you're
Yep,
also getting the overspill from the police department. Yeah.
Yep,
Okay.
Yep, from 911. So
Yeah.
you're doing that. Well, but also you have to run ads by putting like 8-track tapes into a player and stuff. And it has these interesting puzzles where you have to help people escape the Whistler because they'll call in and be like, "He's here. I don't know where he is, but he's here," or whatever like that. The game does allow you like plenty of time outside of certain queues. There are some queues that are timed, and then others where it allows you to pick and choose how long you take to answer certain questions certain ways. And a lot of these puzzles have some pretty interesting details to them. I was pretty enthralled by this game, I will say. I wish there was a little more to it. I wish that some of it feels pretty low budget because of the fact that the entire game just takes place within the what's it called? Some of like
The
within
radio
the
station?
radio station.
Yeah.
But like, there's no. I mean, it's like far be it from me to expect like combat out of an indie, radio talk show host. horror game. But at the same time, like, I would have liked some sort of altercation at the end, because the way that things kind of go down at the very end it's engaging, absolutely, but it's very weird to me like how some things happen in the story.
Yeah,
but
feels like constrained by its mechanics maybe somewhat, and they couldn't move outside that. Yeah.
Absolutely, yep. And there's also like the identity of the killer is also comes out of left field, in some senses, I will say.
That's a shame.
And it's like, let me put it this way, it's like half makes sense, half doesn't, and that's really the only way that I can put it without spoiling the end of the game.
Sure.
So I'm probably doing it a little bit of a disservice, but there's an aspect of that killer where I just go, yeah, you couldn't write your way out of that, so you just came up with this.
Yeah.
And that was like one of the only parts of the story that kind of made me go, all right. And I also found it a little weird that like they kept trying to keep the tone of this radio show going, where like in a town like that, if you were still running the radio show instead of just taking the 911 calls, and your character's still like, hey, you're on the air with blah blah blah, and I'm so and so, and it's like this all feels too, what's the wrestling term, kayfabe?
Kayfabe,
right?
yeah.
It some of it feels a little too showy, and like they're trying to play too much to the fact that you're a radio host. When I went into this game, I thought that I was going to be doing a little more hunting for this guy, actively trying to figure out who he was or exploring the town. You know, when they said, you know, oh, you're 911 now, I was like, well, there's not a lot of sense of urgency going on here. Not only by the tone of something, like some dialogue that's going on, but also the fact that the game allows you to think out a little bit too much, like the solutions to the puzzles. There are times where like I would sit on the call with somebody for like 5 minutes going, man, what the hell should I pick? You know, and like trying to decipher what it was asking of me. And for an ordinary puzzle game, I don't think that's a bad thing. But when you're trying to instill this sense of urgency, this sense of horror, this sense of terror that a small town, like a legendary serial killer has finally come back to haunt it again during this night, and especially when there's this idea of a sense of time going on, because you're doing basically the whole overnight shift. I felt that was a little bit of a disservice to the game. Again, it's one of those constraints by it being so limited. But at the same time, I felt like the storytelling in it and the writing really carried it. And the aesthetic of it is like very 80s, sort of like retro wavy, and I really liked that. But I really feel like if they had had a better budget and they would have been able to have you go out into the town a little more, and show you sort of, because a lot of this stuff, like a lot of your experience with the town happens off camera, and to some degree I get why they did that thematically, but I would also really like to see a higher budget of this game where they were able to explore a lot of those things, because unfortunately they didn't get to do that this time around.
But I mean, I agree. Remove that instead of Prime.
Yeah.
Sounds
Yeah,
good.
no, I've heard of that game. Like the concept was like I didn't know what the name of the game was, but the concept's super interesting. It's like I think a running theme with a lot of the early cuts here is like, you know, I would like to see this again. I would like to see the same studio do this again with more of a budget, or this time given a bigger shot, or maybe like taking the lessons from last time and just doing it that way, you know. But
yeah, I will say that the concept was enough to draw me in, and
totally,
it's interesting because this is a horror game with no gore at all. Like there's sounds of gore, you know, or there's sounds of killings and stuff, but there's absolutely like no blood. There's no gore. There's like themes of this stuff going on. There's common threads and you know, through lines and stuff in terms of the way that things are presented. But yeah, it's like a T-rated horror game. And for that alone, I'm like, that's a little innovative, you know, especially for the time that we live in now, where everything is super hyper realistic, and you know, like Mortal Kombat has people pulling dudes like testicles out through their spine or something like that. It's like,
And when it is in the games, then they're trying to kind of do the Resident Evil aesthetic, which is very much blood and gore
Yeah.
a lot of the time. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, even like one of the games that I'm excited about in coming years is Hollow Body, which is really pulling a lot from like Silent Hill 3.
Awesome.
Yep. So that's it.
So, Killer Frequency out at number 37. There you go, Plat. You started a huge argument.
Jesus.
That was
Holy
crazy.
shit.
I wonder how long it took to get through that. That was a long time.
I like
Sure.
just randomly yelling, "Sarg, defend your stupid fucking game!" I haven't.
I mean, I wanted to hear it, so it didn't come up later. I mean,
now
like,
it's your turn.
now we know where it goes, And I
Yeah,
offered up my
cousin.
own game in return, so I feel like that was a good send off.
Equivalent exchange.
Well,
Yeah.
you have to offer another game, Colin.
Oh. Oh yeah, that's right. It is my turn now. Isn't
Yeah.
it?
You say Metroid Prime.
There you go.
So Samus Aran is,
Oh my
Like an iconic figure, I agree.
She is iconic.
She is. She
Yeah.
is. Yeah, absolutely. But is her game genre defined? No, I'm kidding.
Yes.
Honestly, Doc, let's talk about 20 Minutes Till Dawn.
Boo.
Okay, I can talk about 20 Minutes to Dawn. So, what's really funny about this is in the last round of the conversation, you both targeted Sarg, and then you were going through all these other games, and Cosm mentioned 20 Minutes to Dawn like once, and no one pressed me on it at all, because I'm totally fine with this going now.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, I want to
And
say though, before we go on, I just want to say that's a really cool art style. That's like the only thing I know about that game.
Yeah,
It
I was
has
gonna
a
say
cool
it
art
does have a
style.
cool art style, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
so
It
it's
is
like,
a Vampire Survivors clone, right?
it's
Oh,
an
this
ass game,
one,
yes.
yeah.
It's a
Okay.
asymmetrical survival shooter, so...
Yeah, an ass game, sorry.
It's
yeah.
it's
This
an
one looks
ass
good,
game.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, like it's got a really really strong aesthetic, which is like mostly dark hues, like blacks and dark greens, with like really really bright reds and whites. So like the bullets are all like white against this black and green background, and the highlights of your character are usually red. And then there's like some enemies that like like maybe if they're super enemies, they got like a barrier, with the barrier will be red and white around them. So it like pops almost like an old LCD game kind of, but like really clean and really really high res. And as far as like an ass game, it's really good. At the start, I was a little bit underwhelmed. It's more like a twin stick shooter, which I'm actually fine controlling ass. I'll control ass all day long. But like,
Hey.
there wasn't much going on at the start for me. But as I start to unlock characters, there's a lot of different strategies start to emerge right away. Like I unlocked a character which every 8 bullet they fired lightning, so I thought, right, I'll give them the quickest firing weapon in the game, which makes lightning come down all the time, and then focus only on the lightning upgrades in the tree, which meant that, like, every time I fired like 7, 20, or 30 bullets, it just puts a shitload of lightning on the screen, and all those lightnings can debuff and damage and everything else. And like when the enemies burn off the lightning, then I get healed, shit like that. So it has all the real snowbally elements of what makes the ass games real good. And what's really good about it is it's real immediate with it. It's actually quite a small package. Like the other Vampire Survivor style games usually have like 3 million achievements, and each achievement usually unlocks something, which I find very satisfying. I'm not an achievement hunter, but if you give me an achievement and give me a reward for that achievement, like an ability or a character or a weapon, I will get literally all of them. I think that's an awesome way to do achievements. This one, it's like there's a couple of skill trees, and they're very small. And you can very quickly complete runs and get through most of the skill trees, to the point where then you're just trying to kind of push yourself through the higher difficulty of the stages just to see if you can or not. It was always a game I'd fire on if I had to go to the store in an hour's time. I'd be like, right, okay, I'll get around the 20 Minutes to Dawn on, something like that. It's really, really, real good. I highly, highly recommend it. Anyone likes the genre. It's definitely the best ass game I've played this year.
Oh.
Yeah, I thought it was real solid. So yeah, 20 Minutes to Dawn out at 36.
Rebozo.
Julio.
Yeah.
It's really funny, no one pressed me on that because I was totally happy with that going out around now. I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised it got this far. I'm very happy with that.
Well, Honky, it's time to strike back.
No, actually, it's not. I'm actually
I'm just
gonna
kidding.
cut one of my own games again.
And yeah, I was just kidding.
Blasphemous 2, I want to cut.
Okay.
So, this game, I didn't play the first one for full disclosure, right? So, things that I instantly like, first off, it's a Metroidvania game, right? It's very Castlevania-ish in that it's melee focused. You got skill trees in it, but honestly, the abilities aren't very impressive. Like, you can level up your weapons and earn new skills and stuff, but like, I don't know, I barely use them to be entirely honest.
Oh, so
Yes.
it's just like Blasphemous 1, okay. Nice.
I guess so. But yes, what stood out to me instantly is the backgrounds are like this beautiful hand-painted style. They really stand out to me. It's gorgeous looking, the backgrounds. But the sprites themselves are like teeny tiny, especially I played this on the Switch. And like on the Switch screen, it's just hard to see. The sprites are just small as flip. And they go for this really smooth animation style, which honestly kind of distracts from it for me because it just doesn't have a lot of impact. It's also smooth, it just doesn't strike a lot. And the sprites are just so small that there's just not a lot of detail, especially for these character designs. Like, if you look at the main character, he has like a really involved design, a really cool one, but it just doesn't shine in that small sprite. You can barely even recognize it. It's a big problem for me. So, that's the one thing that really stood out to me at first, but then also, the writing itself is just bizarre, because it's so, like, it's like the most try-hard, like medieval, old-schooly sounding writing I've ever heard. Like, it used all of these extremely long, extremely outdated terms, extremely hard to understand. Like, the story is hard to understand, not because it's complicated, but just because the writing, like, does everything in its power to make it sound complicated. It's really weird.
Antagonistic, yeah. Have you played the first Blasphemous?
I have not, no.
See, I was
have.
wondering how it measured up, basically, if it was better or worse.
Yeah, I'm actually curious myself, yeah. But,
Everything... Sorry,
say?
you wanna
Go on.
push? Okay. Everything you're saying is just one. Blasphemous
Okay.
1.
Yeah.
The very short opinion I can give without going into a full rant and having Doc post the thing is
I'll post it
Blasphemous
anyway,
feels,
just to be safe. There we go.
Blasphemous feels like a game. It's like what happens when an artist thinks they don't need game designers. That's just it.
Yeah, that's a good
Okay.
way to put it, because it's a very pretty looking game. So, yeah.
It's amazing looking. It's one of the
Yeah.
best looking games I've ever seen.
Yeah, so going on, I will say the level design is something that really stood out to me positively. It's very smartly designed, a lot of puzzle solving in the level design. Everything's very well connected, a lot of shortcuts and stuff. Yeah, it just flows really well from level to level, from room to room. And the bosses themselves are also really fun. But a thing that really stood out to me is just the amount of bugs. I played the Switch version and just so many bugs non-stop. The music would constantly cut out, and some of the mechanics would just not work. Like, there's this NPC that increases your maximum health once you give them an item. It just wouldn't increase the maximum HP. Like, sometimes it just wouldn't
Bugged
do it.
out. Yeah.
He tricked you.
So,
Like, thanks for the item, idiot.
overall, I like it. It's fun to play. I haven't finished it, for full disclosure. I got, like, some ways into it, I will say. Like, 50%, I'd say, roughly. And it's good, but it's just so many little issues that hold it back for me personally. So yeah.
Can I just say one funny anecdote, whatever?
Yeah, sure. Go
About
right ahead, yeah.
one. I have finished one, and you know, and you know, to back my previous statement, you get I won't spoil anything, but you get to the final boss. You do a quick little boss fight that clearly there's more after. Okay, cool. You get to the actual final boss. You lose because it's pretty hard, and then you gotta walk over, like, you gotta walk through a long, empty corridor, do the previous mini final boss fight again, and then access again the final boss.
No, man.
Please
That
don't
sucks
do this,
ass.
please. We've had Dark Souls before,
Hell
you
no.
know, you should know.
Nah, especially after a long slog like that, that's not something you want in your design, I feel. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay,
Alright. Blasphemous 2 out of 35.
before I cut a game that absolutely deserves to be cut, I'd suggest we take a short break instead.
Oh my god.
You know what? I was going to do it right after your game, so that's totally fine. We'll take a break now for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Alright, folks. Give us 5. And we are back.
Go straight.
You didn't even give me a
God.
chance to lead in here. You just
Right
went
in
go
front of my
straight.
biscuit.
Listen, I knew Plat was still eating, and I wanted her to say something.
Well, since there'd be no argument, go straight to those.
Nom nom.
No, welcome back, everyone. Hope everyone enjoyed their break. Dawn, is that your serious
No,
choice?
that is not my next pick.
Okay, okay.
Ooh.
You live today.
You live today.
Listen.
Possibly still be
Plat,
filmed
wait,
today.
Plat, can I ask you a
wanted
question?
that.
What are the 3 categories again?
Okay, well these are just mine. Like people
Yeah,
don't
just
have
go
to
ahead,
abide by
just
these.
go
Okay. Is this game representative of the quality of gaming in 2023? And I put in brackets, would you be happy taking this game to 1993 and showing people what the world of gaming is going to be like? Second
Okay.
category, is this game genre defining or has this game elevated its genre? And the third category is this considered a definitive game in its genre? So for example, if someone said to you, what rhythm game would you recommend I play? Would this game be one of your first thoughts?
Okay, well, maybe Cosm lets me do it this time, but wait, no, actually, no, I suggest Trepang too. Fuck it. I want to get rid of that game already. It's way too high. Like some of the games that have been cut before this should have switched places with it.
So, Don.
Yeah.
Here we go again.
See, here's the thing, Don. All
Yeah.
right? This is the issue that I have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. We did it. We defeated the evil. Trepang to a lot. It's a very good bite-sized
Yeah,
game.
Trepang. So Trepang 2, this is what I will say, is that if you really like some video games and you like Fear and you want a short game that you
Then
can
play Fear.
blaze through and just enjoy the hell out of, I really recommend Trepang 2. I had an absolute blast with that game. When I was playing it, I couldn't put it down while I was playing it.
See, I could. That's my problem with it.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. I mean, until I got to the final boss, and then I was like, all right, I can definitely
Yeah, but that's a
put this
different
down.
story. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's because it's bad.
Yeah.
Cool.
So-
So, Trepang 2 at 34. Anything else to say about it?
No, I mean I talked about it
Yeah,
already.
so-
Like I basically said
It's-
everything I think about it already.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. That's about it.
Game
Pretty good. Got some issues.
Sarg?
Okay, so what the fuck is Orbo's Odyssey?
I was thinking that too.
Yeah,
Orbo's
same.
Odyssey.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Orbo's Odyssey.
Why did you cut
Okay.
Trepang versus Orbo's Odyssey?
This is a 5-minute browser game.
I feel like this is going crazy.
Sure.
Like, why is this
That's fine.
still here?
Listen, okay, let me tell you about Orbo's Odyssey, okay? You play as a little guy called Orbo. He's a worker at a factory, okay? The problem is he gets locked into the principal's office, and he cannot escape because he has no arms. So the quest of his Odyssey is to make an arm so he can escape his fucking office, alright? That's what it's
Yeah.
about. So what is the game, okay? It's a collective one, pretty much. It's Mario 64, except you got really interesting movement. So what you can do at any point, you can just shoot yourself like a cannon at like fucking
Shoot yourself.
200 miles per hour, just like into. You need to like, I can't explain it in words. You need to actually like watch footage of it, but like out of like nothing, you can just shoot yourself out of a fucking cannon at like rapid speed, just forwards, like in any direction you want. It's so fucking fun. It's super just fun and enjoyable every single second. And it's also just really weird. So much fucking funny, interesting, weird stuff in it. It's got really cool music, which is all royalty free, by the way. And it's kind of like inspiring in a sense, because it's like, okay, I can't make music, but maybe I can like code and make arts, and maybe you can make a game even I can't make music, you know what I mean? So it's like, I know, Orbo's Odyssey, really fucking, I really like the game. Really, really like that game. It's a big one for me this year. So, no, I'm not getting
Sarg asking what the fuck is a game is like, you're on thin ice there, buddy.
Thin ice, bro.
Yeah, I'm looking at this game and it's very, very honky core. I'll say that much.
Definitely, yeah. Absolutely.
Also, I will say, I gifted it to our friend Max, and our friend Max absolutely loved that game too. So
It does look good. In fairness, it's one of those games that seems like it has its charm. Like it knows what it wants to be. It's not just trying to be random with it. Yeah. Like
absolutely.
the very little scene, but like, if your Orbo's Odyssey is being attacked directly, Honky, what do you have to offer in place?
What would I cut before Orbo's Odyssey?
Yeah.
I would cut Okay, one of my games actually I would cut
Yeah.
Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe. Honestly,
Mhm.
here's the thing. I really enjoy this trilogy of Kirby games, right? It's like an unofficial trilogy, but people do consider it a trilogy, which is Kirby's Adventure, Wii, or Return to Dreamland, depending on what region you're in. Kirby Triple Deluxe and Kirby's Planet Robobot. Now, Planet Robobot is just peak, like such a fucking good game,
Yeah,
right?
it's the best one in my opinion. Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah.
And Return to Dreamland is also a really good game, but I will say you can see that it's the start of that trilogy because the level design is a little more flat, it's a little bit more boring. The gimmick is like special powers that you just like use for a couple seconds for like a screen or two, and then they go away. I mean, it's just not much, honestly. I mean, it's a Kirby game. It's all very high quality. It's all very fun. It's all cute. It's all charming. But it just doesn't live up to the high highs of Planet Robobot or even Triple Deluxe, I'd say. But I will say though, this is a remaster, obviously, of a Wii game, right?
Yes.
And
yes.
as a remaster, it's really damn good because it added this thing called the minigame, Magalof's Minigame Land, it's called, right?
Right.
So Kirby is known for its minigames. Everything in Kirby game has like 1 or 2 or 3 minigames included, and usually they just kind of sit there. You can play them if you want. You don't really need to play them at all, right? But Magalof's Miniland takes that concept to a whole new level. You got like 20 or so different minigames from across the series remade in Kirby's Adventure. And playing them all, you actually get like points, and you can use these points to buy like masks that you can wear in the main game of like different characters from the series. So you can like wear a Meta Knight mask or a King Dedede mask during the main game if you like play the mini games, and it's so damn charming and so damn fun. It's really impressive what they did with like these mini games that like just didn't really do much in previous games. Are like a big part of it now. So I really like it because of that. But yeah, despite that, I still cut it now because again, it is the weakest of this trilogy of Kirby games. And yes, that is my reasoning.
Nice. Yeah, no, I think with Kirby games especially, it's like, as someone who's played a lot of them but not played this one, Kirby games either are like really, really excellent, like genre-defining games, or like mid but polished.
Yes.
And it's hard to tell before you start playing which one that's going to be. Cause even I was playing Robot, I was like, oh, this robot gimmick. But by the end of the game, you're just going like, this is one of the best games I've ever played.
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
Yeah. So that's 33 in it for Kirby Return to Dreamland Deluxe. Okay. So successfully deflected Sarg's shot there right at Orbo or whatever the fuck it was called.
I'm going to tell them about Orbo to death, bro. I love that.
Kirby died for Orbo's sake.
Yes.
But I mean, Kirby's kind of an Orbo himself.
I'm just going to look through my games very quickly, or the games here, before I make my own choice. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to cut one of my own games here. I'm cutting the Super Mario RPG remake.
Okay.
It's the same game I played pretty much when I was 14 on an emulator because the original Mario RPG was not available in Europe. And it was a game I always seen in game magazines and really wanted to play. It's an extremely faithful remake of that, with some bug fixes, funnily enough. And really, really beautiful 3D graphics that like perfectly capture the vibe of that old Square Enix 3D sprite art style, but also manage to translate it in 3D where it makes sense. It's kind of hard to explain. You kind of have to go back and look at how the original animates and like the weird trickery they use. They get away with some things, and then see how they've then went and approached it in 3D where that type of trickery isn't necessary. It finds this really nice in between where it looks retro but also, you know, more modern at the same time. I played a few hours of it in the plane from Japan. Exactly what I expected, which is one of the best RPGs you'll play. But it's also a remake, and it's exactly the same thing as I played ages ago, so I don't really feel that for a game of the year list this year, it's pushing anything particular that I would want that they go further as being emblematic of anything else, so I think it's perfectly fine for the its end here.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Fair enough. Yeah.
What number are we at? What do we call last time? Actually, we called
Kirby.
Kirby. Yeah. Okay. Kirby.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah,
33.
Mario.
This is 32. So
Yes,
Mario
sir.
RPG 32. And now on the Plat. Oh god.
God.
The take. Hold on, let me put this up.
Let me just crack my knuckles. No, I'm not gonna. No. You will not silence me. Do not silence the woman. This is really bad optics. I'm just letting you know. Terrible optics.
That's for everyone. That's a warning.
Oh, sorry. It's like you said a Plat. Oh, let me put this up. So
yeah, no,
bad optics,
your
bad
choice.
optics.
Your choice is what's going to cause that.
Okay, so I'm gonna sidestep the obvious argument and just I'll swallow the grenade myself. I'll just digest the grenade. I'm just moving. Tasty grenade. So I'm gonna cut a game with the other person's consent, who's also played this game. So following on from the current trend of like it's a remake, I think now is a good time, as much as I absolutely adore the game, to cut Crisis Core. Because I adore the game, had so much fun playing it. Zach's character is amazing. I loved playing around again with the materia system. It was interesting to see kind of like how Final Fantasy VII Remake's gameplay was kind of set a little bit in motion from Crisis Core. And of course the PSP gameplay loop is, I find, really enjoyable. For example, my second favorite MGS game is Peace Walk, because I just absolutely loved that gameplay loop.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that's a good opinion right there.
It's a PSP game redone, and
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, like, I love this game. I love this game, but I also love all the other ways the other games in my list have like innovated and done things new. And this is an amazing game that originally was a PSP game and now it's remade. So with Doc's consent, I would like to cut Crisis Core.
I do not
Really?
consent to this. No.
Really?
I really enjoy Crisis Core. I thought the remake was fantastic.
Yeah, no, I love Crisis Core, but that's what I was thinking. Like looking at the other games on my list, like, I
could
can't
get into it, but I could explain later if you would agree with this one. My counter would actually be another game that we have both played, and it would be Theatrhythm.
No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Fight.
I can explain why you're not cutting Theatrhythm.
It's been the same game for so long, basically, which is fine because it's a really,
Actually, no,
really
it's
good rhythm
innovated
game.
this time. It's innovated
Well,
this
no,
time.
like a lot of rhythm games innovate in some aspects. Like Miku added like the slide control and stuff, for example. So like, yeah, they'll innovate with certain things with the maps and stuff. But like, yes, in essence, it's exactly the same.
To that, I would say that Final Bar Line added the party system where you can go through with like your little guys.
Yeah.
And for example, like if there's a part of a song, if there's a part of a song you really can't get through, and you're like, oh, but I love this song. I really suck at rhythm games. I really want to get through. You got Unit in your party. Unit's gonna heal you right up. Don't worry about that. You can get through the song again.
But you said those aspects are better than everything Crisis Core has to offer as well.
Well, to that, I would say that the third condition I have is this considered a definitive game in its genre? If someone said to me, what rhythm game would you recommend I play right now? I'd probably say Theatrhythm.
Yeah,
because it's so accessible.
Okay.
But like Crisis Core has like something in the way where I might say that, given if it was a game not connected to another game with its story, I would say play Crisis Core if it like had a story that was accessible in that way. Then again, you played Crisis Core as your first Final Fantasy VII, so it was no problem you accessing it that way.
But what genre would you have to say to access?
Action RPG.
That would be your first recommended action RPG?
Be up there, yeah. 100%, especially now that there's a remake out there that looks good, plays well, and it's bite-sized. Like if you like, I would say if you already like RPG games, you already like Final Fantasy, for example, then it's a very, very, very strong recommendation. It's an excellent game.
Interesting.
So we're cutting Theatrhythm, right?
No, we're not.
Right, let me look again. Let me look again. All right. I'd rather not, but if I can't argue against it, I'll let it happen.
I guess I can offer up one of my other suggestions, which would have been for the next round. But then actually probably other people are going to shut me down, so I haven't thought this through very well.
We can cut Liza P. It's shit.
Oh!
Let me just mute Dawn real quick. Yeah, cut that shit.
Well, I can go next on my list, but I have a feeling that I'm going to get shot down if I go next on my list.
No, just give me 1 second to look through mine. At the end of the day, I'm offering you. Yeah, I'm happy to cut one before that.
Oh.
Slay the Princess.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay. Cool.
It's not that necessarily Slay the Princess deserves to be this far down the list. I'm sure if I have got further in it, I would consider it deserving of far higher rank than this.
Yeah, I thought it would have made it much further.
Yeah, but for me personally, like, you know, having played all of Crisis Core and appreciating the full breadth of what that game does, I am willing to put Slay the Princess ahead of that for now, because although, like, what it is basically, first of all, just to lay it out for people, it's a visual novel where you have one clear goal that the narrator tells you at the start of the game, which is slay the princess. And you can argue against this, you can do other things, and the narrator, it's very like a Stanley Parable, if you ever played that. The narrator will say stuff like, you pick up the knife now, but you can just not pick up the knife. And doing that will change the course of where the story goes. And there seems to be like 90 different endings of where it can go, and it can get very surprising, and they can get very gory and very out there. And honestly, the less the less I say about it, the better, because you should go on as blind as possible, like I did. The only thing keeping it back is I haven't played very much of it, so I don't know how deep those things go. It's very interesting, but for me right now, it's on that surface level where yes, you're doing some interesting things, but if the rest of the game is just what I've already seen, then yeah, you've kind of shown your hand. But if it goes real deep and really gets me, you know, second guessing, like even the point of the game or options that I'm choosing in the first place, then it could be something real special. But unfortunately, I have no strong argument to make over something like Crisis Core for this game.
Yeah.
Has anyone else played this game?
No.
I mean, we watched you play a lot.
Yeah,
too.
yeah. I was wondering if anyone plays any at all.
So,
That's all of it I've seen.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I feel this is time for it to go.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty impressed by the visual direction of it, and the writing I was pretty impressed by. So I am pretty. I will say that I'm a little sad to see it go over.
I'm definitely sad
that are still on the list, but
what would you say should go before it?
Fighting words.
I mean, let me take a look.
I'm like
here.
looking at Cosmic right now with both eyes laser focused.
We can eliminate Trepang too again if it'll make you happy.
Yeah, I was. Cosmic, I wanted to make that joke, but it's my turn. Now you ruined it.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, in terms of like because right now we're talking a lot about games that are well. So correct me if I'm wrong, but is We Love Katamari Reroll a remake?
It's a re-release.
Re-release.
Yeah, remaster. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of the point where we're getting to, like, we're talking about games that are the same as what they were when they originally came out, and like We Love Katamari kind of fits into that. So I would have thought that somebody would have gone for that around this time too. But that would really have been all I would say. I mean, I really don't know anything about Fear and Hunger 2, so I can't say anything to that regard.
Yeah, I can get that. I can get behind that. And the whole it's a remaster thing. And honestly, for Wheel of Katamari, I didn't care at all about the new features. I like barely even checked them out because I played the game for the first time. I just didn't care to check out the new things. I just wanted to play the original game, like for the first time ever. And you know, I love Katamari. Katamari is so damn special and unique and good, just in every single aspect. And Wheel of Katamari is just more Katamari. It's a lot more mechanically interesting than the original Katamari, just in what it has to do, just what aesthetically it's able to pull off, what it does unique to the first game. Though I will say, on an entirely personal level, I fuck with it a little less than the first game, because I think I like the music in the first game quite a lot more than in the second one. And that is like a big part for me personally. So for me, I kind of prefer the first Katamari Damacy. Wheel of Katamari is the second one, by the way, in case you didn't know. So I'd be down to cut it out now, yes.
Okay. It's like that's a consensus of
Yeah, I'm down with it.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I think that it looks great. I mean, I think it looks like a great game. But again, this is, you know, we're coming to the point of, do we think that this game represents 2023? And I'm not sure if it does.
I mean, we're in pretty damn good game territory already.
Yeah, absolutely.
We absolutely are.
Yep.
All right.
Like We Love Katamari Reroll was my first Katamari game, not Reroll, the original, because we also didn't get the original Katamari Damacy in the EU. I love that game. I love the OST and everything else. I haven't played the remake, which is really why I haven't really hyped up about cutting it, because it does have quite a special place in my heart. but you as the person who's played it, if you're happy enough, we'll go ahead with that.
Yeah,
It's
we can do
it's
that.
30, by the way, not 31.
Oh, whoops, is it? Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's 30. Yeah.
Word.
It's
Wait,
30?
Cosm, you gotta
That was
make the point
31.
for another game now.
Wait,
Wait, was
didn't
this
think
not
it was
instead of
there.
Slay the Princess?
No, this was instead of your original suggestion.
Yeah,
Plat.
so
Yeah.
this,
We went from
this,
Crisis Core to Theatrhythm to Slay the Princess to this.
yeah, so is
Yeah,
this
so it was
31?
31.
Yeah.
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 Yep.
Okay, so but
Okay.
oh yeah, because I mean.
Oh wait, no.
yeah.
So no, it would be 31 then, because so Doc would have to take off the Slay the Princess rank.
Yep, that's what I
Yeah.
did, yeah. I haven't read that
yeah,
yet, so yeah. So
What?
31.
So
Now
31
only
for
cut.
We Love Katamari. Well, it'd
Yep.
be 31 for We Love Cat. So did we cut Slay the Princess?
Oh,
and then
wait,
cut
no.
Reroll?
Save-
Slay the Princess does not get cut. Sorry, I fucked
Okay,
up.
okay. And then rerolls 31. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, now it's your job.
Man. For this one, I really want to go for one of my games, because we are kind of getting down to the wire already. Let me take a look here, because this is like tough, but also not. I'm gonna go with Turbo Overkill actually here. And Turbo Overkill is another movement shooter. I really want to say that this year for movement shooters was great. I played a bunch of shooters this year, and I was pretty impressed by the indie scene that's out right now. Even Sprawl, even though I was a little disappointed by it, I really liked that more devs are taking a crack at this genre, and kind of seeing, like, dipping their toes in and seeing what they can bring to the table. And I'm very glad that movement shooters are now kind of the standard that's going on with when people approach FPSs. Turbo Overkill is a game where you play as a guy named Johnny Turbo, and it's definitely
I'm a Dom.
the Quake. It's like definitely inspired by like Quake and New Doom and stuff.
Yep.
And you basically make your way through a city that's being taken over by I think it's like an AI or something like that, or some sort of evil person. But the game very much, I was a little surprised by the story in this game. I actually was a little invested in it, because they continually talk about Johnny's humanity. The more he replaces parts of his body to be robot, and he has actually died at least once before the events of the game. And but this game at the same time is just so dang cool. The movement in it is so fun, and the gunplay is so hectic and fast. There's a lot of different guns that you can swap between on the fly, and they all have pretty good uses. I think that sometimes the game is a little too comfortable about letting you use one gun a lot, as opposed to like New Doom, that really kind of requires you to switch it up quite a bit. So in that regard, there's also like a driving section, which I wasn't crazy about. You have to like fly a ship around or whatever. And I thought that I had bugged out the game, but that was a skill issue. But anyway, so the thing about this game was that, again, kind of like Gungrave Gore, it suffered a little bit kind of at the end, despite having these really cool levels with a lot of verticality and some interesting design where they were doing like this city in the clouds sort of thing, but not in the clouds. It was just like stuff floating. It was very sci-fi and retro wavy type of stuff. There's even like a room that you go into near the beginning of the game that is just like that retro wave sunset. You just walk in and that's the room and everything. There's a lot of great vibrant moments in this game, and I had a lot of fun with it. I just felt like, again, it was a point where I got to the end of the game and I was like, man, is this game still going? Like, I'm having fun, but man, this is still going. And there's a point where like they want you to hit 3 switches to get to the next area, and I'm like, are we really doing this? And that was like in one of the final areas of the game where you have to go and fight along 3 paths one at a time. And I was like, all right, cool. But other than that, yeah. And I mean, like the game ends on a very interesting note where I'm not going to spoil that, but it definitely left me wanting a little bit more. It's just a little long, but it's also very fun. I thoroughly enjoyed my time with it. Going into it, I expected to be like, oh yeah, this is a cool movement shooter, but I was pretty compelled by what was going on. So.
Wait, can I ask you, Cosm, though, just like on a
what's up?
purely personal level, because you played both of these games, do you think it's worse than Hellboy, Web of Word?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Cool, sure.
Nice. So who's picked with that? Was that Cosmics?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool. So we're just past the halfway point now after 3.5 hours.
Jeez.
So
Yay, let's
Oh
go.
my lord.
Second, this is a good opportunity to remind everyone of, I think, our rankings so far. So I'll just read out what we got so far here. So at number 58, Wanted Dead. At number 57, Perish. At number 56, Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis. Number 55, Vernal Edge. At number 54, Sprawl. At number 53, Master Detective Archives Raincode. At number 52, Wolong Fallen Dynasty. At number 51, Exoprimal. At number 50, Halls of Torment. At number 49, Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Number 48, The Callisto Protocol. At number 47, WarioWare Move It. At number 46 is Gungrave Gore, the Switch Edition. At number 45 is Lethal Company. At number 44 is F-Zero 99. At number 43 is Fashion Dreamer. Number 42 is Idle Showdown. At number 41 is Dead Zone. At number 40 is Mega Man Battle Network Collection. I can't say that. At number 39 is Yuminiki Dream Dairy, which I did think that said Dairy. Like for the entire time how you said that says Dairy.
Funny thing about that is I looked up that game while he was like before we talked about it, and Google auto corrected me to Diary, and so I watched the trailer for Diary, and I was like, this actually seems pretty interesting. I don't know if I want to call this yet. And then he said, oh no, that's Dairy, and I took a look back at it, and I was like, wait a fucking second. So yeah,
You got tricks.
I was hoping to trick you guys, yes.
So number 38 then is Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Raised His Name. And number 37 is Killer Frequency. And number 36 is 20 Minutes Till Dawn. And number 35 is Blasphemous 2. And number 34 is Trepang 2. Number 33 is Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe. At number 32 is Super Mario RPG. At number 31 is We Love Katamari Reroll. And at number 30 is Turbo Overkill. So that's where we are so far, just over the halfway mark. So, Honky,
Yes.
take it away.
Right. Next up, I want to carry out one of my games, which is Crime Machina. Crime Machina. Who the flip knows how it's pronounced?
Did you say the name in the game at all, or do you have to just guess?
I haven't beat it, not entirely. I got like pretty far in, but so far they haven't said it at all.
Maybe it's the last line in the game.
Maybe
We really were the crime
knows?
machina.
But anyways, when people talk about this game, they're quick to mention Nier Automata because it's got robot chicks in it and anime and shit. But no, it's really not like Nier Automata at all. If anything, it's like a Dragon Guard 3-esque game. Which
Okay.
is to say, it's got very linear levels, and you go like from level to level with like some in-between dialogue and cutscenes and whatnot, right? It's very striking visually, just like the character designs are extremely unique, not necessarily good. Some of them are extremely questionable, but
It's like Nike.
kind of. But yeah, they stand out super hard. They're really.
But they stand out in some the way, like you know, you ever see like Ultimate's favorite Kaiji, the anime, where everyone's got like a big ass nose. Like they made that's really well animated, but looks weird as hell. Is it like that, or is it like look bad but unique, kind of? You know what I mean?
It's drawn extremely well. The art style is really damn good. Just the designs themselves are like super questionable, very horny.
Okay.
They're just kind of. I really can't describe them. You should
Okay, I
just
gotta-
Google Crime Machina and see what they look like.
Yeah. Once you said horny, I was in. Let's go. Crime Machina.
I was gonna bring this game up, but when I had watched trailers for it, I was like, this is kind of dope looking.
Yeah,
it
actually,
had
that's
some
what I'm
cool-
thinking.
It had some
Yeah.
cool combat, and like, I didn't want to offer up that over Turbo Overkill, which, by the way, you have like a saw blade attached to your leg, and you can run through dudes with that. But like, looking at those trailers, I was like, I think I would rather just offer up Turbo Overkill and then hear about this later. Like,
That's
'cause
fair
I couldn't-
enough.
Yeah, I couldn't. It looked like a game that I would enjoy, so I was like, "Who am I to say I wouldn't enjoy this more than Turbo Overkill?" You know,
Yeah.
especially since you say Drakengard 3, and I spent like 60 hours playing that game this year. Like,
Yes. Yeah, about that game. So like the combat, I want to go into because it's fun. it's genuinely enjoyable, but it's very button mashy. Like Dragon 3 is very repetitive in its combat, but Prime Machina is on a whole nother level. You just mash Y, honestly, that's all you do combat-wise, which is pretty fucking a letdown to me. I will also say I played the Switch version, which runs at 30 FPS. I imagine it's a lot more fun to play at 60 FPS on PC or PS5 or whatever, right? So, you know, I'd recommend that version if you're gonna play it. But yeah, it's an interesting game. It's got an interesting aesthetic, pretty fun combat, interesting dialogue, honestly. Like it's got a story that's definitely going somewhere, and I do want to know where it is going. It's definitely full of intrigue. And it's got a lot of interesting concepts. It's all about like what it means to be human, because it's like a whole world where all the humans have died out, and now it's like about the battle of what is human and how do we become human and stuff like that. It's interesting.
Man, I don't think many games tackled that concept in the last 7 years.
Yeah, but yeah, I feel like you know whether this is like the type of game you'd enjoy or not, right? So I'm fine with cutting it out right now.
Yeah, it looks good, man. I'll probably grab it on a sale or something. It looks fun.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it looks pretty good to me too. That's Cry Machina at number 29. So Don, back to you. Back to the start again.
It's me, Don. I'm like looking at stuff.
What do we think of Metroid Prime? Yeah.
I absolutely not.
No.
I mean, it's the game that was like super well received upon its re-release in 2023. So.
Well, how about Ghost Trick?
Got that. No one bought that.
Orbo's Odyssey, bro.
I would not suggest Orbo's Odyssey. I am Honky's strongest soldier. I would not suggest.
Thank you.
I think I need some backup on my side of the screen, because like Don and Honky have an alliance in the bottom right.
Cosmic right next to you.
I think, hey cousin.
Hey, what's up, Plat?
What about Destiny 2 Lightfall?
I don't actually think so.
What's better than it here?
Okay, so I would cut both.
Is Orbo's Odyssey better than Destiny 2 Lightfall?
I'd say so, yes.
I believe it.
Oh, wow. Okay, good.
Orbo's Odyssey is great.
Destiny 2, right?
But I would cut both Crisis Core and Theatrhythm before that. I did play the original Crisis Core, I should say. Not the remaster, so I don't know like what exactly they actually changed. But I would cut both of those before that.
Which one do you pick?
Oh god, which one do I pick a fight with? I'm like looking at your pictures and I'm like, oh Jesus.
Better get them iguana eyes going, buddy. Look both ways.
Faith, Unholy Trinity? I don't know if that. I need to look up what that game is. Give me a second.
Did you not watch Jamie play it?
Wait, I did.
You did.
I did.
Yeah,
and it had an
like
Ultra Kill reference in it.
The lo-fi horror one.
You wouldn't cut a game with Ultra Kill reference in it, would you?
I absolutely would cut any game with Ultra Kill references.
Especially Overkill.
What? Did you say it, Plat?
I've been betrayed.
Yeah.
I'm like looking at Alan Wake 2 right now.
Don't you fucking dare.
Hey, you know what? You know what we should cut next instead? We should cut Hellboy. Web of Words.
Cosm's getting it rough tonight, not gonna lie.
Well, what I find funny is that if you double the rank of Turbo Overkill on this list, it's the Metacritic score of what most people say that the games that I like are, so that's cool.
Damn.
That's generous.
I will absolutely, I will defend Hellboy if you are set on that, but I don't think that it should go yet, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why do you think that? Just.
I mean, in terms of being like a faithful comic adaptation, this game absolutely drips the atmosphere of the comics. It was very cool to play a roguelike like this that really emphasized like combo heavy combat, and like I was playing this game and that 1v1 feeling of just like facing down like a threat that Callisto Protocol was going for, Hellboy actually achieves this way better, and gives you tons of tools to fight these like titanic sort of what is it, like creatures that you encounter all the time. And Lance Reddick, even though I'm not totally sold on him as Hellboy, I thought he did a good job. And like,
Oh wow, he was Hellboy in that. That's awesome.
He was
I didn't know
Hellboy.
that.
Yeah, I believe it's his last performance in a video game. Yeah.
That's godlike.
And he did a good job. Everybody that was on it did a great job with the voice acting. I was pretty drawn in through it. The way that the game actually introduces you to its roguelike concepts is interesting because it has you go through the separate areas one at a time first in pace with the story, and then it has you do other objectives in them after that, and then the final run of the game to get to the final boss is going through all of them. They're truncated in a way because in the final run there's like no mid bosses, but there's bosses in those initial runs. There's bosses at the end of them, and the way that they kind of weave the mythology of this web of weird was just really cool to me. And there's a lot of little collectibles that you can get along the path in the roguelikes to fill you in on the history of the place that they're at. And there's a lot of different options and a lot of different loadouts you can take with Hellboy to really just customize the way that you want to play. I found a bunch of different ways to get through the game and play it, like approach it with different upgrade paths in addition to the loadout, and I really enjoyed my time with it. So I would really not be good with it going right now. I feel like they hit everything that they wanted to with that game.
I'm afraid I'm gonna toss another grenade at you then.
Oh man.
I'm sorry for that, but
boy,
I'm gonna say
one of me and Plat's games. No, you're just firing a cause.
Yeah, for real, dude.
Okay. We've avoided everything. You're just like,
is this RoboCop Rogue City?
fuck.
Okay, so anyway, RoboCop Rogue City is going to be the definitive RoboCop game for years to come.
Yeah, because the other RoboCop game fucking sucks.
Yes. Okay, but even with the games that could come after it is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because they nail the atmosphere and the storytelling themes of RoboCop so well. They get Peter Weller back to voice him. They ignore RoboCop 3's existence. They have intriguing dialogue going on. There's a bunch of side quests you can do. The upgrade system, not only they have a motherboard that you can attach to your gun to customize the way that you use it and upgrade it, because there's different upgrade paths and everything on the different motherboards, and not all of the end upgrades on the motherboards are the same. They're mix and match. You can also customize. It's like Deus Ex, where the upgrade path will determine not only some of the mini endings that you'll get, but also how you'll engage with combat. At the same time, you have very pure RoboCop, like what RoboCop gameplay should be. You're a walking tank, and you just mow through rooms of dudes, and it's a good time. There is just so much fun to love about this game. Like I think I played it like 12 hours or something, and it was just, again, I just blasted through it because it was just it nails everything about what RoboCop as a game should be, and it draws from the right source material in Deus Ex to accomplish that.
So you're also not happy with that one going right now?
I am not at all happy with that
You
one.
want me to help out my buddy Cosm?
Do you want what? You want to help Cosm out?
Yes, he's right beside me. I'm like passing him notes under the table, like, I got you, bruh.
Yeah.
Metroid Prime.
Day.
No, okay, like looking through the list, like I'm seeing like games that people have like lots of personal attachments to and like are very vocally being able to explain why they enjoy them. So I'll kind of just put down one that I enjoyed just because it's a good game. Like I don't really necessarily have like a big personal attachment to it, and it is Faith the Unholy Trinity.
Oh, don't call that necessarily.
I'm looking through the list and I'm like,
Right here, I'll do you one better. Right, a little earlier, I quite in character was happy to slay the princess. I am happy with Crisis Core getting into the top half of this pretty firmly. You know,
okay.
That's where I was willing to put that down because I haven't played it too much. But at this point now, I'm happy for Slay the Princess to go on and for Crisis Core to go out here. So I'll give up Crisis Core since Dawn had already mentioned.
Okay. We're going with Crisis Core then. Sarg, it's your turn.
So that's Crisis Core at number 28. Actually, do you have anything you want to say about it, Plat, before we cut it here?
Just that, whenever I was putting this list together, like, I'm not gonna say what game was below it, but I just remembered how much I laughed and smiled while playing this game, thinking, man, I didn't do that in the other game that was below this list, and just how fun it is, and
Theatre,
like, no, theatre is like way further. Thinking about how joyful it is, how like fun Zack's story is, like going through the events of like before Final Fantasy VII, how the materia system is fun. Aerith and Zack's story just absolutely killed me. Like it's really funny, not just sweet. It's really like how like you think of like star-crossed lovers and the way that they bring those two together. It's just a scream. It's
more like
really
goofy
funny.
teenagers than it is anything else. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not
they
like
just cross paths.
It's not these faded star-crossed lovers. And it's like he called it glimmer, like at her first stall, and like was captivated. It's like no, it's actually really funny. Like please play Crisis Core. It's a really fun game, really fun to play, really fun to go through, and then you cry at the end.
I think especially in the context of like how 7 presents Zack, which is not very much at all. Like how they've made him into a protagonist in Crisis Core is particularly impressive. He's a very, very, very likable protagonist. He's very aloof. He's very different from Cloud in a lot of ways. And then how they also translated the gameplay into like the action RPG style with the materia is a lot of fun. I find myself just grinding out missions just for the sheer fun of upgrading them and doing the harder missions, not for any story or narrative reward, but just simply to play the game more. I thought the game was a blast.
I thought I had so much fun. Goblin Punch is just a scream.
Goblin Punch. So that's 28th then, Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII Reunion. Sarg.
So, and I'm gonna fire on the Germans with this one.
Careful, little Italian man.
So, I don't think an expansion with such a negative reception, whose main point of staying power in this list so far has been I like the quality of life patches they did after, should be
during like what came with the expansion, not afterwards.
Okay, that was my gaslighting interpretation. But yeah, I don't know if it should be this high.
Counterpoint.
Considering what it brought.
I would rather strike out Hi-Fi Rush and keep it Nightfall. Yeah.
Oh, no,
That's much.
No,
I haven't played Hi-Fi Rush, but that feels...
I will. No.
That's what I thought. To be
It'll
honest.
be a cold day in hell before Hi-Fi Rush falls to an expansion. Like, absolutely not. I don't doubt that it's a good
I mean, they have
expansion.
the same price, so I feel. I mean, you can get Hi-Fi Rush for free if you have Xbox, whatever pass. So it's like, they're giving it away. No, like they don't want it.
Can I kind of ask like a neutral question?
Yeah, sure.
So whenever I was listening to your explanation about why Destiny 2 Lightfall should stay, it all seemed, well, not all, but it mostly seemed to relate to previous content. Like, oh, like they fixed this, or they've made this better. But for example, when expansions like Shadowbringers were being reviewed, it wasn't like, oh, like they made the Crystal Tower relevant now. It was like, no, it's to level 7, like level 60 to level 70 or whatever. Like that was kind of the vibe I got. It was talking about the previous content, not what new content the game has introduced, if that makes any sense.
I know what you mean. Yeah, they do both though, because like it introduces like a completely new class for one, which is like a huge change, and because it's the 5th one for one, so like numbers wise, this is like a shit ton when like as you said, it does fix a bunch of old issues, which is very fair. Like as a point of this is like not the like what's it called? It's not. I know what you said earlier, basically about the expansions. I do think there's like a point to be made about that though, because these kind of service games, like I don't think you can entirely compare 14 to D2 because. FF14 has been played as a JRPG by a lot of people and not as an actual service game. So like a lot of FF14's expansions need to be front loaded with like this huge story that comes out when the expansion comes out, right? And that is the impression people have of that. No one, like, people do talk about Shadowbringers patches. I mean, the patches for, I really don't like the patches for Endwalker. They made me drop that game. So I think like that's like another issue of that, but it's not on the list or whatever. But I think like a big aspect of actual service games is like evolution. And I think generally speaking, there's like a very positive evolution for the game. Not in every regard, of course, because like it's not perfect. What is, right? But I think like the perspective there is a bit different, to be completely honest.
No, that's
Guys-
why I was just like looking for clarification because, for example, like whenever, for example, I think it was in Endwalker when Praetorium got revised. So is Endwalker now a better game because Praetorium got revised? If that makes any sense, you know what I'm getting at?
I think the comparison doesn't quite work because Praetorium is like, I know you have to do it in the end game, right? But that's because they like there's because it's fucking stupid that you have to do it. Praetorium still sucks.
CJ's like, hold on a sec.
They didn't fix it or anything. They just made it like less annoying.
Yeah.
But you kind of have to play it because they decide that you have to play it. There's like you wouldn't do this if you didn't get some stupid fucking currency for it.
Yeah,
like if you
true,
could pick
yeah.
anything else is what I mean. And I think like a lot of the reworking they do is on a more fundamental level where for example they like rework classes. There's no like good comparison for this because like FF14 doesn't really have customization, but they like heavily rework class customization and like build customization, that kind of stuff. Doesn't really work in 14 because if in 14 you want to play something else, you literally have to play a different job, which is also fine because it got so many.
Yeah. No, that's fair. I was just like looking for clarification on that because that's just kind of
No,
what
I-
stood out to me in the main Destiny.
Yeah, I think there's like, I think like 14 and like D2 expansion wise aren't super comparable. Also, one of these games gets like an expansion every 2 or 3 years, and the other one gets one every year.
So what would you
Okay.
say instead of Destiny 2 then? If that's the
Let's just cast Little Princess already. It's already been cut pretty much. Let's just get it out now.
I mean, I agree with that.
no.
Love it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
No.
Well, yeah, but now you're like, no,
Yeah, he changed his mind.
I wasn't the one that fired the salvo at you guys. You know what I
That's
mean?
true.
You said like, you know, oh, well, what was it? But it's like, well, no, I disagree. Anyway, back to you guys.
Okay.
What would you put up instead of Destiny?
Okay, what?
well, many fucking Ghost Trick I'd cut before. Statement before.
There's-
Nobody has mentioned Jedi Survivor.
Yeah, Jedi Survivors. What I was thinking too.
I didn't
Yeah.
even see it on the list. It was invisible. to me.
Invisible game, yeah. No, I can talk a bit about that actually, because you
Would
know
you
what? I
save
think-
it now, or would you be cut it?
No, I think I'd actually cut it. But I still want to just like talk about it briefly because I think the original
course.
game, what's it called, Jedi Fallen Orders, I think what it's
Yes.
called,
Yeah.
is like
Order, yeah.
pretty mid. It's like
Yeah.
it's like an alright Sekiro clone. I think this is like a game that's like way better in literally every regard. This is like a super good game actually. It's got like really good boss fights, got good exploration, good upgrades, good progression. You have like literally everything about the game is good. But I just think like it's like a little held back by some things. Like you can tell like just with the original, they always feel like they need a few more months to push out the game because especially when it came out, it was like really badly optimized both on consoles and
Yeah.
PC, which is pretty annoying. And like I played it later, and I wouldn't say it was good on PS5 in terms of performance and such. And also one really cool thing about that game is that you aren't like constantly talking about some dumb shit that happens in the movies because I don't care about that. Like they tell their own story, and at some point a character shows up, and then he leaves again, and then the story continues with like the original stuff. And that's kind of the only like there's like one or two references or like, but that's it. And I really like that. But yeah, I think I would cut that here because it's like really good, but in the end you're just like, yeah, that was like really good. But you know, you're not like, oh, I gotta talk about this to a lot of people. So I think it's definitely, or like I'm not gonna. There's like a bunch of need replay stuff, but I didn't bother with any of that. But yeah, I think that's like a it's like just a little, not like unremarkable, but it could be just a little more remarkable. I think.
Yep, that's totally fair.
All right.
So, Star Wars Jedi Survivor out at number 27.
Yeah.
So it's my cut now, and basically by my estimations, there's 2 remasters on this list still, and we're kind of getting up to this point now. Yeah, I think it's 2. Yeah, I can't see any other ones on there.
So Metroid and Ghost Trick, or did it say?
Metroid Prime and Ghost Trick. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, for me too. Like the quality of a lot of all of these other games is worth carrying them on, and it's worth cutting a remaster now as it being, you know, a really great example of a genre, a remaster that was very, very much requested. But I think that it's time for Prime to get cut right now.
Why do you think Prime instead of Ghost Trick?
Well, to play Ghost Trick. To play Ghost Trick.
Oh, fair enough. Well, I played
Can I make a case as well for like to support what Doc said? Can I read you out a list?
Depends on what kind of list that is.
So, Metroid Prime, released on the GameCube. Metroid Prime Trilogy, released on the Nintendo Wii. Metroid Prime Trilogy, re-released on the Wii U. And now Metroid Prime Remasters on the Switch. This is the only time that people can buy Ghost Trick now. Because you can emulate it, but because of the rotoscope animations, the emulation is messed up there. So people emulating it are already getting a subpar experience. There was the iOS port that was broken for years, so people could still pay for it, and they would not be able to play it. So for at least a decade, people were getting a suboptimal experience of Ghost Trick. But people have always been able to enjoy Metroid Prime. GameCube, Wii U, and now Switch. And then Dolphin emulates really well as well. And then there's also like different patches, like you can play it with keyboard and mouse and stuff. There's always been ways, years upon years, to enjoy Metroid Prime. But this is now kind of the only time since this game released that Ghost Trick is actually getting its time.
I get that, yeah. I actually do agree with that, I think.
Yeah. That is a good point.
Overall, yeah.
Unless you think there's another game on this list that should go before Prime, but I think it's got real far, and I think that's a testament to how good of a game it is. You know.
Which one is that?
No, I'm saying unless you think there's one. Prime is my suggestion.
That's what you mean.
Yeah.
Not quite sure. Like, I think Prime as a remaster actually stands out quite a lot because, like, it isn't like an HD code, right? It is like a completely remade game, actually. Yeah.
It's incredibly impressive looking. Yes.
Yes. So like I get, yeah, no, I mean in the end it does play quite similar to the original. Not quite, because it is updated with a modern control scheme, which is up to date in 2023, by the way. It's so up to date that people loved it and gave it a 94.
It's also a control scheme not designed for the game, but.
I mean, with that, if you argue like that, then the Wii and the Wii U re-release are not good, and the Switch re-release, which has the original controls too, is actually the better one, and the only time that this game is accessible to modern platforms.
I'm saying it's not a massive plus. It's not like analog controls in RE1 Remake, for example.
But in that case, I'd argue that Ghost Trick was made for the DS, and now it's not on the touchscreen anymore. Therefore, it suffers.
No, I played that with a D-pad.
Okay, fuck.
What number are we at, by the way?
Yeah, you can press like D-pad up and down, and then isn't it left and right bumper trick?
Yeah.
I barely used it.
26 now.
36,
Yeah, we're all, 27 was Jedi Survivor, yeah. So yeah, I barely used the touchscreen. It's an option that's there. Both options work perfectly well, by the way. Whereas, you know, the new control scheme doesn't work perfectly well for Metroid Prime, although it is functional. I'm not trying to say it's not. I'm just saying that it's not a strong argument for saying that that's an updated version of that game in 2023.
And you actually...
The thing is, though, it doesn't really need an update. Metroid Prime has to just age so graciously.
Yeah, it's not an argument. That's what I'm saying.
Well.
Can I just say, like, both me and Cosmo have said the backtracking is satisfying.
Well,
there's a litany of games.
I just super disagree with that. The backtracking is like fine.
But
there's like nothing.
I'm also
to
saying, like, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to be a dick and cut it now. I'm not trying to do a reverse psychology thing or whatever else. But I don't see a game in this list that should be cut before this.
Okay.
I mean, we had the
Here's the thing.
remasters, right? Okay, yeah.
Here's the
Well,
thing.
it doesn't mean that we're at the remasters essentially, but I'm thinking like in games that are representative of the year. I'm thinking that this game should go now as being a very high placer in a crazy year.
What are you gonna say, Honky?
I'm thinking about it. I'm not entirely sure because Charlie's gonna fucking hate me for this. But
Oh no.
Oh, not even get rid of the Orbos or whatever the fuck it's called.
Listen,
Yes.
It'd be Fear and Hunger too.
It'd be Fear and Hunger too, but I'm not sure about that too, because Fear and Hunger 2, it didn't land for me personally super hard due to multiple aspects, but it's a really damn good game. I can tell it's a really damn good game. I can tell, but like,
Charlie's already threatening you. Yeah.
Charlie has
Shit,
breached
yeah.
containment of the chat.
it's hard. It's hard.
Well, if you feel like I haven't played that game, but for me, like I've heard a lot of stuff about Fear and Hunger 2. I think it's fine to go on as a game I haven't played. They represent the year in gaming.
Yeah.
I would
Yes.
say the Prime represents that less, although it's a very good remaster.
Yes.
Yeah, call, man.
Okay. The availability thing that like Ghost Trick's really like available for the first instance of the DS. That is a good argument. That's a really damn good argument.
Yeah.
I'll have to say. It's fine for me. We can straddle Prime. It's fine.
Yeah, sure.
Suckers. Oh my god, Felder. I can't believe it.
But it's now Honky and me can argue against Ghost Trick all day.
No, it's fine because like that's kind of where I am in this list. Is like
You wanted Ghost Trick over Prime.
no. I'm just saying like I get the idea of like look, these are really good games
Yeah.
released in 2023. Like they have the 2023 heart and soul behind them. Like let's give them the time, shine, and attention. Like I get that philosophy. I do.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah, I'm only joking, by the way. Very gracious of you guys. Good conversation. So
You, by the
Metroid
way,
Prime-
Doc, you should play Prime. Just
Oh yeah, I
steal
actually
Plat's
was.
copy.
I was going to play it before this, but then at the last minute I thought it'd be funnier not to. That's the only person
my
pretty much who
God,
hasn't.
dude.
Your
Yeah.
Honor.
Bro.
That
Your
is
Honor,
funny.
It was
I agree.
hilarious.
And the best thing is I caught it. So
I hope you're
I'm the
proud
cut
of yourself.
crisis. Wait, we cut Crisis already. Never mind.
But no, like honestly, I was me looking at that list going like, honestly, Prime of what I see, like I don't know much about some of the other games, and far be it for me to start calling it out. But it's like yeah, it's a re-release of a GameCube game that's very well regarded. And to me, it almost falls in the same category. So I'm like like the Wind Waker HD, which came out for the Wii U. I would have probably put this around the same place because it's an excellent game that finally got a port. And it's like, yeah,
Well,
cool.
Metro Prime is better than Wind Waker, I will have to say. But yes, in general, I agree with your
Oh.
sentiments.
Hard disagree.
Oh,
You can play
do you
it.
get Macar in Metroid Prime?
In Prime, and then he just goes on to play Wind Waker. Like...
Yeah,
All right,
And-
so
Yeah.
Plat's choice.
But Plat is Plat's turn, yeah.
It's my turn, yeah.
sure is. Go on.
So to avoid an argument, because there's actually I'm looking at my list of
Okay.
blue list, but like I'm
Yeah,
just
it's
sidestepping this.
getting-
I'm avoiding this argument. I'm going to cut Faith the Unholy Trinity.
Uh-huh.
And the
Okay.
reason why I'm
Okay.
cutting it here is just because like there's like it's pretty much like there's so many like we're getting into argument territory. But I really love this game. For those who don't know what it is, it's a trilogy of Atari 2600 inspired horror games.
Mhm.
And I played this around Halloween time, and it was actually after Doc and I watched our quote unquote scary Halloween movie.
Yeah, it
Which
sucked
is
ass.
absolute fucking trash. So I then played Faith the Unholy Trinity, and I was like, oh, thank God, I'm actually scared. This game, although it's Atari 2600 based, scared the shit out of me.
Mhm.
And there's like so many different endings. There's like really interesting characters. Again, in an Atari 2600 style game.
Mhm.
I love the design. I love the vibe. I love the aesthetic. I love how it plays. Whenever they make more, sign me up. I absolutely love it. And I'll just specify as well that one thing that I love about 2023 is that I feel like for the past couple of years we've got really comfortable with certain aesthetics. Like, oh, you're 8-bit aesthetic, you're 16-bit aesthetic, you're like whatever.
mhm.
Like we're really comfortable with aesthetics.
Yeah.
Whereas I feel like 2023 is kind of the year where people are going, no, I'm kind of bored of those aesthetics. We're going to do like N64 aesthetics, Atari 2600 aesthetics.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate that. So thank you, 2023, for giving us different aesthetics. I really appreciate that.
They
For
finally
sure.
made N64 games. Like,
Yeah,
ultra
they,
good.
they finally made good N64 games.
Took long
About
enough,
time.
yeah.
We'll get to one later.
Yeah.
True. All right, Cosm, go for it.
Destiny 2, Lightfall.
I think like as a remaster. No, I'm letting Plat do the honors. I'm not cutting Ghost Trick. I'm not even gonna argue that.
I was still Ghost Trick.
Well, I mean, you can talk about it.
Trick over Lightfall,
I mean,
bro.
you actually haven't told us why you dropped off it.
I don't know. It just didn't click for me, honestly. Like the gameplay is fine. I get that it's like puzzle solving and stuff. It's like a pretty interesting control scheme. I get that, but I don't know. It just really didn't do it for me.
Like, what point did you stop? If you don't mind me asking, like I'm not getting notifications. Scary.
I think I just beat the level where like the little purple-haired girl is like in the room and she like has to go to get her donuts.
Not real early.
Oh,
That's like the
super
second
early.
stage.
That's super early to
the first
you're
real
really
stage.
early in.
Yeah.
I fell off it because it was bad.
I think you're only like an hour or so in.
No,
Yeah,
maybe actually.
About
sure.
that, yeah.
Honestly, that is the point where you're most likely to bounce off it, but like the story starts kicking off really like after those events. Yeah.
Okay.
And you didn't see what happened in that cutscene?
I'm not sure. I forgot.
Okay, I think if you saw what happened in that cutscene, things may have been a bit different.
Okay. Maybe.
It's better fucking actually be really good, like when you pick it up again. It's better be like, oh, this fucking rules.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, this fucking
Honestly, it's one of the best video game stories ever put down. 100%. It's great. It's really, really good.
Right.
More like worst trick.
Holy shit. I think Sarg made a good argument for Ghost Trick to be cut, actually.
So for me with Destiny 2, by the way, is that I appreciate, that Destiny 2 has had such quality and consistent content for its user base for so long, but I struggle to keep it going against full-fledged titles that are maybe working from the ground up in some scenarios or kind of forging ahead as opposed to building on an already solid base. And I think that that's a hard thing to, number one, qualify as a quote-unquote game of the year. I have difficulty with including something like a 14 expansion in this conversation too in previous years. And that's kind of where Lightfall falls for me. I really don't. I mean, I get that Destiny 2 is a good game, but there's, I don't know. I don't really see any reason to keep it around any longer.
I mean, I'm fine with that, to be honest.
I think we should still cut the Princess before it.
I like Doc's stern face there. You just ignored that.
I was just thinking about it actually. I was thinking, whose cuts it? Cosm's?
Yep.
Yeah, it's Cosm's cut. You can insert one of his games instead.
I'll let you say Destiny, but you got to give me a veto for one of your future ones.
Oh, bargaining.
A veto?
A pure veto. Or no, like for Honky.
What?
Oh.
Yeah, because Honky's saying Slay the Princess first. I'll allow you to cut Slay the Princess, but you need to give me a veto for a future choice of yours.
For one of my future choices? Okay. Oh man, that's kind of scary. I don't know, but like that.
He's gonna veto when you try to kick out Lightfall as a joke.
Do you want to say Destiny?
No, like here's the thing, right? Don is the Destiny player among us. Like I play Destiny 2 a lot, but like Don is the one, okay? And
True,
Don says
actually, it's a veto for both of you. If he's taking it.
Oh, you want both of us?
Both, bro. No, I'm just Lightfall. It's fine. Let's get it out of here.
You would not be satisfied with the riches of heaven. Yeah. No, I'm fine with it being kicked out.
Nightfall is gone.
Oh,
okay, now Honky, you can kick out Slay the Princess.
It didn't take much crackies in that one, to be honest.
I mean, it's pretty far, honestly. It's fine.
Fine. Considering like
farther than it should have.
So, what is it? Destiny at number 24. Destiny Lightfall.
Yes. Right. I think
now you can cut me.
Actually, question. Or I haven't played the game, but would it be time to cut Final Fantasy 16?
No.
Okay. Pretty resounding though.
Yeah, I think I would cut some other games before that.
Okay, what would you cut before it?
None of your fucking business. You suggest.
Yeah, it is. No one knows you
Suggested a 16.
declare.
Well, for one, I would.
haven't heard of that game before.
I would wait. I would suggest a bunch of games.
Dead Space.
including- Okay, so I just, Slay the Princess for one, RoboCop,
Yeah.
Hi-Fi Rush, and Hellboy.
I'm fine with Hi-Fi Rush being cut again. I already want Hi-Fi Rush out.
Oh boy, yo. Oh, what is with this?
I didn't
Honestly,
honestly much.
here.
Probably kind
I
of
also,
boring.
I wanna know how Theater Rhythm has skated by after the hard.
Hey, I brought up Theater Rhythm. I brought it up.
Cosm noticed it again, that it's still there.
And I played it. And I made an argument.
Cosm, that was my bargaining chip for Ghost Trick. How fucking dare you?
What?
Look, okay, you can either have Ghost Trick go further, or you can have Theater Rhythm go further. I'm not-
Well, you're talking about like ones that have skated by. No one said shit about Dead Space, which is a glorified remaster, if anything.
Oh yeah, I could definitely go with that going. Honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's not
no,
the Dead Space. Sure.
Case
I mean, I can
closed.
talk about Dead Space.
Done.
So here's the thing: is that I think that it could have gone a little further, but when I played Dead Space, I went, "Oh, it's Dead Space," and everything that works in the original game works here. There's very little content to justify an actual remake. The game's not even that old. I enjoyed it, but it's Dead Space. Also, I played it on an HDD, and when I booted it up on PC after I bought it, it was like, "Oh yeah, we designed this for an SSD." So if you have an HDD, then there will be things affecting your gameplay experience. And I thought, okay, it's probably not going to be that bad. This PC can play something like DMC5 or, some other games. And then I would walk into rooms where the floor hadn't even loaded in.
This reminds me of something.
And objects
My
hadn't
finger
even
on it.
objects hadn't even loaded in. So I would be lighting sometimes wouldn't even load in. So it was like such a demanding game for a thing that is a glorified remaster, like Doc said. Again, I thoroughly enjoyed it because it's Dead Space, and I love Dead Space. It's one of my favorite series. But if you had said to me, "Oh, hey, we're not going to do the Dead Space remake. Instead, we're just going to have a better product by these guys. Let these guys make Callisto Protocol." Instead of that, I would have been down with that instead of a Dead Space remake. I think that the Dead Space remake is one of the worst examples of a remake currently, because it's like it was totally unjustified, and it is just them trying to say, "Oh yeah, let's just try and now people are talking about Dead Space 2 remake," and I'm like, am I going insane? Like, Dead Space 2 is a phenomenal game that came out not even, I don't know, 11 years ago or something.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah,
2012, I think, yeah.
like, what are we doing here? There is this weird innate need for people to try and resuscitate the Dead Space franchise because for some reason people didn't like Dead Space 3, which I still don't understand. I thought it was pretty decent. I enjoyed that game a lot. I loved the crafting in it. Some of the themes kind of go by the wayside, but at that point they were milking the series anyway. So now it seems like the Dead Space remake now is people now going, okay, well eventually they'll get to do a Dead Space 3 remake, and now it will be redeemed in our eyes. To what end? I don't understand this at all.
I have a few things to say.
Go for it.
Okay, so first I agree with pretty much everything. One small note about needing the Dead Space remake. I haven't played the Dead Space remake, but the PC situation of the original Dead Space was pretty fucking bad. So there's at least one thing going for it, but all of that could have been fixed with a basic remaster, so whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I also agree with you on the fact that Dead Space 3 was pretty decent. And this looks really bad for both of us right now.
I mean,
it's got a user rating of 6.5 on Metacritic on the side.
I mean, again, it's one of these weird attachments people have to somehow redeeming Dead Space 3 when it's a swan song for a series that ran its course. There is no reason to remake these games. You could remaster them. That's it, man.
Yeah, the problem with 3 is that it was pretty decent, and pretty decent didn't cut it after 2 and 1.
Oh,
that's a lot of it.
Yeah.
And also,
Yeah.
Some of the stuff in it felt like kind of divorced from what you had before. It had microtransactions, it had co-op, it had
That's true,
crafting.
yeah.
It had a weird love triangle story. It felt like
It has Elton John.
But
oh,
also
yeah,
it has one of the coolest co-op lines in all of video games.
Yeah,
which
like,
nobody cares about your
it's
love
super
life,
cool.
Marker Boy. That's like such a great line. Also, Dead Space 2 or 3 has that like those unique missions that are co-op only. where
Really cool.
Players have different perspectives and stuff.
I'm like very happy they finally turned a horror franchise into action and then co-op.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
They
That's
should
true.
try this more
Also,
often. People
you
would
know
like
what?
it.
Something that I will say about the Dead Space remake is that they did rework some of the scenes in the way that they're choreographed, and I compared it again to like the original, and I felt some of them were actually more compelling in the remake. The way that some villains are approached and everything. But also, I walked into one cutscene, and the people on the other side of the glass hadn't loaded in, so I only saw one half of a cutscene. So I had to watch the cutscene. So what happened was Alex was talking to nothing, and I went, "Is he supposed to be hallucinating?"
No,
So
no,
I
no.
pulled up YouTube, and I went, "Okay, this is the part of the game that I'm at," and I'm watching the cutscene, and I'm like, "Oh, okay,
This is
computer issue."
there's actually a subtle Dead Space 3 co-op reference where you
Yeah, right, exactly, yeah.
It wasn't
But yeah,
glass, it was
so-
a mirror.
Okay, so Dead Space out of 23.
Yep.
Bro, fucking decimated over Metroid Prime. This fucking sucks, dude.
Hey, you guys really
Dead
fought for it?
Space. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
We fucking did, honestly, yeah.
My turn, right?
Was that Honky Scott?
Yeah, that was Honk.
That was
Okay.
mine, yeah.
Okay, cool,
Hey,
yeah,
well.
Dawn.
I think it's time to clear up with the re-releases on this list. And there's one more re-release that we have in store, which is not Resident Evil 4 remake, because that is way different.
That's a remake, yeah. Yeah.
And it is not a remake like Dead Space, but it is like very substantial.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And Vlad, you can. I know you got the bargain ready.
I did. Don Mamu, I've come to bargain.
What do you wish to bargain with, Platinum?
I'll trade theater them.
You know what? Yeah, I think probably.
fair.
Yeah, I think I should probably go
Yeah.
first anyway.
Can I just say a little bit about it first?
No,
Yeah.
moving on.
Okay.
No,
just
go
like
ahead.
Would you
very-
like
just-
Square Enix?
Yeah, just very quickly. Like I feel like at times like I'm like the anti-gatekeeper. I like to keep I like to introduce people to like as many things that I like as possible. And with rhythm games, I think a really daunting thing is that fail screen. Like
Yeah.
there's going to be a really hard part in a song they can't get past. They just keep failing over and over again,
Yeah.
and it just
Yeah.
frustrates them because who likes seeing like a you failed screen? But with the introduction of like the party system and like you can get like heal through like bits in the song, like tank quote unquote the damage, and you're also playing a massive library of bangers.
Yeah,
So
and all the
if you
song choice is
played it-
incredible.
yeah.
Yeah.
So the song choice is incredible and it's really accessible. So that's why I have all the love in the world for Theatre Rhythm, because it's like it goes to the third point. Is this considered a definitive game in a genre? If someone asks, "Oh, I'm interested in like checking out rhythm games. What rhythm game would you recommend?" I would 100% say Theatre Rhythm to get their toes wet, basically.
Yep. That's totally fair. So, like, as someone who's like kind of a rhythm game noob myself, I've even dipped my own toes in it quite a bit, and it's very accessible and it's very fun, especially for fans of the Final Fantasy series.
Yeah.
And I think for it to get so far is testament to how good of a rhythm game it is.
Yeah.
Cool. Right, Sarg.
It's getting hard, but
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's getting real tough now.
Yeah.
I'm not even near the
Good
top
games.
10 yet. Yeah.
Yeah.
this is not really a shot as much as like a request for information, but I don't know enough about Bomb Rush Cyberpunk,
Okay.
but I wanna know more.
Let me go into Bomber Cyberpunk, one of the games of the year, if you ask me. So, let me be straight up. Okay, Bomber Cyberpunk is a spiritual successor to Jet Set Radio, which recently got a new installment finally announced, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Classic video game series. The first game was very arcadey, right? It's like very level based, and levels are all about replaying them, getting best times, getting high scores, and all that. Then the second game, Jet Set Radio Future, was much more open. It was like a semi-open world. You like enter the area, do like a bunch of objectives in that area, do like whatever you want, look for collectibles, then move on to the next one. And Bomber Cyberpunk fits somewhere in between these two. It's not more open than Jet Set Radio Future. I mean, than the first Jet Set Radio. It is like an interconnected, semi-open world. You go into an area, you are given an objective, you can just kind of like do it or do not. It's your choice. You can just run around, you can just style, you can just trick. Where it really distincts itself from Jet Set Radio is just like the way you can express yourself, right? So think of like a Devil May Cry, right? And that game is not just about being efficient, it's also about being stylish, about expressing yourself through your combats, skills. And Bomber Cyberpunk is pretty much very much like that. You got like this huge move list of like, you got 3 different trick buttons, you got super tricks, and you got 2 different move sides. You can be on foot or you can be on a vehicle, like a skateboard or a bike or skateboard or inline skates. And you can switch between them dynamically at any time. Yeah, roller skates, sorry.
And when you're on foot, do you like parkour? Is that how that works?
Yeah, you do like ground tricks.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Generally speaking, you can do all the tricks with both forms. That being said, though, they have slightly different properties. Like you can manual on the ground when you have like a bike equipped or whatever.
Yeah.
And you can, in comparison, you can slide on the ground when you don't have it equipped, and that slide goes less far, but gives you more points, I believe, in return. But yes, a couple of differences between them. But yeah, it's all about, you can dynamically switch between the styles. You can do whatever you want to get a high score. It's a lot about expressing yourself through your movement. It's almost like it really feels like you're dancing through the streets. You know what I mean? Especially with the music though, because obviously Jet Set Radio is iconic for the soundtrack by the funky uncle himself, Hideki Naganuma. And they got 3 tracks by Naganuma back for this new one. I kind of wish for even more. But yeah, the 3 tracks and the rest of the soundtrack are just brilliant, fantastic tracks. And even the graffiti system, right? Jet Set Radio is all about graffiti too.
Yeah.
The way it worked in the old games is just that you picked one graffiti for each size and just go to the graffiti spot and just spray it down, right? Well, Bomber Cyberpunk innovates on that because the minigame that you do for each graffiti is like, you can input a pattern, and then each pattern correlates to one of the graffiti you collected. So you can actually dynamically choose what graffiti you want to put down at any point. So again, it's all about expression. And Bomber Cyberpunk, yeah, it just needs that aspect. It really like feel open. You really like feel like it's your streets to take. You know what I mean? Like it really sells that rebel, like anti-society, anti-government sentiments that Jet Set Radio started out. And yeah, it's just fantastic. It's so fucking good.
So
That's
spiritual
really
successor to Jet Set Radio, basically.
Yeah.
I was very curious about this because I knew like the base premise of Bomb Rush as a spiritual successor and shit. So I was curious if it was actually, an actual elaboration of the games that came before it, or if it was just derivative and trying to do more of it. So that's really interesting to hear.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong too, Honky, but are there's dreamscape levels too, right? In
Yes.
that game? Yeah, which I thought it was pretty interesting because of how grounded at least the first Jet Set Radio was for Bomb Rush to kind of go in that more like surreal, like fantasy style.
I don't think I'd agree with that, honestly, because like in the first game you get chased by helicopters and like by tanks, even though you're like a kid on roller skates, so I don't know, it's not
I mean, there's that
realistic.
too, but like I meant in terms of the environments.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, for the most part, the environments in Bomber Cyberpunk is also very, like close to, like
Grounded.
very grounded. But yes,
Okay.
the dreamscapes are. I mean, they're pretty short. They're just like in
Oh,
between.
okay.
They're not like a huge part of the game, but there's just like little bonuses in between the major areas, I suppose. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I just remember them standing out when I saw footage of the game. So
I feel like we're not gonna cut that one out right now.
Not
Yeah,
yet,
no.
no.
yeah.
Said about it though. So any thoughts, Honky, in response, or Sarg, do you have any thoughts in another game you'd want to cut, or what are you thinking?
Hi-Fi
I'll
Rush.
let Honky go first.
Hi-Fi Rush. Hi-Fi Rush. I want it out of here. I want it gone.
Harley fucking hates it. He looks at the character and he's
hate
like,
it
"This
at
guy's stupid."
The
Nah,
cold
like-
day in hell before Hi-Fi Rush goes down to fucking Orbo's Odyssey, bro.
Odyssey is peak, man. You just don't know what you're missing out
Or
on.
Fear and Hunger too, homie.
You just don't know what you're missing out on, bro. But whatever, okay? I
Neither
forgive
do
you being
you.
ignorant. I forgive you being ignorant, okay? So anyways,
The movement in Orbo's Odyssey didn't look good. So.
I'd cut Slay the Princess again. Fucking Slay the Princess. Get it out of here already.
Fucking slay the princess.
Sarg, what do you think about that?
it's kind of hard because, like, take stuff like Horbo's Odyssey, for example. The arguments Honky made for it are pretty compelling. It feels interesting. It feels like a maybe thought experiment game, but
Yep.
just how much can originality let you go against quality?
You
It
know,
is
like
Hmm.
War Tales.
Controlling. Oh boy.
So I gotta ask something
I was waiting
because
for someone to bring up War Tales again in the terms of quality.
yeah, that's not what I mean. Actually, I gotta.
Fighting words.
Since we're like actually arguing why the games are good, I just want to say no one is saying why Hi-Fi Rush is good. I wonder why that is.
I haven't played it.
Exactly. Exactly.
I wonder why
fucking
everyone
played
said
it.
no,
I mean-
don't cut that to Orbis
I
Odyssey.
mean, I could
which is,
just talk about it instead. You know.
but I mean, Sarg, what do you think first of all? Not about Hi-Fi Rush. I mean like cutting wise.
Hmm.
Come on, stay the princess. Stay the princess.
Yeah, honestly, I'm cool with Say the Princess. I thought it was pretty far, to be honest, near top 20. So.
Yeah.
For a game I've literally played like 2 hours of, I think that's plenty.
Mm.
From what I've heard, I
Comparing
guess-
evidence.
I guess we could let Slay the Princess go.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah, I've already
I
said
feel
about it.
guilty about it because, like, I'm
Same.
just going off based on what I've heard instead of what I know. So,
Well, that's
Yeah,
most
no.
games here on this list.
I mean, a lot of us haven't played the other games. It's more like
Mm.
explaining why
Yeah.
they're good, and that's the problem here. Because while Doc explained it pretty well, what's good about it, like we are also everyone here has like played or watched 2 hours of it, and that's kind of it.
Yeah, and that's
Okay.
kind of where I'm at for cutting it. Like, you know, I'm sure given more time, I may have even argued for this game to be my top 10, depending on where it goes and what it does. But I
Yeah.
haven't seen where it goes and what it does.
That's
So,
fair,
like, I wouldn't even be cutting this necessarily before I cut Ghost Trick. Because I know Ghost Trick to be one of the best examples of a narrative design in a video game. Whereas this, I don't know where it goes.
Yeah, like you don't know, like but could go just up and up. of
It
course.
could go, it could be the best narrative design game I've ever played. You know what I mean? It could be, but I don't know. Like so far, it seems real strong, and I'm going to go back to it and play more 100%. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, for this Game of the Year argument, I don't really have the capacity for that. It could be one
Yeah.
of those things where maybe next year, if we're doing this again, we do like what's the best games we've played that aren't from this year.
Mhm.
In which case, I probably might have a strong defense then. But I think it's got plenty far.
For me, it's Sekiro because I play that every year. It's always the best game I play. in that year.
Sekiro every year, yeah.
Listen. I played that like twice in 2 days, as in I finished it twice in 2 days.
So yeah, I'll put that at number 21, Slay the Princess. I think that's perfectly fair for our collective experience, which is what this is about anyway.
Yup.
Collective consciousness.
Yeah.
So Sarg has made his cut. It is now on to me again, and I am going to suggest just list a little bit and think about it.
Dangerous.
War
After,
Tales.
after this one, I should suggest a short break.
Oh wait, hold on. War Tales, but I'm going to put this up. All right, Sarg, defend War Tales.
Wait, hold on. Am I
like I
missing
was
something?
saying,
Yeah,
Like I
I've
was
got that
saying-
up the stream.
War Tales is just an extremely well-polished game. It's
Do you
just it just oozes quality to me.
Yeah,
not
see,
just in terms of originality and shit. It is an RPG game. It does have a uniqueness in the blend of its mechanics to it. You won't find another game exactly like War Tales. You will find things that looks sort of like War Tales, that have similar mechanics, but you won't find exactly War Tales again. And it caters, like I said, to a very specific audience of people like me. And it's also really well polished, I think. It's like sitting at 91 or 92% positive reviews on Steam.
Excellent. Yeah,
Um,
okay.
So I think it's just a very strong game for what it is. Also, the DLC just released.
Is there anything on this list that you think is less or more deserving of getting cut first than War Tales? In your opinion? If you have no opinion, like I'm just kind of putting the feelers out there right now for what the temperature in War Tales is, because you're the only person who knows.
Yeah.
The Wartails fandom is dying, become a Wartailer. I don't know, but I'd like to know more about Pseudo-Regalia.
Okay. Well, I think
A lot of us have
Honk
played
and
that,
me are
yeah.
Honk and me are the big Pseudo-Regalia defense. And Plat, actually. She also
Plat
did
finished
that
it,
game, I
and
just remembered.
I've played a good bit of it too, but I haven't finished it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so... this is like rich coming from me. I finished that game in one sitting. Not because it's super short, but because I think it is just that good. Because I think took me like what 6 hours, 5 hours, something like that. I forgot. And like I got 1 or 2 tips from Honky, and that's kind of it.
You could have done a run of that before you finish this podcast.
Yeah, pretty much.
Real.
And I think like the movement in that game is really, really good. The progression of upgrades is super strong. You keep getting cool stuff. You can also sequence break so much because of how open it is. I feel like a bunch of that is like unintentional, but that's kind of the point of sequence break. I don't think that's like diminishing the effect of sequence break. That's also how Super Metroid works. They didn't design that one with sequence breaks in mind.
Yeah, but at the same time, they don't over-design because there's a real overcorrecting that happens, I think, with a lot of platform designers where they'll put like invisible walls in the way and say, no, you're not supposed to go here. Like the game allows it and its flags are set up in such a way where it's like, okay, if you want a sequence break, go right ahead, if you feel you can.
Yeah, and like, for example, Metroid Dread, which also has sequence breaks, some of which are intended because they reside in cutscenes, which is very
Maybe
interesting.
a good idea to describe what the game is, by the way, because Sarg basically asked what it is.
Yeah. So it is a Metroidvania, but with a very strong focus on platforming and with a bit of combat.
And it's got like an N64 aesthetic.
Yeah,
I guess you could say.
The general idea is that it's way more platforming than combat. It does have combat. It has like 2 bosses and a bunch of dumbass enemies. But it is like the combat is fine. I don't think it's bad or anything. I don't think it gets in the way. Yeah, that's the general gist. And then you find like new movement upgrades all the time that let you do more dumb shit. And like a lot, the game is like so open that you can break a lot of it by just like, using the movement creatively.
Like at the start, I got a slide, and that slide then you can chain that into a jump, and that jump then I later got a wall kick. So it's basically like ever expanding that moveset, but like expanding also the things you can chain together, and like you start to make patterns in your head, almost like a fighting game, like combo routes or stuff like that. You're like, oh, I can do this into this, and that'll save me from the, and there's a lot of, you can react on the fly to a lot of things.
Yeah,
and one of the things I really find strong about it is I love Metroidvania style games where it's just good to move. Like I'm just running down a corridor.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to be able to do something down that corridor to go down it just a little bit faster. There's no need.
It's good,
but it's fun to do, and that's definitely one of those games almost designed around that feeling by itself.
Yeah, and one thing that stood out to me so much, because Metroid Dread actually doesn't do this, which I found kind of weird. In Metroid Dread, when you can pick up power bombs in Metroid Dread, right? At times without having like the actual power bomb upgrade, but you can pick up ammunition for them, and the game is like, I do know what this is, lol, guess you gotta wait, and it doesn't give you shit. It's just like a mysterious item. I don't really have an issue with that, but it is just like a little weird. Pseudo-Regalia has like this triple wall jump, right? And you can upgrade it into a quadruple wall jump, but you can also find the quadruple wall jump first, so you get 1 wall jump, which lets you do a shit ton of new stuff. Which is what I did. I found that one first, and you can already break so much with that because of how the game is like, this 3D environment is designed, because it's like so smart in that, like I don't think like this is designed with like, I don't think they had like they weren't measuring all the jumps and such, but it is more of like, it's like a result of the design being just loose enough that you can do all these weird skips.
Yeah, it always feels like you're getting one over in the game when you're even doing intended stuff, because it just feels real good, the platform.
Yeah, that's like the biggest strength.
Move. And also, like, I want to give a special shout out to the aesthetics, because like it's easy to say just, oh yeah, it's N64 style graphics, but it's more than that. I think a very creative use of fog in that game, because like when you have like big rooms, you can like see them all, you can see all across the room, and you can like see background objects like mountains and shit, and like, because of the fog, it just looks so cool. Because it's actually like eerie, unique aesthetic. It's almost like, it almost reminds you of like a creepypasta in some portions.
Yeah,
but, like, in the
I
best
can
way
see what you mean.
possible.
I can see what you mean.
Yeah, it's got like these weirdly put together rooms and castles that don't really feel super coherent, but like in a good way.
Yes.
I think that also ends up being a problem though, because I would say like one thing that doesn't stand out, which was mentioned earlier, is like the environment design, while it's pretty good, it's very easy to get lost because it all has that lo-fi N64 aesthetic, and with no map, it's very difficult to navigate. You'll find yourself going in circles quite a lot through a lot of samey rooms and not really clicking exactly where you are until you've done it a few times. So there's a lot of like meandering, which could have been totally cut out by a map feature. And I say this as someone who usually would defend games without maps. They say I enjoy making a mental map, and I enjoy finding my own ways through things, and then optimizing them my own way. I think it's not necessarily a strength of that game.
No, you guys know how bad I am with directions. I got like so lost in the game. I'd say at least a third, if not more, of my playtime was just being lost.
Yep. So I think it's a just a City Regalia. Really, I think it's a real good game.
I wouldn't cut it yet, honestly.
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
Okay, but does Pseudo Regalia have a fishy minigame? Because War Tales does.
Wrong question.
Okay, but it does not. But also, I want to mention it's getting a map update at some point in the future. I know we can't judge it for something that's going to be in the future, right? So we're going to be judging it without the map, obviously. But just know that in the future, we're getting updates.
Just the point for people to check it out. If that sounds like a deal breaker for you, that map stuff, then that's changing. So and you should check it out when it does.
Well, I don't think it should go because it's super fucking good.
It's so fun to play. Just running around that game is so incredibly satisfying, like few games ever are.
You can just pick it up and beat it in a day and replay it that way.
I guess the last couple points I want to make for War Tales is, being very quick about it, it has quite a lot of variety for a middle price game. It's constantly introducing new mechanics, new gimmicks, new everything basically. You think you've got the gist of the gameplay down, and then the fantasy elements come up because you're playing in a low fantasy medieval world, but you don't notice that until you're in some ruins and suddenly ghouls are attacking you for some reason, or until you find a sort of tumoral mass just laying in the countryside. You didn't know that was there, but now it is. And or you go in another region and now you got to do arena torments, or you buy the DLC and now you're a pirate, you have your own ship now, and you've got a leaderboard, an in-game leaderboard for the most famous pirates, and you can climb that. It's a game that has quite a staggering amount of content, I think, and variety at that, while maintaining a pretty good quality. You go in another region and now there are hordes of zombie mosquitoes going after you, and that never happened before, and it only happens there. That's a really, really strong point, I think, about the game.
Yeah, that it's just constantly surprising you, I guess.
It's time to cut Trepang too.
This is
still in?
No, it's not in.
Okay.
What about... let's look down this list.
It's gonna get spicy a bit.
Yeah, a little bit Remnant too. I know it's really well regarded, but we're getting in the top 20 territory now.
Okay, I'm opening the TXT.
I
Are you ready to stay here a while?
I can't agree with that either, to be honest. I don't know, man. Like I know that Honky and Don have played Remnant 1.
Yes.
Pretty alright.
But there's a lot of cool stuff in Remnant 2, and I mean, I would say I'm not gonna hold on to this one super hard, but I will say that there's a lot to explore in Remnant 2, and I'm 60 hours in and I'm still finding new stuff to do. And I will say that some of the storytelling is a little flat in some areas. I particularly like the storytelling in the the palace sections. And there's a weird lore dump that they do at the end of the game where they kind of try to tell you the stakes before the final boss. And it's I didn't really like that pacing in terms of that. But I think that the stories in the separate areas are interesting, and I find myself constantly coming back to it to explore the areas, as well as explore the different classes that are offered, as well as discover. I mean, there's some very well hidden stuff in this game, and some of it is intuitive, some of it not so much. There's some very interesting ways to unlock things that are a little spoilery, which I really won't go into unless people like kind of want to hear about it.
No.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I want to see those when I
exactly.
play it.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, again, I really enjoy playing this game. For it to make it into the top 20, I think is pretty justified. I don't know if I could see this as a top 10, but I mean, I would fight for something else to go before this.
What would you fight
To
for?
be honest, I mean, can I hear about Fear and Hunger? Like,
Yeah, go for it, Honky.
Fine. Yeah, okay. Let me
Really
just
going
pull
on a
it
pivot on
up.
this one?
Yeah, honestly,
Yeah.
Holy
like,
shit.
uh,
It's getting hard. It's getting
Here's the thing,
heartbreaker
like,
territory
it's just-
now. Yeah.
so much of Fear and Hunger I fucking love, you know? Like, just starting with the art style, right? Have you ever actually seen the game? Have you ever seen what it actually
Yeah.
looks like?
Yeah, it looks really
The
good,
art
yeah.
of it is
It looks excellent.
incredible.
Yeah.
All
Seems
hand
very little.
painted. The art style is like my favorite art style of the entire year. It's so incredibly inspiring, like, genuine. I want to be able to paint stuff just like the guy who's making it. It's incredible to me. And anyways, what it is outside of the art style, obviously, it's a survival horror game. It looks like an RPG, like the top-down RPG Maker RPG, right? And you have turn-based battles. But think about how you use your gun in Resident Evil, right? You use them as the last resort because bullets are valuable. Well, so is combat in Fear and Hunger. You lose health, and health is a resource. So you want to avoid fighting. And you have tools outside of combat that can like help you survive enemies and stuff. You can like put down traps. You can shoot down enemies with bullets you can use outside of combat and stuff like that. So
Cool. Yeah.
yes, it's not a RPG at all, really, even though it uses turn-based combat. It's incredibly scary, incredibly atmospheric, just incredibly creative too, with just everything. But it's like, for me, it's like the definitive I'll beat it at some point game. Because like, the game is kind of like a reputation for jokingly, I guess, hating you. Because it has this really fun mechanic, this game in the previous one, the original Fear and Hunger, where it throws a coin literally in front of on the screen, and it
Oh,
tells
is that
you,
what that meme is? I've seen that meme where
Yes.
a coin flipped and like something bad happens. Someone
tells
in
you-
like gifts. Yeah.
tells you heads or tails. And you have to
Yeah.
pick heads or tails, then it flips a coin, and if you got it wrong, then you don't want to get it wrong. Like, getting it wrong can
Yeah.
lead to the worst possible outcomes. It's quite incredible. And
Okay.
the game itself is very much designed around you dying over and over and like getting experience, you know what I mean? Like, it's all about learning what the world is about and executing. People like call it like a semi-roguelike sometimes. Enemy spawns are fixed, but item spawns are completely randomized every single time you reload the save. And yes, it's a very straining game. Like, you really need to be like committed to dying over and over and learning as little or as much as you can. And I haven't gotten very far into it just because I haven't really had the motivation and the energy to like really spend my time on it, to be honest.
What's your feelings on it being 20th?
I think that's a good place to be, honestly.
I feel like it also been cut here because with what you just said about not having played too much of it, which was
Yeah.
also the reason why we cut Slay the Princess. Pretty legit, to be honest.
Yep. No, I think that's totally fair. Could be one of those ones that could reach top 10 if you had a more compelling argument from having
Yeah.
played more of the game. But
Yeah,
at
like
this
Slay
point,
the
it's like
Princess,
it's doing cool things. It looks real cool. It's got far enough because every cut's a heartbreaker cut now. So
Yeah.
Yes.
and I
Sorry,
will say,
Charlie.
this, like,
Sorry, Charlie.
go ahead.
That's all I just wanted to say. Sorry, Charlie.
Okay.
Charlie.
I was
Okay.
gonna say with Remnant 2, it's a little hard for me to like effectively defend that game in some regards because I don't want to spoil anything for Don and Honk.
Yeah.
And Doc,
Like-
yeah. All three of us plan to play
Well,
them,
I
so-
actually read your name as the in Discord as Doc
Oh, yeah. Well, Doc, and Honky, and I don't
yeah,
know, let's invite
it's like-
Blackfoot as well.
because
Ooh.
if I'm to defend that game in a general sense, like it's a Souls
Mhm.
game with guns, right? And we've already talked about how Souls is such a polished genre. So to really defend a game effectively in that genre, I have to like go really into detail about it, but I can't. So
Mhm.
yeah,
no,
it's gonna
I
be one of
agree.
those things, Cosmic, where like the rules of this is like no spoilers. But if you have to make a point, they save your game, then
Okay.
spoilers are gonna have to be allowed because like
Yeah.
we want to get this out and get it right. You can't have a
Yeah.
you can't necessarily have a spoiler-free discussion all the time and say everything a game does. So,
yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
so don't be afraid to pull that one, but it should be a last
Yeah.
resort.
Yeah, that's why I was saving it because I
Yeah.
really didn't think that Remnant 2 was going down now. So I'll hold
But-
off. Yeah.
It's time to
Cool.
fear and
Yeah.
hunger, I guess.
So should we take a 5-minute break and get into the top 20 then?
I'd
Yeah.
say so, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
All right, guys. I'll be back in a sec. And we are back once again.
Fucking back.
We are so back.
Time for Plat.
Hello.
We're here for our top 20 now. So
Jesus.
we hopefully can work through these in quicker than the 5 hours that it's taken us to work to this point. Holy moly, guys. Jesus, you guys have a lot to say about video games.
Let's get it done.
Alright, so Plat, take it away.
So the game I'm going to be cutting is Alan Wake 2. No.
You promised.
So I'm saying goodbye to Ghost Trick.
Yeah, I think it's fair.
I'm happy it stayed so long. No piece of media has ever made me cry as much as this game does. You guys heard me cry live whenever it was announced. Very impactful piece of media, very accessible piece of media. I genuinely believe everyone can play this game, everyone can enjoy this game. Please play Ghost Trick. I am unbelievably happy that there is now a good way to play this game in all of its glory. So please play it.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, this game's real good as well too. I just want to note as well too, the first time I played this game it was pirated because the advertisement for the game to begin with was awful from Capcom. It died a death on the DS. The copies became rare, and after that then the price shot through the roof. So my first experience with this was through pirating it through a DS game, and the moment it got re-released I bought it full price. I still haven't even opened the re-release. I had to pay my penance, and so should you, and play this game. It's a
Can I
real
just
good
add a
game.
very quick funny story?
I
Of
bought it,
course.
so I
Yeah.
did my part.
So I had a DS copy of it. I no longer had it because I was giving it to everyone. I was like, you need to play this game, you need to play this game. And I let someone borrow it and they never gave it back.
Oh my god.
Hey, at least you could buy the mobile version.
Oh!
me looking at my phone like it's time to say goodbye to Ghost Trick.
Yeah.
Radio, so Ghost Trick Phantom Detective, the re-release or remaster, out at number 19. Okay, Cosm, take it away.
Man, it's tough, dude.
Yeah, this is Heartbreaker now.
You get an F
I
on the
know that I
Sorry,
want.
I had to go for a moment. I'm back.
I know that I want to cut one of my own choices, so keep it.
You actually have a few in there. I have none of my own that are just mine. You
Yeah.
got yours pushed through quite a bit, yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, I am gonna go with man, that's tough.
Hi-Fi Rush.
There's-
Hyper Rush.
I mean, honestly, it's one of the what is there's 3 that I'm kind of waffling back and forth on.
What is
Which
Blood
is
Walking
like-
about?
It's Hellboy,
Mhm.
Rogue City, and like to an extent Hi-Fi Rush.
No, the good thing is we got 3 people in a row who all agree with that.
Hilarious.
I
So let me see here. I think I'm gonna go with Hellboy.
I don't
Okay.
disagree with that.
Fair?
Yeah.
When did that game come out, by the way?
This year.
Yeah, no, I just mean like when exactly.
Feels
You
weird.
take a look here. Actually, it was fairly recently though.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, I think I only heard about this game once or twice in passing.
October 18th.
Yeah, 18th
Yeah,
of October. Yeah.
I honestly didn't know you regarded it so highly, to be honest, Cosm. I know you're a fan of Hellboy.
Yeah, it's a. I don't know if I've ever heard the words roguelike action brawler.
Yeah.
ever
That really
stated,
interests me when you're
and-
talking about that. I was like, what? That game's a roguelike action brawler? It sounds amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like the way that I beat the final boss was by wall comboing him, like in a stun move.
Yeah.
And like all of the mechanics in this game feed into each other so well. Like if you honestly like fighting game players say this a lot, but if you like fighting games
Yeah.
and you want to play a roguelike where you're 1v1ing dudes out the ass, like there's definitely times where other dudes will come up on you. And there's times like that annoy me. There's also a couple of enemy abilities that annoy me, but I'll leave that for you to figure out. But yeah, man, like there's some cool ass shit in that game. So I really liked it.
Yeah, I'll be wishlisting it after this. It sounds amazing. It's definitely on my radar now.
Yeah.
So, Hellboy Web of Word.
Yeah,
Number-
it is on sale right now, by the way, on Steam. So.
Oh yeah, totally. That might be a good point to pick it up. Like the description of that too, by the way, about like combo, like wall combo and bosses, giving like real God Hand vibes. Even just thinking about it, so it's just
Yeah.
like, yeah, I'd love to play a game like that, 100%.
He also has a god hand because he has the fucking
Oh, you're right.
Here's something. His hand is like his revenge gauge for Royal Guard, and it gives you a finisher when you fill it up.
Oh my god, this game sounds amazing. Why is no one really speaking about this game? What the fuck?
It's fucking sick, dude.
It sounds amazing,
I'm
yeah.
surprised.
Hmm.
I'm
How did you
surprised
hear
I'm
about
even
it?
cutting it here, but like, I just like Hellboy.
Oh,
Maybe
I've
let's
nice.
just-
only seen it.
Yeah.
I've only seen it like once, and the impression it gave me is that it looked really, really good. But also, it felt like, from what little I've seen, like maybe a style over substance. But yeah, what you're saying about it looks really, really interesting.
Yeah, so since we're cutting it, I'll talk about something that you can do in this game, which is like you can get a perfect block. So you can like perfect block an enemy and then counter what they're doing and then dodge around something and then fill up their stun gauge with your gun or like whack them with your fists or whatever. And then if you get enough revenge gauge, you can like punch them into a wall that knocks them down and does damage to them, and then you can like teleport over to them with a knife that you have and then continue comboing them. Like
That sounds
the
awesome,
game is
yeah.
That's
fucking
good.
sick.
It allows you to enter that flow state, yeah, and just keep going through the motions, yeah. Which might be the same reasons why I was saying Pseudo Regalia is good with your platforming and stuff. You just start acting instinctually rather than, you know, thinking about what you're doing.
Yep.
That's great. So, Hellboy Web of Word at 18. Honky?
Cause I'm sorry to do this to you. You're still not down to cut Hi-Fi Rush, are you?
Honestly, I would be okay with it. I think that Hi-Fi Rush does this great thing where it is a vibrant, like almost comic-ish game in the action like hack and slash genre, which we don't see a lot of those themes kind of make their way into that genre at all. And genre blending with the action and rhythm thing, I think, is cool because there's a lot of action games that do genre blending, but it's only for certain portions. And Hi-Fi Rush committing to the bit in that sense was really cool to me. And I really liked the writing in this game as well, especially it being such a U-turn from Tango. But I mean, there's such strong games on this list otherwise that like, I mean, I played it earlier this year, and like when I got around to some of the other games on this list, I had forgotten about Hi-Fi Rush for a little bit. So.
Yeah.
Would you say that something like in this game should be over like Orbo's Odyssey, for example? No offense, Honky.
I would have put this over Orbo's Odyssey, yeah. But I also haven't played Orbo's Odyssey, so I can't.
Yeah, it's kind of like an impasse.
That's
Yeah,
the thing.
exactly. Yep.
Well, I just
will
want to say on a personal
Sorry.
level, Hi-Fi Rush was like almost like a dream game for me when it was announced, because this exact concept of a rhythm action game was something I had in my mind for like, I don't know how long, since I was like a kid, you know what I mean? But like,
Yep.
I don't know, I just kind of got bored of it, to be honest. Like close to the end, I didn't finish it. I almost got to the end, but I just kind of stopped playing because I had my fill. I just didn't like have
that's
really fun
unfortunate.
anymore.
That could be a problem that pissing in the game too. Like I haven't played it, so like I can't really say much. But like, you know, if it's not giving you that impetus, they see it the whole way through, then I feel something's gone badly wrong on the way there.
Yep.
I will say like about they piggyback somewhat on what Cosm said about Hi-Fi Rush is like it was always on my radar, it being like an action game and the style of it and whatever else, and especially them saying they're taking like a very strong Beautiful Joe reference, which I love Beautiful Joe. People talked about it for a week and never talked about it again.
Yep.
Yes.
That's really it. And like I actually don't agree that the designs in it are really good. I don't like the character designs for the most part, but I think they're animated brilliant, and the character that comes out of them is really good. But like, I find it like kind of generic. I
Yeah,
don't know.
no, I agree with that.
That's just me. But people love it, and it's like it's just maybe not my thing. I don't want to shit in it. That's not what I'm trying to do here.
Yeah.
But I never looked at it and went, this looks like, it's not like when I look at Dante or Nero and go, they look incredible. I can't wait to jump in and play as them guys. Like there's nothing about it that's making me going, I want to play as this guy or I want to fight against these people. And I've watched quite a bit of it. That's just personal opinion. You know what I mean? I'm sure if I played it, I'll fucking love it. I actually did get it as a gift in the Steam sale, so I will play it. But yeah, no one talked about it after a while, and nothing of it stuck with me. So
Yeah.
That's not to say it hasn't done plenty. I don't want it to be the final word, because I know Cosm was saying it does a lot well. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I know it does a lot well. The thing is like, I mean, again, it's taking a lot of concepts that are great and it's forging them in kind of its own image.
Yeah.
But there were aspects of it. I mean, like, I'm also not a big rhythm gamer, so to me that is sort of a limiting factor.
Yeah.
In it being like a great hack and slash, like if you sat Hi-Fi Rush like down next to me for most of the other action games that I love, I will probably pick one of them over Hi-Fi Rush.
Yeah,
Because
that's how I feel. Yeah.
You are sort of like, again, there is a lot of creativity when it comes to this game in terms of like combo strings and stuff and the way that you can approach certain fights, but there are also things like they want you to use certain party members' abilities against different enemies, and you're also locked into certain rhythms of, for lack of a better term, playing the fight. So and then there's also like weird QTE style stuff going on, and I'm not crazy about this. I really appreciate the presentation during these moments, but I'm also not crazy about it. So
one thing I will say too about the presentation, which I found was an amazing touch when I heard it, was that the game is comprised of licensed tracks for all the major fights, but then there's also a streamer safe version, which and all them tracks are all bangers as well. It's not just this is the B-roll. They're actually all really good songs. So I super appreciate that. Like they did it twice. Let's be real. So that the attention to detail there is fucking incredible, and I will give them a shout out for that. I don't want to be totally negative on it.
Yeah, no, that's really cool.
So are you happy to that be Cosm at 17, or would you argue?
I mean, I can't really Honky's talked about Orbo's Odyssey, and like looking at the aesthetic of it, it is definitely a game that at some point I would check out.
Yeah, same.
Like,
looks fun.
I can't actually argue against it or for it, because I just don't know. Like I haven't experienced it, so it's a tough call. But I think kind of in this sort of 20 to 10 range, a lot of these games are just gonna be really close to each other. So
totally. And I know Hi-Fi Rush is made by little guys to an extent too, but I like the idea of a little guy slipping through a little bit further in the net, as much as Hi-Fi Rush is really appreciated.
Yeah,
Orbo is a little guy, so
Orbo is a very little guy.
Well, Hi-Fi Rush made by Bethesda. Nah, just kidding. It's fine. Tango are cool. By the way, you should play Evil Within 2. That's a good video game.
Yeah, I will also say this is that like I want Tango to keep doing their own thing. People go like, "Oh, I want them to make another game like Hi-Fi Rush."
Yeah, now just make something.
No,
I want them to make something else.
Yeah. I think that's the general ethos they have though, because even Evil Within 2 is like pretty different from the first one, so they're just kind of like doing what they want to do right now. If Bethesda let them, or Microsoft.
Yeah, and if they're like really like they have former Beautiful Joe developers, and like the Beautiful Joe was a massive inspiration. If they even want to make something along them lines again, like there's no one making games quite like Kamiya. I think Hi-Fi Rush almost comes close, like it's kind of like skating around that Kamiya-esque.
I think sometimes it looks like a little like bootleg Kamiya. I don't even
but that's fine. There's room
way.
For bootleg Kamiya. There totally is.
Yeah,
Like,
definitely.
All the bootleg Kamiyas tend to like skew more towards Ninja Gaiden. They don't tend to be like that kind of like Kamiya action, for better of a word, but anyone who's felt it knows it. Yeah. So like
it's like a good niche.
Like with the things happening with Platinum Games right now, you could very easily say a studio like that could be the team they pick up the pieces. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And
So,
I don't know.
all due
Again,
respect.
like the previous game was really good, so I think just keep an eye on what they make.
Yeah. So number 17, Hi-Fi Rush. I think it's totally fair.
It's my turn now, and there's nothing personal. I know this is the third game in the list, but I think it's time for RoboCop to, retire. I think he's fought people for long enough.
I don't know. Like I haven't played the game either myself, but like I've watched a lot of like Eris and a lot of people play the game, and it feels like one of those games that does everything it has to do. And there's a lot of people who maybe don't play as many games as us, which you can argue whether it makes them a better or worse judge of games of the year or whatever. But lots of those types of people are firmly saying it's their game of the year because they went in with RoboCop on the box and they went out feeling like RoboCop.
Yeah, I get that. We had a bunch. We had a lot of games already that are game of the year contender for a lot of people though, and you can suggest something else.
I mean, I think honestly that if anything, it goes Orbo's Odyssey and then something.
We're
like
back to Orbo.
Can I say something?
Yeah,
I would rather strike out Super Mario Wonder now instead of Orbo's Odyssey.
Disagree hard.
Disagree hard.
Oh,
Disagree.
wow.
Okay.
Well, like I obviously haven't played Orbo's Odyssey, but Super Mario Wonder is like the first Mario platformer since Super Mario World to evoke that same kind of feeling, and that's not just a feeling. It's not like just a nostalgia. It's like the structure of the levels the way secrets are found, the step up in animation, because animations are surprisingly a massive step up. It's not like
Yes.
something like New Super Mario
great.
Bros. Where it's like, it's just side profile 3D models of the characters. It's these really, really impressive cartoony models, and the use of silhouettes and the use of like effects, like 2D effects, when you're getting like mushrooms and stuff, like you see like explosions pop out, and they do like animation effects for each power up you get. Like, so the elephant does like a big trunk that kind of comes out and animates, and the fire flare has like this really cool, almost like Naruto fires, kind of like spinning around you. Like all these little touches, like it is properly like Nintendo going full force effort in what they would put in this on like an Odyssey into a game like World again. And I'm sure Orbus Odyssey is really good. I'm sure it is. But like, I think like what Sarg said earlier, when you have to start saying quality, because everything about that game is oozing quality wonder. It really, really is. I would say that it has a problem with difficulty a lot of the time. I would say it doesn't really get difficult until the end and some of the higher star levels. But like when it does get difficult, it offers up some of the most actually hair-tearing challenges I've had in a base Mario game that isn't a Kaizo game or some bullshit like that. I think it's an excellent game. I wouldn't say it's my game of the year or anything, but like honestly, Honky, I'm gonna be real, man. What the fuck's Orbus Odyssey?
I mean,
It's good to go. All the time, bro.
You know,
That's how I feel about Orbis.
It's
You know-
Kino, bro.
you know, like we're like right. It's like we're on my choice. Well, it's not my choice. You know what I mean? Like we're on me right now.
Yeah.
I would honestly still pick RoboCop over Orbus Odyssey, having played neither. But that's beside the point, really. What we are talking about.
I'm down.
I think that should go first.
Cosm?
I hard disagree, man.
I mean, like, I think a lot of the. I mean, I'm not saying that it's like it doesn't actually do all of the other things good, but I feel like a lot of the praise is always like, oh, like nails RoboCop, which is cool, and I really think that's cool. But I think that's, I don't think that makes it better than something that lets me put it over something that is like wholeheartedly original like that. And
Orbus nails Orbus.
Can I
mean-
be out of pocket?
sure.
Looking at the list, there's like 3 platformers left, and like it's like Pizza Tower, Orbus Odyssey, and Pseudo Regalia. So
Yes.
do we want to go into like really far territory with so many platforms? Along with like things like
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, we can say
But, like-
Mario Wonder as well. That's also a platformer.
I was gonna say Wonder as
Yeah.
well. So
That's a
there has
fair
to be like
point.
even
That's a
of the
fair
people
point.
who've like played the platformers, like do you not have a mental order? Like I'd say I would put Regalia, then Orb, then Pizza Tower, then Wonder. Like, do you not have like a mental list
I have a
of
mental
like
order,
of your
yeah.
platforms?
I have a
thing,
mental
though.
order, yeah.
I don't really consider them all as just platformers, to be honest. Like, I consider them as very different. Like, Pseudo Regalia to
they're
me is barely even
subgenres.
platformer. It's much more of Metroidvania. And, like, Orbus Odyssey is barely even platformer. It's such a unique, strange game that you can't even, like, classify it as just, like, a platformer. It's just, like, in its mechanics, it's so strange and out there that I can't, like, help but appreciate it all the more, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
Give me a
fair.
second, I need
You
to
can,
I need to
you
grab
can shoot
something
a
real quick.
guy in RoboCop. Well, well, we can't really argue RoboCop if Cosmo isn't here, so
Okay.
I wait with
Can
that.
you imagine? Can you imagine we play Orbos Odyssey and it's like total fucking garbage and Honky was just gaslighting us for an entire
Then approach your game.
This is me with literally every game you talk about.
What if
so-
Honky made it up this whole time?
I
Yeah.
want to test
Honestly,
something.
so here's the other thing about RoboCop is that like not only does it do all these things mechanically that are great in relation to RoboCop, but it also explores a lot of the RoboCop themes in its writing, and it actually tells a compelling story that adds on to the lore of RoboCop, and it really explores his relation to his humanity pretty well, and it weaves in a lot of like the sessions with the psychologist into and other aspects of the game into these things too. So the reason that RoboCop is actually graded at the end of, or the reason that you're actually graded at the end of missions, is diegetic to the story because they're making sure that RoboCop isn't glitching out.
Yeah,
And
that's
those
cool.
glitch outs are related to the story itself and the way that, you know, the villain is messing with RoboCop and sort of propelling him forward along his path as well.
Cousin. That's
Yes.
really interesting, but do you want to hear the top review of Orbo's Odyssey on Steam?
Oh my god.
Could be like, this is
Holy
like-
shit, bungus! This is like sex, but better. This game is going to make $9,000 or $1 billion.
Oh my fucking god, dude. Why'd you have to do this to me?
And
Oh
you know,
my fucking god.
RoboCop is like, I'm not saying that any of us are biased, but Colin, what's the second word in the compound word RoboCop?
Okay, I have a
It's
question.
fantasy, so there can be good cops. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Resident Evil is still coming up.
I just want to clarify, okay? I
Yeah.
just want to clarify real quickly. In my personal list of games that haven't been striked out yet, on my personal list.
Yeah.
Under Orbo's Odyssey, there are 2 games, okay? And both of them are like massive disagrees from everyone here, I can just tell. It's fucking Mario Wonder and it's fucking Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. So it's like... I
well,
know
I mean,
I'm not
What
gonna get...
about Pseudo Regalia?
I think
Yeah.
Pseudo Regalia is better than Orbo's Odyssey. Yeah.
But no, I'm like, I think like you can make an argument for Pseudo Regalia going now because it's a very good game, but a
Really?
flawed game. Yeah.
My thing with Pseudo Regalia is I'm like, I love the game. Can't wait for the next one where they improve on it more. That's kind of where I am with
disagree
Pseudo
with that.
Regalia.
Like,
I
No,
disagree
I
with that,
think-
honestly,
No,
yes.
I think
I
that's
don't think so.
Totally true.
I
No, 'cause
actually,
I think there's a lot of like exploration's a big thing in Metroidvania, right? So why is exploration a problem?
I mean, like, I played the secret, right? This is not me saying, well, I hope they don't make a secret of this shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but what about what I just said?
What? Sorry.
Yeah, so
What did you
I said like if exploration is such a big part of Metroidvanias, and why is it such a problem in Pseudo Regalia?
It's not a problem though, what do you mean
What?
by
I
that?
don't
It
think
is
it's
a problem because there's
Oh, so-
the environments are very, very samey. It's very, very easy to get lost, and there's no map system. And there's no
I didn't get
signposting.
lost.
Even worse, there's no signposting. Well, I got lost very little, but at times I was going, hold on, I just got turned around, like completely accidentally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but
because-
like, I would even argue to some extent, I don't know if I always agree with that, but to some extent, sometimes it can work to large in the game's favor. Sometimes it can create like a real
Totally.
atmosphere, like
I'm
real
the
sense
first
of
person
exploration.
they argue that in favor of the game as being atmospheric and finding your own way, like being lost in a castle. But I don't feel that that's intentional. I don't feel that how it looks is intentional. I actually really like the look. I think it could have done with like maybe 1 or 2 more signposts. I mean, like something on a wall or some shit. But a lot of the
Yeah.
rooms look really similar. Like, of course, you come out to those rooms, you go, oh, this is the room of the platform. I can't get up to it. And then there's 2 doors down here or whatever else. But a lot of the rooms are also a corridor of 3 doors. But and they have the same texture as every other corridor you were just down in this area.
Mhm.
So like that's my
Yeah,
argument for like it is flawed. It is. I like the game a lot. It is flawed.
I
Okay.
still don't really see the point about RoboCop, to be honest. Like, I like this all sounds very nice, but nothing that people say about this game
Well,
makes
can
me
you
go,
see
oh
the
yeah,
point of Arbus thinking that?
absolutely. Like looking at that game, I absolutely see the point. Yeah.
You can see
I
the
have a-
point.
I have a
Zelda,
question.
to be honest. You see the gimmick in action for the first time, and like, oh, that looks fun as fuck. I actually want to play
Yeah.
that, you know? I think
I
it's
think
also
Arbus Odyssey looks
well.
really, really fun. I think it looks fun. But
Yeah,
like
I agree.
but like yeah, on first glance, you know what I mean?
Okay, here's the thing. I'd take Pseudo Regalia over Orbus Odyssey. I think Pseudo Regalia is still better than Orbus Odyssey, despite your argument.
I think like at first glance. Do you mean like at first glance you wouldn't pick it up, or what do you mean?
That's
by
what
that?
you're looking at. You're looking at your first glance when you're saying Orbus Odyssey, and you're saying Orbus Odyssey is better than Robocop, but you have no basis for that.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, neither do you.
Yeah. I'm just
Yeah.
saying you don't. You're the one
Yeah.
with the pick.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I just think like RoboCop looks like a pretty good shooter, and like as someone who has played a lot of shooters,
But you're saying good
always-
shooters there, it's going to have to jump on and say, nah.
who is always playing a lot of shooters at all times.
Of all types.
Yeah.
Alright, let's just get rid of Armored Core 6, bro.
Hold on, hold on, hold on.
Absolutely
Oh,
not.
true.
I have
Secure
one
it,
very
man.
important question. Okay, I have one very important question for Cosmo, who played Robocop. Can you shoot people in the dick?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is
Best
there an
game.
incentive for doing that too? Is there like a achievement or some shit or something?
I believe so. Yeah. Let me, if you want me to check, yeah, I can.
I think I have like actually kind of an issue with that because it is like I don't really like this weird reverence that some of these licensed games have for like individual scenes where like it like the people always talk about the dick shooting and it's like a really funny scene, right? I think like it shouldn't be the focus. Like
It's
it's
not the
like they
focus,
make
though.
such
It's
a
something
big
totally
deal.
optional.
Yeah, if it's just an achievement. Yeah,
It's
Yeah,
an
no,
optional
but
thing
it
you
is
can
like
do.
a mechanic in the game, is what I mean.
No, it's not a mechanic.
yeah,
It's
because
just-
you can
it is.
aim at people's
Yeah.
dick.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
But why did they do
No.
that? Like, because of
Well-
the scene? Because
well,
they have like
because-
Let you
one
aim at
against
people's
the scene so
dicks?
much.
They-
No,
they-
you
they-
can't do that in most games.
It's-
They
it's
made
not-
that.
Hmm.
It's not
Sorry,
rare.
Don,
It's
you're
a
wrong
mecha-
with that.
they're
Hold up,
mecha-
hold up,
It's not
they're
like they
mecha-
put a reticle over it. They don't put a reticle over it. You can just shoot people in the dick.
Yeah,
But it
that-
is like
what
a
it is.
specific weak point.
No, it's not specific.
No,
No,
no.
it is. People were saying it is.
Oh, I mean, okay.
So
if it
Don,
is, I
They
didn't
made
notice
me
it.
react it
I
like in the
just
same
shot
way
everybody in
any
the head,
other.
dude. I just shot everybody in the head. And I tossed them into fucking corners, and I punched them off of what's it called, off of buildings, and all this other shit. Like,
But like
So
in
Don,
any FPS, sorry, they've been reactive since GoldenEye. They have been reactive to all body parts, and even in GoldenEye, you can shoot them in the dick, and they'll react to being shot in the dick. All it's
Yeah.
doing is making light of the fact that that is a thing that most players will do when they pick up the game,
Mhm.
and giving you an achievement for it. It's not a core part of the gameplay.
Yeah. I
What were you
do
saying,
actually
Sarg?
agree.
I'm saying, so you Don, as the
Yeah.
hetero, are saying we shouldn't focus on the dicks.
I mean,
Can we get off the
Um,
dicks, please? Come on, guys.
come on, please stop shooting them in the dick.
Alright, can we get rid of Street Fighter 6 maybe?
I forgot it was in the list.
I didn't. Yeah, I've been thinking
I
about
like
when
the
I won't
silence.
be.
I'd be okay with getting rid of Street Fighter 6.
You would be.
Me too.
I think RoboCop
Yeah.
should go before Street Fighter 6. I don't know, like one of these games has had like this huge impact and like a big comeback for Capcom in the fighting game space with like where they were like lacking for so long with like such a feature complete game, and like another one is like a pretty cool adaptation of a movie.
So
I think that's,
I will
that's
say,
also a fair
Don,
argument. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the thing is too is that I think that too with RoboCop, the budget does kind of get in their way.
Yeah.
But
But
I
they
also
don't have that
went
issue
into
in
RoboCop.
SF6.
I also went into RoboCop with the same mindset that you're talking about right now,
Mhm,
and I was totally surprised by what was there.
mhm.
Like, again, it's one of those things where, you know, on the surface, it seems like there's not a ton going on with RoboCop,
Mhm.
but there really, I don't really know how to say it other than there is actually, like, and you just kind of have to play it to experience that, which is a little, but I think I've explained a lot of what's going on in
Mhm.
it
Yeah.
for you to form like
Yeah, no, I
some
just
kind of
don't
idea,
see
yeah.
any other game on the list currently going against that.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
I honestly, I see Zelda Tears of the Kingdom because it didn't
Mhm.
like hit for me really all that well. As somebody who really enjoyed Breath of the Wild, I think it didn't do enough to really like separate itself from Breath of the Wild for me.
I have trouble putting that below something like City Regalia or Orbis Odyssey.
Or
Sorry,
yeah.
man.
I get that. I get that. Yeah.
Want to place that below RoboCop?
Yeah, I have trouble with
Honestly,
that too,
I
but
would-
I have more
I would-
trouble with those other two.
Yeah.
I mean, we can kick those three out first.
Orbo sweep.
Almost the game of the
Almost
year.
sweep.
Like, let's go like an actual vote, okay? How many of us here are like actually in favor of being Orbo being the one kicked out right now?
I'll say I am.
Yeah.
yeah,
me too.
same.
Yeah.
Aw,
Doesn't do, so that's 4 to 2.
you guys are wrong.
Fuck it. Yeah, I can noble sacrifice. I can noble sacrifice Orbo. it's
Yeah,
fine.
like I think I
Over
got
you go.
plenty far, man. I think if you really
Yeah.
like this game, it got super closely top
Did
10.
get
Yeah.
really damn
Mhm.
high. I'm
What-
very happy.
You want to
Yep.
say something about it before we cut it? Considering you like it so much.
Buy it. It's like $8 on sale. It's like $5. It's still on sale, maybe. I think the Steam Winter Sale is still going on, right?
It is, yeah.
Okay, right now in Germany, that is fuck.
It's
I
4
can-
euros.
It's €4. It's such a fucking fun time for €4. Go buy it instantly.
Honestly, yeah, that'll be also on my list too. From just the screenshots I saw, it looks really, really funny. But I think it's had its time. I understand you love it.
It's fine. Yep. Amen to my soldier.
It was Sarg's turn.
Alright.
Sarg clutching onto
Hmm.
War Tales, hoping nobody noticed it.
Hiding it under his jacket, just
No one would.
smuggle that shit out of here.
Right,
Um,
smuggling it into top 10,
I'm-
man.
feeling either I don't know, either Pseudo Regalia
Robocop.
or Bomb Rush, maybe.
Oh my god, why are you doing this to me?
Honestly,
Honestly,
Targeted harassment.
I think that RoboCop versus Bomb Rush is a pretty compelling time.
Okay.
I'm
Actually,
really torn between those two, actually. Like, the
Yeah.
fact that, because like with Bomb Rush, right, like, the fact that they are doing a spiritual successor instead of like trying to maybe work into Sega to do a Jet Set Radio remake, the fact that like that team didn't do that, I found that great. You know, like,
yeah.
I thought that was really cool that they decided to just go ahead with their own series instead of trying to petition for a Jet Set Radio remake.
I would have to say that multiple people have tried to like pitch remakes to Sega, like new games to Sega, and Sega just consistently denied them. But like, you know, obviously they are making new Jet Set Radio now. But for me, honestly, I really struggle to determine whether I prefer Pseudo Regalia or Bomber Cyberpunk. Because both of these games, I mean, Bomber Cyberpunk, I've been anticipating for years, literally. Since it was announced, the day it was announced, I've been like hyped for this game. Because I love the developer, and I love the genre, obviously. And Pseudo Regalia, I thought it was a meme at first. Like, I looked at the game, I thought it was like furry bait. I didn't think it was a real, like, good game. Then I bought it, and I was like blown away, like instantly by just how quality, how fun it was to play. So it's really hard for me to determine which of the two I'd rather let go first. But like seeing how I'm the only person here who actually played Bomber Cyberpunk, I'm probably better off playing. I mean, yeah, I think I'd rather let go Bomber Cyberpunk first, just because I'm the only one who actually played that of the Among Us.
Among Us. Okay.
So we cutting Bomber Cyberpunk then? Or is that just in general? You're talking about like dropping that before you drop something else?
I mean, I'd rather drop. Let me look through the list. Actually, it's
Whose
still
pick is it again? Sorry, I've lost track. Is it Honky's pick?
I think it's
No,
Sarg.
it's Sarg.
No, it's my turn.
Oh, Sarg. Oh, it's back to Sarg again. Okay.
He just
My bad.
attacked Honky.
Yeah, sure.
I know, it's pretty hard.
Yeah.
Very.
Yeah, at this point, when we're done to games that like not all of us have played, but there's games we all love in here. It's it's tough.
Yeah, from what I've heard and from what Doc was saying about Pseudo Regalia, I might go on vibes with Pseudo Regalia. I feel, but this is just completely based on vibes. I say this because I feel bad.
So, like, what you're saying is you'd rather give up Bomber Cyberpunk than Pseudo Regalia, Honky?
I'd honestly say it's just because I'm again the only one who played it here, but I'd still rather first let go Street Fighter 6. But that's up to you guys, I guess, because I didn't play Street Fighter 6 myself.
See, like, Dawn's argument sticks really strong in my mind with that between that and RoboCop. Like, one's a really good movie tie-in, and the other, well, not tie-in, you know what I mean? Another, a good licensed property.
Yeah.
And the other one revitalized fighting games for Street Fighter for Capcom after, like, such a dry period. And I wouldn't call it necessarily feature complete, but damn, it does have a lot of features, and it's pretty good. There's stuff I disagree with in Street Fighter 6, like how they've monetized it, for example.
Yeah.
I think they've done a lot of shit real bad with it. I have questions, I guess, about the mechanics of the game itself, but that's way too deep in the weeds to even matter to an overall game of the year, I think. Yeah. It's a high quality product that looks great and it's revitalized interest in the scene. So, like, if I'm not going to drop that before I drop something like, you know, RoboCop potentially, in my opinion, I don't think it's the right time for Street Fighter 6 to go.
But like, think about the music.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Music's a big thing with me in games. You know, I will push a game further probably than I should because the soundtrack's really good. But like,
And Wake.
it sucks. Yeah, it makes it real tempting. They cut it now and just be like, fuck this soundtrack.
I like Honky's argument. That's good.
You know, I was picking like the songs for this podcast thing. I had to look at the Street Fighter 6 OST and go like, what song am I going to pick to represent Street Fighter 6?
Oh no.
I ended up picking the character select thing because that's actually a half okay song, even though it's the whitest boy rap you'll ever hear. But
Yeah.
It's like playing on my end right now.
I've listened to quite a lot of the Street Fighter 6 soundtrack on YouTube. I haven't played the game, but the like impression it left me with is like this feels overall like a 6 out of 10. Why the fuck is it? It's Street Fighter. That shouldn't be the case at all.
A lot of the songs feel like, you know, when you go on this on the GarageBand or you get a Casio keyboard and you play the demo songs, it honestly just feels like the most simplistic beats you'll get. For like a series that has had like fucking Yoko Shimomura was the main composer for ages. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, they don't, like, at least to me, with the limited history of Street Fighter that I know, they don't sound bad. Like, especially on its own. If you listen to them in a void, they're pretty good, but they're basic. They don't have a lot of personality. Yeah, that shouldn't happen. Not here.
I think their kind of focus this time was to kind of go more lo-fi and have something that is much easier to be background noise for people, rather than like strong melodies that eventually start to get on your nerves.
You know,
fucking Jury theme. Whenever I hear that, I get mad.
You know why I was listening to Street Fighter 6 music? Because I needed something lo-fi to listen to.
Yeah. You can listen to it and not even notice. You can not even notice. Like, there's a couple of standout songs, in fairness. Like, I actually think Manon's theme and the Paris theme are two really good songs because they actually have melodies in them. Most of the songs don't have a strong melody or a strong identity. Or their identity just straight sucks. Like, stuff like the Marissa song, like, once people pointed out, like, it's like, what is it, Home Depot? Ads. Like, that's all you can think. It just sounds incredibly generic. Like, it's a bad OST.
The thing is, when they add Akuma and they add his theme, then we will all regret our words and deeds.
Oh yeah, we'll eat our words then, for sure.
Yeah. The thing is that it can never live up to the fan-made one, so like, what's the point?
I mean, they just use that one.
They
Anyway,
won't, though.
We're getting off track on the OST. Street Fighter 6 OST
no.
sucks, but like, what's our next cut here, folks?
I don't
For
think
the
it should be SF6.
Oh.
I got like...
I also don't feel like it should be Street Fighter 6, not at this point.
Okay.
Way too much quality in honesty, I think.
I'm... Oh man, actually, I think I'm kind of going back on my word between Pseudo Regalia and Bomber Cyberpunk. I kind of want to give Bomber Cyberpunk more of a boost, to be honest. Just because, like, I did mention this before, but Bomber Cyberpunk has a very active modding scene, and it's kind of bullshit to say, oh, just install mods to make the game good, but there's so many fucking cool mods for Bomber Cyberpunk that make the game, like, insane. You can do so much cool shit in that game. Again, it's just like placing that argument of the whole express yourself and stuff. And I don't know, it's special, it's cool.
Yeah, some games lend themselves to be more like platforms and contained games, you know?
Yeah.
But no.
It depends. Fair enough. So yeah, what are we thinking?
I'm kind of thinking Pseudo Regalia is fine.
Okay, sure.
Any arguments against
I'm
that?
fine with that.
No.
Alright. My beloved furry game. There you go.
You
Yeah,
can look at the art.
I
You can
couldn't
look at the
have
art
it.
and dumb art after this.
Yeah. That was number 15, right?
That's number 15, Pseudo Regalia. Do you have anything else you want to say about it, Honky, since you were the one like most fervently defending it there?
I just really fucked with it big time. Like, the music is like so serene and like otherworldly. The graphics is like great. Like, even though it's like kind of confusing, like you said, because there's no map and the areas kind of look kind of samey. There's like such a strong charm to that at the same time.
It's beautiful. It is a beautiful game. It just could have used, I think, a little bit more in the way of directing the player. Just a little bit. You didn't even necessarily need a map, but just need just a bit more.
Yeah. And like, again, even as Down mentioned, like, replaying the game, it's so incredibly open to sequence breaking. Like, as soon as you get the slide, which is like your very first, or like actually second upgrade you get, you can do like a big ass backwards long jump like from Mario pretty much, but lets you like jump like 20 meters high and skip like a whole bunch of shit like instantly right off the bat. And it's so damn crazy open. But yes, it's fine. Goodbye.
Okay, Pseudo Regalia at number 15. Now it's my cut, isn't it?
I was gonna say also check out the speedrun for Pseudo Regalia, because a lot of categories for that are cool.
Yeah, I'm sure it is cool. Like, it feels like a game that would lend itself to a speedrun, really.
Yep.
Oh, this is getting tough now. What if I just floated a little Remnant 2 past you guys again and seen how you
You have alerted the Italian.
Like a Metal Gear Solid exclamation mark
I'm
above his
trying
head.
to
Yeah.
think
Okay,
because
so
I mean, far be it from me to defend a Souls like that hard. A
Sounds biased.
little bit, but I mean, I played the game, so it's like I enjoyed it a lot. So
And I'm fine with that.
yeah, I mean, it's just a solid game. I think. I think it takes a lot of the conventions of the genre, as well as a lot of the conventions of the roguelike genre, blends them really well. I think the writing could be a little stronger in some areas, but it's compelling enough or interesting enough from area to area that I keep playing and I keep finding secrets, and I keep toying around with the combat, and I have a lot of fun with that. So, I'd be cool with it, kind of going out at this point.
let me look at the list.
War Tales.
War Tales.
I absolutely give up War Tales before Remnant.
Remnant.
I feel like the only contender might be Bomb Rush. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Everything
buddy.
else, oh well, Robocop 2, honestly, Robocop 2. I feel like the quality I've seen from Robocop, from the stuff I've seen around, might not hold up to the quality I've seen from, I've played from War Tales. So, like, what are we doing right now? What are we accusing and defending? Like,
Doc floated Remnant 2.
yeah,
Yeah.
but and I'd say Robocop goes down first rather than Remnant 2.
I'd be okay with
Do
that.
you want a long version of it?
No, please wrap it
Too
up.
late for that. No.
Yeah, it's a little late. I feel like I have defended it well enough to this point that if people still feel like it should go, then it's probably time for it to go.
I have a quite extensive, well, not that extensive as in my arguments, I think, are pretty
Well, I'm talking
solid,
about
but
Robocop.
not in terms of length for Remnant, but you haven't heard it already, so, like, tell me what you feel like.
I was talking about RoboCop, but
Big
yeah.
Robocop.
Cosmo, if I were to put the Robocop gun your way, would there be anything you'd say should go in front of it? Personally.
I mean, so we kind of have reached sort of this weird, like, Cerberus type deal where there's like 3 games on the list that have been played by one person here, which are the you
And
know,
then to give 'em up
War
sometime.
Tales,
Yeah.
not Honky is a game now. War Tales, Bomb Rush, and RoboCop.
Yes.
And I feel like all 3 of us have defended each of those titles pretty well.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, you just kind of have to take our word for it. And the fact that the games have made it this way, just on the merit of us defending them, like, and they're I think they're all triple or double A titles, correct?
I'm pretty
I mean,
sure.
Armor's more of an indie game, honestly. It's not even the double A.
Oh, it's not even double A. Okay.
Yeah.
Is War Tales
Okay.
actually indie? I think War Tales is indie.
I
think when
think that those 3 sort of being in the next stretch
No, it is
is-
published, sorry.
is
I'm going
like
to settle this the
totally
fairest way
acceptable.
possible. Just give me
No,
a
wait,
second here.
they are their own publisher, so it's technically an indie.
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, so
What you got?
just a second.
Yeah, I
Just-
can give up War Tales, I guess, at this point, honestly.
Oh.
No, not like just a second. I'll see what I feel my arguments will be based on.
Okay.
He's gonna go to Metacritic.
Like,
He's
that's-
got it.
Just one thing, I feel like War Tales should go ahead of Robocop, but again, it's a feeling of the quality I've seen, and I'm just basing it on
Sorry.
rumors and visual quality.
Oh Jesus Christ! How did this happen? Okay, so I've been pulling up the Metacritic pages just to kind of inform my decision. So War Tales has an 80 Metacritic. First of all,
Okay.
so
Yeah.
very very respectable Metacritic, right?
Yep.
Rogue City, it's a 72. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, the page won't load. It says,
that's
go back to
the-
the Metacritic comment page. This is probably not the page you're looking for.
Okay, let me look it up on my end just in case. But I want to see you to know that on Steam,
No, don't talk about Steam. Steam doesn't. No.
Bro.
I put a 75 on Metacritic, Bomber Cyberpunk.
It's got
What?
75.
Yeah, it's 75 for me as well.
really. What the hell?
It is loading for me.
Yeah, it's higher than. I'm not just saying it's higher than.
It's got
RoboCop.
98% positive reviews on Steam. 98.
Don't care about what Steam reviews you're saying. You ever seen these Steam
Bro.
users? Really?
Yeah.
We're going to go
Sure,
with what
man.
they
Do you
say
want me
now.
to I'll reread the Orbus Odyssey review.
You ever seen Metacritic writers?
Pretty good.
So yeah, RoboCop's the lowest. I don't know how you feel about this, Cosm.
Probably
I
really
mean,
should.
I don't know. I
Well-
don't want Metacritic to necessarily like dictate it. It's just funny.
it's interesting, right? Because both of these games have that nostalgia shield on them to some degree, right? Because it's people that are usually people that enjoyed like either IP, like in the case of Bomb Rush, they
Yeah.
enjoyed Jet Set Radio, so they bought it. In the case of RoboCop, they enjoyed the movies, so they probably bought it.
That's fair.
I think probably that in terms of presentation, RoboCop's a little rougher around the edges. Definitely, the budget in some cases, like I said before, does like get away from them a little bit. But the passion behind it is like really, really great, and I think that Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, in terms of the scale that it goes for and the presentation, very readily. Like it never kind of betrays itself by trying to be too ambitious in terms of that. So, like trying to go over budget essentially. So
I
that
don't
makes
see
sense to
that
me.
at all. But
No, it's a compliment.
Yeah.
oh, sorry, I
yeah.
misunderstood you then. Sorry.
Yeah, it's saying
Yeah,
they
yeah.
understand the constraints of what they're attempting to do.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, I gotcha.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So be happy RoboCop being on number 14. I think that's pretty respectable. We got very,
I think
very
that's
close.
I think that's very respectable. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I just want to say one funny thing. Plat was talking about the first review of Orb, but the second one is great game for people who are dying really soon. And I think that's really fucking funny.
Jesus Christ.
Well, it's Plat's turn now.
Yeah, it's Plat. Go ahead. Plat, number 13 is on you.
This is really hard because like I've tried as much as possible to stick to my list, and yeah, there is one I can go for on my list, which is a backup, but I kind of have to throw a spanner in the works because this is the Mungus game of the year, and we're trying to think about the games that like Mungus like the most.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at War Tales, and I don't think I'd play this.
Same, to be honest. I'd never
So
played
is this representative of Mungus or someone in Mungus that really likes this? I'm really sorry to say this, but that's just the perspective.
No, you're
I'm coming
right.
from. I wouldn't
Yeah,
play
yeah,
this game.
It's getting to that point now where we have to start asking that question.
Like, would you
Definitely.
play this game? I'm looking at this game and go, I would not get this game.
I think I'd
That's
try
fine.
it and
That's-
fall off it.
Yeah, no, like,
would-
I think I would really struggle with this game for about 10 hours and then just not play it again. And that's kind of my only thing to say, really, is like, I don't think I would enjoy this. I don't think I would get it, and I don't think I would enjoy it just because, like, I'm not a big strategy person.
I think it's totally fair.
To offer a
What do you say?
parallel,
The game was multiplayer, so it is actually really super fun.
So you're saying you'd carry me?
to offer a parallel, or I guess a comparison, I would buy Last Train Home before I bought War Tales, as if I were going for like the real time, like the strategy type of shit.
Last Train Home
Yeah.
looks super good. I will play it eventually.
Yeah, it looks tight.
Honestly, if Sarg didn't mention War Tales, if I saw it for free in PS Plus, I probably wouldn't download it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair.
And I get that argument, Plat, totally.
Yeah,
You know what
I'm
I mean?
really
As much
sorry.
as-
That's just, like,
As impassioned as your defense is, but I think that's the point in that you can make an impassioned defense, get it really far, but there has to be an end of the road. There has to
Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's honestly made it way further than I expected.
I think everyone like
Again-
held off on it out of respect because you seem to really, really like it, but there has to be a point where you have to go, come on, you know, it has to go.
Yeah. Again, this is
fine.
the Cerberus, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I was about to say it earlier, like we have these three games that are like inches within each other in terms of
Yeah.
perceived quality from the rest of the people here. So it's fine to go here.
All right.
Cool.
Cool.
Okay,
Perfect.
that's War Tales out at number 13. Good run.
Cool.
Yep. Very.
Okay.
And
So
Cerberus is
Cosm?
down. Cerberus is down. Actually, almost down. I guess.
Yeah, almost. There's one head left.
Almost down.
One head left. Well, in fairness, there has been. We have a four-headed Cerberus here technically.
Actually, it is a four-headed Cerberus.
Yeah, because no one's mentioned Liza P because I think everyone
Yeah.
knows that it's of a certain quality, and it's kind of pointless to argue it out earlier.
I'm just like sitting here waiting for anyone to say that. Like,
Oh, no, I've
you're
seen it a
wrong,
few-
my friend.
I've seen it a few times. I was tempted, but I've watched enough of it. They know, no, this isn't right for it to go here. You know, so
Yeah.
I've not mentioned it.
Let me think. I'd be alright with Remnant going out here.
Sorry, how do you feel?
Let me see. I would put it farther than Lies of P, probably.
Well, I wouldn't.
I don't really like that game, yeah.
Germany versus Italy. I've seen
Well,
it one before.
I mean, yeah, Germany won is the
Yeah,
problem.
Germany won. Yeah.
It's tough for me to say anything dissenting to Lies of P because, number one, I am not a Souls-like guy, and also Remnant 2 has an advantage in my court because I've been playing it entirely co-op. And exploring these worlds with a friend has really, I think, elevated the game to a certain extent.
Yeah.
And I cannot, in good conscience, say like, oh, I want Liza P to go out here when I don't really know a whole lot about it, and I am
Yes,
I am a little biased against Souls likes in general. And Remnant 2 plays to some like it plays to the third person shooter genre, which I also like. So it's like I'd be okay with Remnant going out here as a result of those factors.
I don't think I would. I feel like, and this is my defense of Remnant 2, in terms of merit, I feel like Remnant does its own unique spin a lot more than something like Lies of P, which seems like a really, really good game from what I've seen, and I will definitely play it. But it seems like a game, Lies of P, I mean, that understood the Souls-like formula properly. One of the few, if I may say so. It feels like it really understood the assignment and made a really, really cool game with it. But Remnant, I feel like it understood different several concepts and made its own unique thing. You can find more stuff like Lies of P. You can't really find more stuff like Remnant. I feel like it's just this unique blend that has basically, to me, Remnant feels like the definition of an adventure game. An adventure game is a very nebulous term. It's something very hardly defined, so much so that it's now generically defined in the Game Awards as action/adventure games. And like the last winners of the action/adventure game has been like Metroid Dread, Last of Us Part 2, Breath of the Wild, Dishonored 2. These games have nothing in common. Basically, so what is really an adventure game? And to me, an adventure game is the feeling of being like a visitor. It's like seeing something new, learning something new. It's all concepts that are done extremely well and extremely strongly in Remnant. Because of the structure of the game, of its randomization, this I will say for those who haven't played Remnant. Remnant is at its basics, Souls-like, yeah. You roll, you shoot, that you don't do in Souls, except Bloodborne, but here you do it well, actually. So you loot, shoot, slash across dimensions, and this is the premise. But the basis of the game is that it's a campaign, a Souls-like with a linear campaign, randomized. It's completely random in what content it presents you first. And you play your campaign with the levels and the quests and the armor and the weapons and the powers and the NPCs you find and the classes in 2 as well. And everything of this stuff is random. Which one you will find? You may play the game, and the first world might be completely different. Imagine playing Dark Souls, and someone starts at Undead Burg, someone else starts at Lost Isolate. yeah. And so
Sorry, I can't
this
resist.
blueprint, this structure, makes it so that every replay is almost completely different. There is stuff you will not find. There's for example, bosses that you will not fight at your first playthrough, but your character persists across playthrough. You will play the game again and find a boss completely different, with a completely different moveset that gives you completely different weapons. And that is like coupled with the writing of the places, with the creativity and the difference of the settings. Like someone described Remnant 2 as, every time I look at it, it looks like a completely different game in terms of setting. And they're right. And that to me is the like ultimate definition of an adventure game. It's constantly having your variety presented, like having all this variety presented upon you, and every time it's something different and new. And like Cosmo said, he's played the game for 60 hours and he's still seeing something new. I've played Remnant 1 6 times at this point, or 7, and I'm still seeing something new that I haven't seen before. And it's just, to me,
It's
incredible.
pretty crazy. Yeah. I would say...
Last phrase,
Oh, sorry. Go on.
last thing I will say, and I'm actually done. It's like, we all thought that quality is better than quantity, but I think Remnant really takes quantity and makes it one of its qualities. And like, this variety is one of the defining features for me of an adventure game, which is why I think it's a more unique and interesting game.
You should play Baldur's Gate 3 if that's your feeling adventure game.
Yeah, I
because,
should. I absolutely should.
Sarg, real quick, I just want to say, I have to actively disagree because I hate the randomization aspect of Remnant 1 and 2. I think it's really weird and strange, because every single run is like much longer than a run would be in like something like a roguelike, like in Risk of Rain or in Binding of Isaac, you know. And those games, a run is like an hour or something at most. In Remnant, a run can be like 10 or 20 hours long,
Well,
right?
only sort of, sorry, because that's the campaign. Like, you can run campaigns, but that's not like the main thing. I mean, it's the main thing only once. You can run campaigns, but then you're mostly running adventures mode, which are extremely short and more to the point. Because it will be absurd to expect you like... Remnant 2 and 1 are different in this aspect. In 1, for example, Earth is always the first level. And then... So if you run campaigns again and again, you will always have to play Earth first. But the game knows you don't want to do that, so you have adventure mode, and you can run Earth, or you can like a single instance of Earth, a single instance of the second level or the third level, whatever you want. So I think that's the point here.
Yeah. I still
Remnant
really like
2.
it.
Yeah.
I would just jump in. Or sorry. No, I just wanted to say something very quick, just to piggyback off a point Cosm said earlier about like how like what thing that elevated his opinion of Remnant 2 was the fact that he got to play it with a partner. Games like Street Fighter 6, for example, are kind of predicated on the fact that you're playing against a human person a lot of the time. And that is really what the game is. I think it's a very fine line between saying like I enjoyed this because I'm playing it with someone, or playing it with someone is the point. That's all I wanted to say. Sorry, Cosm.
Yeah. No, you're good. So I actually I used to agree with Honky in that like I wasn't really feeling the roguelike aspects of things. And then I kind of dug into the adventure mode more, where you can sort of pick where you want to go and then just re-roll that one area, and then you get to play for like a couple of hours, and then you hop back out of there. The developers for this game, I will also say, have impressed me a lot, because I watched like an IGN Devs React video for them, and they were talking about adding in quality of life things like letting you re-roll for certain storylines, like whichever storyline you wanted in adventure mode, because right now people just re-roll to get whatever storyline they want, and they just keep re-rolling. So they're also talking about like, you know, whenever something also kind of broken shows up in their game, they really take that, like they don't want to nerf like fun essentially, and they're very in tune with what their player base seems to want, and they continue to support that as well. So the things that they've, you know, let kind of rock in the game without it, being game breaking, have been very, very cool to me. And I was very impressed, like watching them react to a speed run as well, because they were definitely in tune with like why players would tackle their game in a certain way as well. So that is also kind of like an elevation for me for the game.
Yeah, Remnant 2 is Remnant 2 is so strong and well received because the devs first made a game, Remnant 1, where they understood every part of the games they were getting inspiration from and made a cool game about it. Then they got their own game that they made and understood every single part of what people liked about it, and they made 2, which is just better in every conceivable way. So
this was your thing, right, Don or Doc?
No,
or
I
was
didn't
somebody else?
say
Was
anything. I
it
think
Honk?
you suggested Remnant.
No, I
Oh.
didn't. Who floated it originally? I don't remember.
I think it
whose
was you,
turn it
Don.
even
It
is.
was.
I think it was Cosmic.
Was it me?
Or was it
Yeah,
I
Sarg?
don't remember.
You'd
No.
be fine with it going now.
I honestly don't fucking remember anymore.
No, it was Cosmic.
I don't fucking remember. All
it
right,
was
get
Cosmic,
Liza
it was
P out of
Cosmic.
here, Don. I
Oh,
want to hear
absolutely
about
not.
Liza P.
We are
Okay.
absolutely not getting Liza P out of here. First of all,
Question.
actually, yeah, sorry.
Lies of P or Zelda, Don? Which would you rather see go first?
This is such a difficult question because I like them for completely different reasons.
Yeah.
I don't know. We are talking about Remnant versus Lies of P. We're not talking about Zelda
Yeah,
right now.
but Sarg and I have defended Remnant a lot, so I would
yeah.
like to hear from you about Liza
Yeah,
P.
that's what I'm gonna do now. Well,
Yeah.
first of all, I actually agree with Honky on that too. That I don't like the randomization in Remnant. I don't think it actually helps the game. I think maybe it would be smarter to just cut the main campaign and just make it an adventure mode. I don't know if that would work. Doesn't really matter. I just don't like the randomization. I also think that Remnant, the first one anyway, I can't really like speak on the second one here. It's like very messy. They're like
Definitely don't.
it
feel
is
that way
not a
about
very
it, too.
planned game, which is fine. I don't really think that's like generally an issue, but a lot of times you run into an area and you see like enemies that are just kind of sprinkled in there. Whereas like the thing with Lies of P is this is like a 100% deliberate game. This is like perfectly designed in a way where it is like almost on the level as some of the games that are considered some of the best games ever made, like Dark Souls. Like this is like almost on the same level. Like the encounter design, the enemy design, the level design is the actual designs of the enemies visually too, because the visual style of Lies of P is amazing, and they do a lot with it. Like a lot of the enemies actually act on their weird designs, like the weird fucking clown robot with the go-go gadget arms that punches the shit out of you. So I think like this is like such a insanely high quality game. This is like a Korean studio no one fucking knew, and they just came out and made like this like legit
Well, it's like more than no one knew it.
Mm-hmm.
It's no one knew them to begin with, and then they started insulting them, saying, "Oh, this just looks like a Bloodborne ripoff." And in
Yeah.
fairness, they didn't help themselves with that by saying they didn't know what Bloodborne was. But then when they came out with a game, it's actually really good.
Like, oh,
It's really
like,
good.
It's like one of the best Souls like ever made. It's like the only one
Yeah.
holding up to FromSoft games that's not Neo 2.
And I think there's something to be said, like, like, yeah, sure, it being an amazing Souls-like means it's kind of similar to games like Bloodborne, and therefore there's something, I guess, that's parallel. But, like, people aren't shitting these games out.
Yeah,
There's
no,
no-
there's like, I mean, like, the thing is, think of your favorite game, and like, then someone else, like, oh, I'm gonna make a game that's on the same level of quality. You wouldn't go, oh, this game is like, well, maybe I don't want to play that. Like, that is like literally the amount of quality we're talking about here. That is like a lot of people's favorite games, and it is super close to achieving that level of quality.
It took a studio like 4 iterations, more than that probably, to get the point where this studio has done in one game. But obviously with some of the lessons that the other studio have learned along
of
the
course.
way.
They learned a
you
lot
know.
from that. There's like a lot
Yeah.
of influence there, but they do put their own spin on it quite a bit. I like the my one single thing I didn't really like about it is that I do wish like sometimes it was a little different, but this is like very superficial criticism when I'm saying I do wish it was a little different than some of my favorite games of all time. Like, it's like it doesn't really. It's like I don't know. I don't really.
Okay.
It's like not a real criticism that the game is too similar.
It's
Honestly,
still Cosmic's cut right now, so how are we feeling here?
Honestly, I am back on Sarg's camp, and I feel like this is 2-2 at the moment. So I feel like Doc and Plat should really decide this. Like which between like Remnant 2 and Lies of P?
One of you needs to decide for one and the other for the other one.
Wait, what side am I on?
Plat, do you want to go first?
I figured you were on the side of
Um,
Lies of P, Honky.
Can I throw?
Not really.
Can I throw
No,
a spanner
okay.
in the works?
Go
Sure.
for it.
Okay, who's for who again? Sorry, my brain's foggy.
I'm for Lies of P. And
I am for Remnant
Yeah.
2. And Sarg is
So-
for Remnant 2.
And Honky's for Lies of P.
No, Honky's saying no.
I
He's
actually
not.
not. I don't know. I didn't play either of them. If I had to
That's
play
what I
one
was
of the
gonna
two,
say.
I'd definitely
Honky,
play
Lies of P or Brom Rush Cyberpunk?
Oh man, Bummer Cyberpunk any day. Absolutely Bummer Cyberpunk.
well, Honky, Remnant 2 or Bomb Rush Cyberpunk?
Also Bummer Cyberpunk.
That's good to know.
Well,
I mean,
Oh yeah, by the way, the whole dev support thing. Lies of P has that too. They make live streams where they talk about all the reception and the things they change and all that shit. And they changed a lot already, and it's really good. Even the things that they didn't need to change because of the already high quality of the game.
fair enough, honestly.
Fucking Street
Yeah,
Fighter OST on my playlist. Go away.
Should we cut Street Fighter 6?
you know what? At this point, that's funny, so I support it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Your Honor.
After these arguments with all these other
Oh,
games,
Jesus
Street Fighter
Christ.
6.
That's right, Street Fighter 6. Jesus Christ.
Bye, Street Fighter.
Okay,
Number
fine.
12.
I agree with that.
6.
Street
It's Honky's
Fighter
turn.
My
Six, number
turn.
12. Actually, could I say something about Street Fighter 6 first?
Yeah,
Okay, just very quickly.
You go for it.
I think it's really, really good that Capcom have finally, given the keys over from Yoshinori Ono to they like I don't know the guy personally. I've heard bad things about him, whatever else. But like as far as the fighters division he was running in Capcom, they were very underfunded, and they made games like Marvel vs. Capcom 3, or were involved in games like Marvel vs. Capcom 3, as you say. And I think they did a pretty good job at revitalizing them from Street Fighter 4 onwards. But they finally have like real clout behind Street Fighter. Although it has downsides, it feels really good. It feels really good to see Street Fighter back. I'm not sure if Street Fighter 6 is going to be my game going forward, but it's nice to see Capcom fighters back in a position where I'm going like, oh, we might get a new Darkstalkers or a new crossover fighting game or anything, and that could be of a similar high quality. So props to Street Fighter 6. I've super enjoyed it. It's this high on the list for a reason, even if I don't play it that much, really.
My 2 cents about Street Fighter 6 is that I hate playing it, but I think that it is, as a product, a triumph in a lot of ways that a modern fighting game should be.
Yes, totally. And stuff like the training mode, stuff like with the frame data being inbuilt and visualizing it in a very clear and concise way. There's like so many wins across the board. It's just, for me right now, I'm not sure if it's my character choice or whatever else. When I'm playing it, I'm enjoying myself, but it's not like Marvel. I'm not really locked in. I'm enjoying it, just going through the motions, and I'm going, okay, I play some Street Fighter, and I'm out of here, kind of thing.
I just think that the system mechanics are too strong. I hate how everybody can just do drive rush into buttons, and that is like neutral now.
Yeah. It is one of those things, yeah.
Yes, but that's, again, like you said, too deep into the weeds at this point, so.
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
So Street Fighter 6, number 12. Honky, go for it.
My pick would still be Tears of the Kingdom. Again, I don't think it revolutionizes enough on Breath of the Wild. I thought the sky and the underground to be quite disappointing. Like when you first see them, you're like, oh my god, that's incredible. This is like why that they were able to pull this off. But then when you explore them for longer, you realize that they're like not as expansive or like as essential as the main land is. Especially underground, there's not really much going on down there really. So yes, that would be my pick.
I'm not arguing against it, actually, I think.
Anyone else have any thoughts?
Particularly, like I used to be a Breath of the Wild hater, and Tears of the Kingdom brought me around to it, so that's my contribution. I enjoyed it so much I stopped hating another game.
Good job, Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah, like for me, like I'm the guy who has the Tears of the Kingdom Switch down here. I've got the Tears of the Kingdom Pro Controller right over here. I've got the Tears of the Kingdom carrying case over here.
Yes.
But as a fervent Zelda fan, I think I gotta agree this is a time for it to go. And I find it kind of a shame that it didn't push its way into top 10. But when I look through these candidates and I have heard all the arguments, from other people about why they feel that their other games should stay. I feel that Tears of the Kingdom really pushed forward the Breath of the Wild formula in a really meaningful way. I think people kind of forget too, like with the drop off, the clips and all, just how prevalent this game was on Twitter and all social media spaces for a while. This is all you could see. Like Don wasn't interested at all in this fucking game, and everyone was talking about it so much. Like, oh fuck, I'll get it, I guess. And he beat it in a day as usual. You know, so if anything, I think that's a testament to like how far and wide this game has stretched. I think it's one of those games that's been a real social media phenomenon. It was also actually just really, really good in its own right. But it is Breath of the Wild 2. And
It sure is.
it has meaningful additions, as I said, but I don't think any of them push it right over the edge into, oh my god, this is genius territory. It's just like, it's a really good version of Breath of the Wild.
Really damn good game, yeah.
It's a good game in its own right, but yeah, and I have no bad things to say about it, really.
Nope.
You know, perfect. Like anything, it's confined to the Switch, so you can complain about the fucking hardware it's on all you want. But like, I thought for what they did on that console too, it was an absolute triumph of a game.
Yeah.
I think 11's fine for. I think just outside the top 10, just about. It could have easily been a game of the year if one of us here felt that strongly about it. But
oh my god, yeah.
I felt that the 11's fine for here. They're all bangers all the way down now.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got Orbos Odyssey.
Nah, it's
So-
out. Almost
No,
always
it is.
bro.
Fuck.
So number
Okay.
11.
I check what do we have.
That was
Legend
Tears of
of-
the Kingdom. Yeah.
Yeah, Legend of Zelda. So like we're going to top 10 now. Should we actually take a quick 5 minutes before we get on the actual
let's-
top 10? Like
Ooh,
I think you know this will be our last chance for a break, so we probably should take it, guys.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, that's fine by
Okay.
me.
Alright, cool. Back in a sec, folks. And we are back. Finally down to the top 10. We can finally end this torture. We're all dirty, we're all tired, we've all killed people we maybe shouldn't have. You know? Like all loved ones of each other are like dead on the floor right now.
I'm
And
free of
there's
guilt.
there's grudges to be be solved here. So like I'm going to just run down our entire list so far up to the top 10. So just to catalog what we've done already, and then we're going to do the top 10 MUNGUS Game of the Year 2023. So number 58, Wanted Dead. Number 57, Perish. Number 56, Final Fantasy VII, Ever Crisis. Number 55, Vernal Age. Number 54, Sprawl. Number 53, Master Detective Archives Raincode. Number 52, Wo Long Fallen Dynasty. Number 51, Exoprimal. Number 50, Halls of Torment. Number 49, Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Number 48, The Callisto Protocol. Number 47, WarioWare Move It. Number 46, Gungrave Gore, the Switch Edition. Number 45, Lethal Company. Number 44, F-Zero 99. Number 43, Fashion Dreamer. Number 42, Idle Showdown. Number 41, Dead Zone. Number 40, Mega Man Battle Network Collection. Jeez, I've not said that once right so far. Number 39, Yumi Nikki Dream Dairy. Number 38, Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name. Number 37, Killer Frequency. Number 36, 20 Minutes Till Dawn. Number 35, Blasphemous 2. Number 34, Trepang 2. Number 33, Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe. Number 32, Super Mario RPG. Number 31, We Love Katamari Reroll. Number 30, Turbo Overkill. Number 29, Cry Machina. Number 28, Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII Reunion. Number 27, Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Number 26, Metroid Prime Remastered. Number 25, Faith the Unholy Trinity. Number 24, Destiny 2 Lightfall. Number 23, Dead Space. Number 22, Theat Rhythm Final Bar Line. Number 21, Slay the Princess. Number 20, Fear and Hunger 2 Termina. Number 19, Ghost Trick Phantom Detective. Number 18, Hellboy Web of Word. Number 17, Hi-Fi Rush. Number 16, Orbo's Odyssey. Number 15, Pseudo Regalia. Number 14, Robocop Rogue City. Number 13, War Tales. Number 12, Street Fighter 6. And number 11, The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Which now brings us to our top 10.
My only gripe with that list is I wish I had seen Dead Space earlier, because I think I would have kicked that one out.
You know, I seen it, but I thought I would let it off because it might have been left for like one of those reasons where people, you know, dig that game or whatever. But after a while, people were saying like, "Oh, what about this game? It's been ignored." It's like, well, what about Dead Space?
Yeah, no, definitely. I think that one kind of benefit, but the thing is, it's still Dead Space, so it's like really good. But I don't know. Well,
yeah, but we've been through it. Yeah, it's a remaster. Didn't need to be made essentially.
Yeah,
so
okay, well, my choice is mine.
It's you.
And I'm gonna toss like a grenade now.
Okay.
I'm not sure at who yet.
Okay.
Because I'm like currently stuck between 2 games. Oh, you got the 10 games down there. Actually, no, I think I'm stuck between 3 games.
Okay.
It's 4 actually. I lied.
Should we actually read what games are the top 10 just so everyone knows?
Yeah. So our top 10 right now is Alan Wake 2, Armored Core 6, Baldur's Gate 3, Brommer Cyberpunk, Final Fantasy 16, Lies of P, Pizza Tower, Remnant 2, Resident Evil 4, the remake, and Super Mario Wonder.
Yep.
So I'm like looking at both Bomber Cyberpunk and Remnant 2 right now.
Okay.
But I'm also looking at Mario Wonder and at FF16. That is like...
Honestly, personally, that's probably the biggest Wonder defender here. I think 10's a perfectly fine number for this game.
I agree.
Which one? Wonder?
Mario Wonder, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think so too. Like, someone who hasn't played it. I don't know. Again, this is like the top 10 of like one of the best years of gaming in terms of actual quality games, what I mean.
Yeah.
Don't twist my words.
Like, as much as I loved Mario Wonder by the end, I really enjoyed it. And like, one of the first things I'll probably do after this stream is stream another 100% completion file of the game. It is a newer version of something like Mario World, yes, but like, does it push it much further? No, not really.
Okay.
It has some really cool effects, and it doesn't rely on being too gimmicky. It has gimmicks, but it uses those gimmicks really, really well. And by the final stage, it has you chaining together the craziest shit.
Yeah, I mean, like the fact you're comparing it to Mario World in terms of like quality,
one of the best platformers. Yeah,
it's
one of those cases where you're saying
about this game.
It's like we were saying earlier about Lies of P. It's like, you know, one of the best games ever made, and someone's gone, "Oh, here's one just as good." Well, that's really Mario Wonder. I feel it's on that level. And Mario World was such a formative game for me personally. That it's a near perfect game. Any other year, this would have been one of my games of the year. But this year's fucking nuts. So 10 is perfectly respectable. I'm fine with 10.
Yes.
Let's go with that, then.
Yeah, from my end, I mean, I am not a 2D Mario guy. I've never grown up with Mario, and I've never really played many of the Mario games, especially the 2D ones. And I picked this one up because I was like, you know, looks fun, looks interesting, looks creative. And it really blew me away in the beginning. Like, it starts so goddamn good because you like the Wonder Seed effects, right? The whole thing. They like turn the entire game upside down. You never know what's gonna happen. And it's crazy to think that there's one of those in every single level. I never saw that coming. Every single level has one, and it's always so cool and so fun. It never stops being interesting.
It's always super well considered too in the designer level. It's not one of those things where it's like, oh, this gets in the way of me completing the level. It's like, it's tied into the gimmick of the level.
Yes.
Yeah, so like it just feels like part of the level. It feels like every level has a branching path, 2 ways you can go. You can either go Wonder Seed or not Wonder Seed. It's not like, oh, there's a gimmick where you become big and smash through everything at the end of the level. It's not like that at all. That was what I was expecting, which is why I was so impressed by it. I couldn't wait to go into every stage and find out what every Wonder Seed did.
Yeah, absolutely. The only like really negative point for me would be the bosses, which is just kind of nothing. But yeah, that's
the only negative point is bosses. Sonic Rush reference.
Fucking Max is in the chat saying, laughing at the Wario avatar, saying, "Listen, I've never been a Mario guy."
Listen, it's Mario guy.
never been a Mario guy.
So that's on that note, Mario Wonder 10th.
Hey, Sarg, be careful. I have warned you.
I'm looking at two things.
Random 2 and
Well, there is a 2 in the title. Indeed.
Remnant 2,
But
Night
no.
Queen.
I feel like actually 3 things, but the third one is just based on vibes.
Yeah.
But I feel like it might be time for Bomb Rush to go. It made it extremely far.
Yeah.
And like
Yeah.
only Honky played it here.
Yeah.
It seems like a really cool game from what you're talking about, but I don't know.
I think it's a fair characterization. What do you have to say about the Honky?
Personally, I'd still put it over Remnant 2, even though I haven't played Remnant 2, so obviously that is a very biased view. Yeah, I mean, from the games, let me just tell you, from the games that are still on this list that I have played, it is my least favorite of the 3.
yeah.
I will say that most honestly. I'm trying to think, because obviously Baldur's Gate 3 is just a game that is like not for me at all. Armored Core 6, I probably would enjoy if I played it. Alan Wake 2 will fucking get to.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 16 is like the only thing where I'm like, okay, Final Fantasy 16, you guys seemed very positive about it, but you guys didn't seem like over the moon with it, from what I can tell. Like,
I'm
you guys...
not, no.
I was happy with it.
Which is saying something about an FF game, to be fair. Like,
Yeah.
that's like, it's still an FF, like, it's a specific franchise, but I think, like, I'd be okay with FF16 going at this point, to be honest.
Yeah, like FF16, like a lot of our early cuts were basically like, oh, imagine this game with another go around. That's how I feel about FF16. It's like if they have one more go with it, this game could be killer. Like it's really good now. It's really, really good. But like if you just push it over that edge just a little bit.
Yeah, it's got like these, all of like these, and you know, it's got kind of like, not that it's actually dying, but it's got like this death of a thousand cuts thing, where like so many little things kind of annoy me about it.
Yeah.
But I mean, then you get to like a boss fight and your fucking PS5 blows up, and you're like, this fucking rules. I love it. So like,
now when it pops, like, but the downtime is brutal.
Yeah.
Like the downtime's comparable to Final Fantasy 14, where it's like it looks like an MMO.
Yeah.
Like
they
actually seem to use. Yeah, they use the same techniques for like the conversations and all. Yeah.
Yeah. Like the cutscene, not cutscenes, like the actual cutscenes look pretty good.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's like the in-game rendered conversations, basically, where it goes between one character and the other, and they go like, oh, they do like their idol poses or whatever, you know?
Yeah, whereas like something like Baldur's Gate 3 or Alan Wake 2 on the list have like, they are really good with cuts and such between characters.
Baldur's Gate 3 is completely mocap.
Yeah, and like it just
so
looks really
impressive.
good when characters are talking, like, because they don't do this stupid fucking back and forth thing that like FF16 does. And it's like, I mean, it works. It's just not as.
It works, but that's usually a concession made for MMOs, and this isn't an MMO. You know what I mean?
Exactly,
and I understand that maybe they put all their resources in the other development, whatever, and fair enough. But like, you got to look at what's in front of you. And when we're coming to the top 10 now of games this stack, it's stuff like that will make the difference, I feel. So I actually, as much as I really, really like Final Fantasy 16, I'm fine with it now too, to be honest.
Okay.
To be honest, yeah, that was going to be... Yeah.
Sorry, Plat, sorry.
I was just going to say that was going to be my cut whenever it came to me, just because like I've been going through different Final Fantasies in this past year or so, and I will say it's the loneliest I've ever felt in a Final Fantasy.
Yeah, that's very true.
You don't get the fun party system. Torgal's complete afterthought. Everyone's like, you're Clive Russell, you're the coolest guy that's ever lived. I fucking hate that. I want my bros to be on the same level as I hate this shit.
There's like no party dynamic.
There's no party. Like you're the cool guy, and everyone's beneath you. Even people who are on the same level as you, they make themselves beneath you to elevate you into the cool guy. I hate that. It's a really lonely experience, I thought.
See, the worst thing is, though, is the characters do have moments like Torgal. Like, I'm not putting any spoilers out there or anything, but Torgal has a pop-off moment, and after that, he goes back to essentially just being an AI buddy.
Yeah, exactly. Like
instead of
nothing
being
can
like,
be
oh,
as
now
cool
he's
as you.
useful.
Yeah, you have to be the coolest thing on the screen at all times. I want to see like Kane doing fucking flips and shit.
like parties are like very integral to FF. Like people will always talk about their favorite party members as one of the
Yeah.
first things when they talk about their favorite FF games. And I do think the characters who actually are in the
characters
party
are
are really
good.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they're in the cutscenes and story, yeah.
Yeah, the game doesn't play to their strengths. Yeah,
Definitely
whereas,
not.
like,
No, they just
in-
end up putting particle effects in the background while you're doing an air combo and something, and that's
Yeah.
about the height of it.
Like even in stuff like FF13, which I don't think is very well written overall, the characters feel more like a party, and like you just get that sense, like well, except early on where you think they all want to kill each other, which is fair enough. But that's also an interesting dynamic, right? Like I don't know. There's nothing to this extent in FF16. It's a bit
Awesome.
annoying when it's such a big point.
Do you have much to say about this?
I do. I mean, to Plat's point earlier, about something like War Tales, like, I mean, for me with Bomb Rush, Cyberpunk, and Lies of P,
Okay.
right? Again, these are games that have only been played by one person here, and I can't help but think, what if all of us had played both of these games? Would the same thing happen where we would have very specific criticisms of them? Or
Sure.
would they have made it this far in the list if we... Because I think that Don and Honky defended them pretty well. But again, like, y'all had to take my, my word for, like, RoboCop, for example, or my
Sure.
word for Hellboy. And it's like, we
Sure.
all have so many hours in 16 that we can have this very detailed discussion, but I wonder how far Bomb Rush or Lies of P would have made it if as many of us played those games as had 16. And I
I'm
don't think that
confident.
16.
Very fair point.
I'm
I
super
don't think
confident
that
Lies of P
16
being very well received. Yeah,
And-
like in the circle.
And I don't think that I would want 16 to go now. Like,
Okay.
Well, what do you suggest instead?
I would have said one of those two. Bomb Rush.
I
or Lies
disagree.
of
I think
P.
it's 16 that should go.
It's tough.
That's very tough, yeah. I will say, about Bomb Rush, there is one aspect of it that really annoys me that I haven't brought up yet so far. It's just like the way enemies are handled. Because in, Jet Set Radio is like a level-based game, right? So as you like progress through the levels, more and more cops will show up to interrupt you. Which makes sense, because like at the end of the level they can just disappear. But Bomb Rush Cyberpunk is open world, so more and more cops just show up, but they just don't go away. They keep annoying you. You can beat them down, but they just keep showing up. So that's like a really big problem of the game. The only way to get rid of cops is to like go to the fucking toilet, and that resets your like
Real
GTA crime meter or whatever, That's a bit of a problem with Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, because it feels a bit sloppy in that regard, because combat is by far the weakest aspect of the game. You can beat up enemies, but there's no like real tricks or stylish things you can do in that regard. There is a combat mod that is like really damn cool. It allows you to juggle enemies and everything. It's really damn fun. But that's a mod, so like how well can you judge the game for that, right?
Yeah.
Based on that alone, I haven't played FF16. I'm like the only one besides Sarg who hasn't played it here. Yeah, with that knowledge, I honestly leave it up to you whether you think FF16 or Bomb Rush Cyberpunk should go first.
No, Cosmo makes a really good argument. Like, I actually did quite like a lot of 16, and I think I'll put a pretty far ahead of a lot of games I've played in general.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the question is do I feel that strongly about it being better in these two games I haven't played?
Yeah.
I've watched a lot of Lies of P, and I'm pretty sure I really, really enjoy Lies of P. And honestly, I feel like that Lies of P may be more accomplished at what it's trying to do. It's already quite advanced along that path towards doing a Bloodborne-esque type game. Where Final 16, as I say, I would stick by what I said before, is I feel like it's a good first attempt. I feel like another go around, you would, if they built on top of that, you could end up with something like fucking incredible, where like the party brings it together and where the combat has a little bit more going on, instead of like equipping 3 nukes and doing them all at once in a stagger gauge. Of course it's optional, but you know what I mean, that's an option in the game. I can't, I guess, make the same argument against Bomb Rush Cyberpunk as a person who hasn't played Jet Set Radio. He doesn't really know what I'm looking at when I'm seeing it. I'm seeing like basically like Tony Hawk to an extent.
That is,
Yeah. I like the Tony Hawk games. I wouldn't put it in my head of Final 16, personally. Not even 2. I thought they're all fine, but yeah, it's tough. Like it would have to be between 16 and Bomb Rush Cyberpunk for me, and I don't really know how to split it up.
I mean, the thing too with 16 is that like I think I can pretty safely say that everybody here holds Devil May Cry in incredibly high regard,
Yes.
and our 16 opinions are comparing it to, in my opinion, the best action game series that's ever existed.
That's fair.
And
yeah.
it's like the Death by a Thousand Cuts that Don talks about is when we compare it to this series like DMC, and you combine it with one of the most popular RPG franchises ever, and we're holding it to two standards of two of the greatest franchises ever at the same time, because that's what it's trying to accomplish, right? You know,
I don't actually know if I agree with that, because especially towards halfway through FF16, it's just like, if you want to play it somewhat efficiently, it turns completely away from all that and turns into something way more similar to Ease, for example, which is, by the way, I don't like Ease. I don't like how they play the later ones. Also, they're way too long. That's a different story. I think like a lot of it is like cooldown spamming, and your normal attacks just don't feel very impactful. Like the whole, I don't know, like the combat kind of devolves the more you get.
it absolutely does, yeah, and I think that's where its failing is, but it's because we're approaching it with the mentality of like this should be a Devil May Cry in the 16, like, or in the FF style. Like that was what it seemed like it was trying to do.
I don't know. I think like even compared to some other action games towards the end, it gets like a little annoying to play. And I also think there's like this weird issue where a lot of the boss design is actually FF14 bosses, but that doesn't work with an action game like where you have iframes on your dodge.
I will say, like, not every action game gives you something as awesome as Odin's power set towards the end, though. Like
that's cool, yeah.
Like that, like, although that does kind of have a detrimental effect eventually, like it is still one of the coolest fucking upgrades I've ever got in the game.
Yeah, it's really cool. I think like as an action RPG is really good. I don't think it like, but even then I don't think it's like I can't think of another example right now. It's kind of stupid, but I wouldn't say like this is my favorite action RPG ever, even like in terms of combat.
Neither would I.
Yeah,
but that's
without the comparison.
Right?
It's without the comparison to DMC, because I
mean, that's fair too. Yeah,
I like other action RPGs more. Like, I don't know, maybe Dragon's Dogma, I like the combat more in that game, to be honest.
Interesting. I wouldn't have expected that.
Shall we take a vote between 16 and Cyberpunk?
I'm for 16, yeah.
Honky?
It's hard.
I'm also for 16, or for kicking, or for picking.
For kicking.
Kicking,
For
yeah.
kicking, yeah, I'm for 16 then. Yes.
I'm gonna go for Bomb Rush. Bomb Rush.
Sarg?
It's hard. On complete vibes, I'd say Bomb Rush. It just seems like...
Yeah.
It's harsh to say it like that, but it just seems like a less quality game.
Understandable.
But, yeah, it's based completely on vibes.
I forgive you.
I have to be awkward because now that I think about kind of like the four-leaf clover we had of like the people who, or it was one person each who played a game, I think I would enjoy Liza P more than I would Bomb Rush.
Well, I mean, yeah, we had 16 and Bomb Rush right now.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to think in my head of like of the I'm taking your word for it of the solo games remaining. Yes.
I mean, do you enjoy Sekiro? But I have some amazing news for you.
No.
Yeah, that game sucks ass. I hate it. No, kidding. It's like the better approach to Sekiro than Wo Long. Even though I wouldn't say it's like a Sekiro like, if that's even a thing. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Any thoughts?
Bomb Rush.
Okay.
Well, it's Bomb Rush then, in that case.
Okay.
That's how it is.
Well, Plat, it's your turn next, and now you can kick out FF16.
Yeah, I'll kick out FF16.
What place was Bomb Rush? 8?
9. Bomb Rush is 9.
9th, yeah.
What?
Wait, that would be 10th, wouldn't it?
No,
10th was
10 was
Mario
Mario Wonder. 10 was Mario Wonder.
Yeah, no, okay. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay, so that's 9th, yeah.
Okay.
Send to the Shadow Realm.
Plat, you're saying 16?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm in favor of that, actually.
Anyone disagreeing?
Any disagreeers in chat?
I would say the only game I would say is Remnant 2 at this point.
I can see that.
Yeah, I mean, there's that. I mean, again, I just kind of have a problem with like us just taking somebody's word at like at Liza P when like Other games were
think-
eliminated for with more defense than Lies of P got.
Yeah, that's
I
The
fair.
thing is like I'm
think,
partially taking Dawn's word, but I have watched a lot of this game, both from Dawn
Yeah.
playing it and from watching Era stream it. So I've seen a good few hours of this game, and I think it's very high quality. So I'm not going entirely on Dawn's word by myself, but like if we feel it needs to
I've
go
also
down the
seen
vote
a bit of
again,
it.
I'm totally down for that.
I
What do you say,
think
Sarg?
I
Oh.
think a good place for Remnant 2 to go will be after Lies of P.
Well, I think a good place for Remnant to go before Lies of P.
I actually agree
God
with
damn
I
it.
Don.
think
Hey, everything's the
yeah.
top 10 right
You
now.
made-
Everything's like
Yeah.
the quality game at this point. Like, so
Yeah.
that's how
Yeah.
you got to think
You
about
made-
it, you know?
you made some really good arguments. For example, the enemy placement, like stuff like the randomness is just a core component of the game, and at that point it's down to taste. I feel like, but something like enemy randomness, for example, it's just it is actually a good point to make because, yeah, in Remnant, for example, around a level, the enemies are sprinkled randomly, but that feels like a bit of like a. It feels bad to say like that. To say like this, I don't mean it as much as I do as it might seem. It feels like a little of a reach, because, for example, the enemy around a generic level might be around, but everything else is still fixed. Like the bosses don't have random attacks.
Yeah, I know. what
The
you mean.
items aren't placed in random events, in random places. The events aren't constructed at random in random segments. The dungeons are all thought. There's a lot of thought behind it too, and it feels a little reductive, I guess, to just boil it down to messy because only the base enemies, the base grunts, are sprinkled randomly rather than in Lies of P. For example, so that is one criticism that I will a little turn around. For example, everything else I feel like it's a matter of taste. I feel like Remnant 2 has extremely high quality comparable to what I've seen of Lies of P, but in turn also spices it up with its own unique blend of things. And I feel like that to me appeals more than what seems like a really good quality game like Lies of P. That's just my take on it. As for Remnant is multiplayer, we should all play it together.
Doesn't have crossplay because they forgot about that, like
Yeah.
Capcom
True,
idiot.
that sucks ass.
Yeah.
Cut Remnant 2.
Yeah.
Up Remnant 2.
It's work in progress, confirmed by the director.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
progress that
yeah.
shit in the 2024 Game of the Year.
Back then, they also said they are working on FF versus 13.
True.
That's all I'm saying.
And yeah, I just feel like many of the things you say about Lies of P are also true of Remnant, like the clever enemy design, which in 2 has been extremely improved compared to 1. You haven't seen
Better.
you haven't seen the little guys. You will see some incredible little guys in Remnant 2. Or the quality of the generic, like the writing, the designs. The writing of the actual plot itself could be a little basic here and there, but the fact that it contextualizes so much of the gameplay mechanic, I feel like is extremely cool, and the actual world building that Remnant does for its levels is extremely impressive. Like, there are just a level in Remnant 2 has had one of the best writing and world building I've seen in many games in many years. That is really a big achievement. Like,
What's this discussion now between Remnant 2 and Lies of P? Or
Yeah,
What was the
that's
suggestion
generic,
after 16?
yeah, 16. It started with 16. Like, was it Plat that cut 16? Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Plat, what's your feelings
we-
on this now
we
that
go
you've heard
for-
several arguments about this?
I
No,
don't know,
no,
because-
no thoughts. Head empty.
No.
Head empty.
Yeah, no, it's just the idea of. Yeah, it is just that idea of relying on like one person's word, I guess. But like then I can't comment on it, so like
Yeah.
I don't know. It's
You
just-
said you're relying on Sarg and Cosm. That's even worse. That's like relying on a compass pointing south. No, I get it, but I just,
Okay, listen. The possibility of like a polarity inversion is low, but not zero.
Mm,
Can we take a vote?
Yeah.
okay, sure.
Okay, so
Well,
what's it between 16 and Remnant or 16 and what are we doing here? Plat.
I'd say.
I have no
Okay,
idea.
I just like put a simple vote. Like, who is in favor of kicking out Remnant right now, and who is not in favor of kicking out Remnant right now?
I'm a favorite.
Yeah,
You are,
I'd say
or-
Remnant.
Me
I
too.
am a favorite, yes.
F.
What'd you say, Plat?
I'm not sure because the
Okay.
arguments are kind of
Oh.
convincing.
It is her
You're not.
choice. I say put up 2, and then we'll vote on those 2.
Okay.
You can put it. Do we put it up against 16, which was originally selected?
I'd say
Or
16, yeah.
or do we like Lies of P, which was brought into the discussion after Remnant 2?
Well, I would say she can do 16. She can say 16 and then another game, and then we'll just vote between those 2.
Okay.
Just because of the singular name, I'd say 16 and like P.
Okay, sure.
Mhm.
Okay.
That's fair.
Okay, I'm for 16.
I'm for Liza P.
I guess I'm
I'm
for 16.
It's hard to decide between those
I'm for
two
Liza
games
P.
that I haven't played.
It's 2-2 now. I'm for Liza P.
Wait, what? Who's for 16 as well?
Plat.
Oh, okay. And Cosm is for
Liza
Lies of P. Yeah. So you got Honk and Sarg.
Sorry, Don. I think I'm also for Lies of P.
It's hard to decide, honestly. I don't know. They both feel like really good games. One with a bigger scope than the other, but the other maybe with a tighter design. What the fuck do I do? Do I flip a coin?
If you're not sure at this point, yeah, flipping a coin probably. And
I'm
then flip
gonna
another
flip- I'm
coin if it
gonna
ends up being a
flip a
tie.
Yeah.
You break this deadlock somehow. Is
It's Final
Yeah.
Fantasy on the coin.
that
that's-
deadlock?
Tied.
That's 3-3, yeah.
Right, so flip
Yeah,
another
there
coin
is.
now, Sarg. I picked one
What?
side is Liza P and one other side is Final Fantasy 16. Do you want me to flip a coin? I can flip a coin.
Yeah, I'd say you flip the coin since you're hosting.
Okay. So heads is Liza P, will say, getting cut, and
Mhm.
tails is Final Fantasy cut. Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
It is tails.
Okay.
So Final Fantasy 16 it is.
Damn. Just like that. That's
So
number
it
8.
goes.
They learn
gotta,
to actually put
Yeah.
gay sex into game this way.
gotta break
Okay.
the deadlock somehow. Whose turn is it now?
Cosm.
Liza P.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm saying
fuck that.
Remnant, but
I still say
You know what?
Remnant instead of Lies of P.
Yeah, it is the Lies of P.
okay. Hmm.
So 2 and 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this keeping or kicking?
This is
Kicking.
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 Kicking,
Yeah.
yeah.
What your choices for now? Yeah. I'd say Remnant 2 again. I think the arguments are really compelling, but I've seen like the Iron Pen Uplifting in Remnant 2, and I really want to play it, but
Yeah.
I think it's gone
fair
far enough
yeah.
personally.
I think
Yeah,
Lies of
that's
P looks better to me personally, yeah.
So what's the vote split there?
Well, we are 2-3 right now, and Plat hasn't
Yeah,
said
Sorry,
Plat
that.
was
Okay.
it
Decided, yeah.
keeping or kicking again? I can't remember.
Kicking.
Kicking.
Which one do you want to kick?
What's the vote again?
Remnant
Lies of P.
and Lies of P.
Uh,
Remnant 2, I should say, not the first one.
Remnant.
Great Remnant 2.
Okay.
Alright.
F.
Okay,
Like
so Remnant 2's out.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Number
okay.
7. Remnant
Yeah.
2.
Well, there's been plenty of blood spilt over the Reddit, so I don't think I feel we need to belabor it
Yeah.
again.
And then Lies of P is number 6, I assume.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Liza
Yeah.
P is our number 6.
6, yep.
Right,
Okay,
so.
what do we have? So we got Pizza Tower, Resident Evil 4, Baldur's Gate 3, Alan Wake 2, and Armored Core 6. It's me right now, right?
No, I haven't picked. Oh,
Oh,
right.
no, is
what
it?
you said.
I mean, I guess you know.
You said
no,
Lies of P?
fair enough, fair enough,
Oh
fair
yeah, I
enough,
guess
fair enough.
like depends on do you like wanna say that you said like
No, that's fair
technically.
enough. That works.
Okay,
You can go.
so-
You can go.
I'll be the next one. Fuck. This is not a good question. I don't like this.
Yeah, it's
Mm.
tough.
Like I got my games that I think should be in the top 3 sorted. I'm not gonna say which ones, but
I like how there's only one through line on all of these games as well, and it's Doc.
he's everywhere. They put this doc into everything. How'd they get the right?
Hey, I cut
Yep.
so many of my games early on.
Yeah. Fuck. I think I'm actually gonna have to go with Resident Evil 4.
Mm,
I disagree.
Okay.
I don't know.
I
It's
think Resident
really
Evil
hard.
3 is a top 3er.
I don't think so.
honestly.
Yeah.
4 is a top 3er.
I cut
Mhm.
4 too.
Oh, it's so tight. Jesus Christ.
Hmm.
So what's it? How many people say Resident Evil 4? For now?
I said Resident Evil 4, and no one has said anything
No.
else.
Oh, me too. I also say Resident 4.
thought there was 2 Resident Evil 4s. I thought so. Yeah.
You can make like suggestions against it if you wanna.
I think that against the competition that it has, a Pizza Tower has gone far enough.
Yeah.
Pizza Tower. Okay.
And
Mhm.
I've played little of that game, and I think it's fucking incredible. The music's excellent, the animations are great. It's a very small studio that has made it. Like look at its competition here. You have
Yeah.
Alan Wake 2, Armored Core 6, Baldur's Gate 3, Resident Evil 4, and Pizza Tower.
Yeah.
That
Like,
is
I'm
a
not
really
saying-
funny list to be fair.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that's the
Is-
reason they cut
Is
it.
that anti-Italian discrimination I hear?
I'm definitely not saying it's a reason to cut it,
Mm.
but I think it's a very high quality game in a sea of high quality games that just have more production value in it, and that just ended up being the difference personally.
Yeah.
But I haven't played
Well-
the Pizza Tower the whole way through.
I mean, what I can say is that I played this game for well over 100 hours since the time I bought it. It is the game that got me to play Warland 4, which is now one of my favorite games of all time. My current profile picture is from Warland 4. That's how much I fucking love that game. That entire genre, like, I call them extraction platformers, as you people might be aware of. But, you know, the whole gameplay loop of, like, get into a level, get some loot, and then get the fuck out while the timer's ticking down. It just works for me. It just clicks so perfectly. And Pete Tower's movement is just so incredibly unique. It almost feels like an auto runner if you're doing everything right. Because once you like at full tempo, you can just run through everything. You can run through enemies. You can run up
It's
walls.
very satisfying, yeah.
So learning these levels, like mastering them, every single level is so damn unique. Like the aesthetics and the music, even the mechanics. Every single level is like a unique gimmick. I can honestly name them all. Like that is how fucking ingrained they are to me. Pizza Tower is like such a special, unique, magical game to me, and I honestly think it's better than Resident 4.
You know, I would say that if we're going on the, you know, one person's word for things kind of thing, I can only defend you on the point that I've played some of it. Otherwise, there would be no name against his peers.
That's it.
I've seen a lot of it, but that is just.
I've seen quite a bit of it too,
Yeah.
and I believe in it. But like, I think like overall, again, we're looking for consensus here.
Yeah.
I think if we took a vote here right now, Pizza Tower would go down, but we can do a vote.
Yeah.
Do we want to do a vote?
Yeah.
It's
I'm
fine.
actually for RE4 as
Okay.
well.
Wait, read for RE4 getting kicked?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
I
Let's put
suggested it.
Vote then,
Sure.
I guess. Okay,
Vote
done.
then.
Yeah.
How
yeah,
many votes are for Resident Evil 4 being kicked right now? Done and...
Just
Fun,
Honky.
hunky.
Don
Yeah.
Honky, okay.
Okay.
I'm for Pizza
It's
Tower
hard.
being picked.
It's hard.
On the one hand,
Pizza Tower
Resident
as
Evil
well.
4.
As much as I
On the
love
other
it.
hand, pizza.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep Pizza Tower too.
Not only, it is actually incredible because not only I love pizza, but have I ever told you that I fucking love towers? Like I've rambled about towers for a long time. I love towers. There's a
You should
house
climb
with a
up.
tower right outside my window, taunting me with its towerness because it looks fucking cool, and I wanna live in that house with a tower. Okay, I'm diverting.
Don't climb on top of the tower, Sarg. We all know
But
how that
it's
ends.
cool. Okay.
Sarg. Take away Hot Louise's.
Damn, you make a
Queen of
compelling
aliens.
argument. Okay, I will do one.
It's Italian.
I will say one short thing and then cast my vote. That scene in Resident Evil 4 remake where, Leon and Luis are both chained up. I mean, everyone here has played it or at least knows it, right? I'm not
Yeah.
making spoilers.
Yeah.
No.
Well, it's
Spoiled
not
it,
very
That's right, Honk, he
spoilery.
hasn't played it,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, just go ahead. I know what you're talking about. It's fine.
So that's scene where they're chained up and Leon just yanks the chain and Louis closer, and I was like, oh,
Oh, good story.
ooh, ooh. There are two quick mods I need to install right now.
Sarg got queerbaited by the MCU.
Yeah, boy.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm
Absolutely.
gonna vote for. Okay, I don't know. It's really hard. Resident Evil has extreme quality. Pizza Tower seems to have a really strong design for a spiritual successor type of game.
Yes.
They are both relying on something previously existing, I guess, but making way more out of it than you'd think, and I don't know.
I honestly don't know how you can look at Pizza Tower, just see that shit in motion and not like see the quality. Like every single animation is so incredibly fluid, so incredibly expressive. I've never seen
Yeah.
anything like it.
Yeah,
It's absolutely mind-breaking.
I bought it after watching one stream of you playing on Honky. I understand that. 100%.
Yeah, that is a point that I wanted to make actually earlier when Doc said about production value. I agree. Production value is undeniably something that gets you farther than others because you can't deny quality. You can't just deny the amount of money and effort and time that went into something. But I think it's a little less the case for something as stylized as Pizza Tower. Like more budget, what would have it changed in Pizza Tower? For example, more production, a bigger production value, what would have changed for Pizza Tower?
Well, I can
And
think of a lot of things, to be honest. I could just, like, mostly I would just say more levels, to be honest, just more content.
Yeah, but it's more,
animation.
not necessarily better.
Well, because it's already so good. Like, I don't really know how you can, I don't really see the argument there, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I'm butting for Pizza Tower in here. For, like, with this argument, I was going in favor of Pizza Tower. I mean, like, a higher production value.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, I got you now.
But
High
like,
production
you
value
make
is
the
indeed
same
quality.
argument for RE4 as well, because RE4 and RE4 Remake is basically the same thing, but more in a lot of ways. Like, they didn't change actually a lot of the core of the original RE4. Like, you know, when you look at it on the surface level.
Isn't that a point for Pizza Tower? It's so much more original.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna kick Resident Evil.
I don't know, man, because like I don't know. The fact that they went to bat with one of the greatest games ever made and came out like
Yes.
as well as
Yeah.
they did,
Mm.
like this is the thing, right? Is that a lot of these games that we've advocated for are super high quality and original and doing their own thing, but Resident Evil 4 is like the definition of a focus group tested formulaic like way to remake a game, and then they fucking reimagined, you know, a genre defining or like, you know, even video game defining game of all time.
It defined the
And came out
generation of games.
Came out
Yeah.
fucking swinging,
Yes.
and it's in contention for like game of the year. Like that is mind blowing to me, because like
Totally.
this was the game of all the Resident Evils that everybody was like, do they dare remake this game?
Mhm.
Do they dare try it? Because like, if you fucked up Resident Evil 1 through 3, there is a like growing minority of people that have played the classic Resident Evils, right? And they will be mad at you. But everybody has played RE4.
Yeah.
If you fuck up RE4, you never hear the end of it. You probably don't recover in some regards.
Yeah.
Like
Games-
the risk that they took with this and still played it safe to the strengths that they knew from the previous remakes and from RE7 carried it into this game, and not only had a successful main campaign, but a really strong reinvention of separate ways as well.
Yep.
Like
It's actually good now.
Like it,
Yeah,
it's actually good now. Like the thing is, right, is like I understand the Pizza Tower is good. I've seen some I've seen some footage of that game, but I cannot in good faith or in good conscience put that over Resident Evil 4 with how just much of a titan it is in just fighting fire with fire almost.
Yeah.
But it's like, why is it a Titan? Is it just a Titan because this new game is so good, or is it just a Titan because the old game is so goddamn good?
Yeah, I mean, it's both, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it has such a legacy of update that people will scrutinize it.
It's
But it
something
came
that,
out
like,
top.
there are
Yeah.
so many games of similar standing to the original Resident Evil 4, as in genre-defining, famous and shit, that there are a lot of those developers that wouldn't absolutely dare touch them for fear of fucking them up.
Yeah.
I feel, and the fact that Capcom went and did it so fucking well is an incredible achievement.
Yeah.
Well, I tried my hardest.
Okay.
It is what it
That was
is.
5 then.
Accepted, yeah.
I think I'm gonna
Fine.
call with a coin.
No,
I don't know.
yeah.
No, it's
I'm-
fine. It's fine.
Yeah, go for the coin. Let's do it. That's fair.
Okay, fuck it, sure.
How was
Yep.
that fair?
You want me to flip the coin? Or you want to flip the coin,
Are we
Sarg?
going with the coin? I thought we were just voting. We were just what?
No, it's
Sarg
great.
and saying I'm going for the coin.
Oh, okay. Like for what Sarg is voting for?
So do I go
Or-
with the coin and those duck those? Who does?
If you want to flip the coin, Sarg, I'm happy to take your report in it.
Alright. I don't
Wait,
have
what
a
is
coin
that?
on
Those
hand,
tails?
I'm flipping a card.
What is heads, what is tails?
Okay, Pizza Tower is out.
Oh well.
Well, Sarg, you're next. I'm ready to go to war with you right now.
Go to war for what? I don't think we have a war left.
I think we do.
This,
Wait, I didn't
again,
catch
this,
that.
this doesn't
So-
make sense in terms of a game being a consensus
guess we
for all
do.
of us. Like, I think all of us can agree that Resident Evil 4, except like 5 out of 6 of us have played that game and can agree it's fucking incredible.
Yeah. No, I mean we
Like-
just kicked our pizza tower. What?
Yeah.
Oh no, I see it. I still see it here on my screen. So I was
Oh,
like,
well, it's
what's
Plat.
going on?
Mm.
Well,
Okay.
Now it's
Yeah.
gone.
Okay, fair enough. My bad. I got a little fired up. My
Nah,
bad.
it's cool. I get it. At this
Well,
point, it's
let me-
natural to get fired up.
It's fine that it's kicked out, but let me just tell you, legit, if you played it, you consider it one of the great state games of all time. I genuinely believe that. I think it's one of the
Yeah,
best platforms
I
ever
think
made.
it's in the top 10 in this list. It's one of the best games of all time. I think we can all say that pretty confidently.
They're probably here for a reason.
Yeah, like look at the fucking like neighborhood it's in right now. You know, all killers,
Yeah.
dodging
Yeah,
bullets.
it's true. Correct,
Yep.
yeah.
Okay, Sarg, be careful now. Because
I mean,
Mhm.
Honestly, I don't think that Alan Wake 2 or Resident Evil 4 should come up at all until top 2.
oh,
Yeah.
I disagree with that.
Oh,
I
I mean,
disagree.
I
yeah,
haven't
that's
played
fine.
Alan Wake 2 and I disagree.
Yeah.
It might
That-
be
I'm
green.
I'm just laying the gauntlet on the table. Like,
But I'm saying Sarg should suggest a game. Is all I'm saying.
yeah.
Yeah, so I feel like it's between, of course, Armored Core and Resident Evil 4.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, it should be
Now-
Resident Evil 4.
Does it? I feel like Armored Core actually kind of escaped my judgment when talking
Armored-
about.
Armored Core 6, the only game on this list that I had troubles deciding over Alan Wake 2 with. I wasn't sure if I'd go with Alan Wake 2 or Armored Core 6. And considering how good I think Alan Wake 2 is, like how crazy high quality that game is in a lot of regards, not the gameplay, that one sucks. But like I think Armored Core 3 is like easily top Armored Core 6, sorry. It's like easily top 3 this entire year.
I think like that might be your personal opinion, though.
Yeah.
Like, again,
Yeah.
we're looking
Yeah,
at
I
the
mean,
MUNGUS
that's-
consensus here, and the only
Basically-
person who's had
Yeah.
comparable gameplay time in it has been me,
Yeah.
and I've not got that far.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's real good, but I think it's real finally cut it now to
I
compare
think
to some of
I
the other
don't
games
know. I
here.
think like especially
Again, look at the neighborhood it's
yeah.
in. It's
I mean,
above
yeah,
Pizza
no, I
Tower.
agree. It's just like it's like a super high quality game in so many regards. Like for example, the just design wise, like everything in the game looks amazing. Like you just
Mhm.
look at this game and
Yeah,
you're like
looks great.
immediately blown away by the entire scale. It is like completely unique in that sense. There's like no game I can think of recently that evokes the same kind of scale where you just like look around and it just looks absolutely crazy.
Yeah,
Like it plays super well. It has like
does.
such a high amount of customization and everything. It has like a lot of replay value. It has like choices where you can like do stuff in the campaign and like it's like I don't know, like the actual story is good. The characters are good somehow, despite
Yeah.
just being like little symbols. You're like,
Symbols
oh,
and
this is my
voices,
favorite
yeah.
symbol in the entire game.
yeah, yeah. No, I can totally see the argument for it. I can see the argument for it totally, but Again,
feel
I think
like-
consensus rules somewhat, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. At
Can
this point,
vote on it.
especially.
I feel like what I've seen from the people I know who played Armored Core, and
Mhm.
the people I know who played Resident Evil 4, including me, I'm someone I know.
Oh,
Mhm.
yeah.
I
We know
feel like
ourselves.
both these games elicited pretty much like the same reaction in
Mhm.
terms of what they were looking out for,
Mhm.
like what they wanted from these games and what they got. They were very similar in like payoff. So to me, these games feel almost the same.
I think at this
Fair
point,
enough, I guess.
they are most
And,
of the
and I
same.
haven't played
yeah.
Armored Core 6, so this is very much a testament to Armored Core 6. I don't know. It's really hard.
Okay. Shall we do
It's
another
good.
vote?
I'm voting RE4 out.
Yeah, so the choice is already
Even though,
called
like, if we are just
RE4.
arguing on terms of like consensus, then obviously we got to get another game here that like not a lot of people have played.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'd be honestly fine with kicking Baldur's Gate right now, to be honest.
I probably wouldn't.
No.
Even though I
still
haven't
think
played it.
I still think
See-
RE4 should go.
I think.
See, I would go against Baldur's Gate 3, but that is also very much not a game for me. Like, and I also barely know anything about it, so
The thing I would
Mm.
say for Baldur's Gate 3, Carl, I totally get that it's not a game for you, but because Baldur's Gate 3 exists, I would put money on the other games you like being improved because it exists. Because I can imagine companies like BioWare are shitting themselves seeing how beloved, how successful this game is.
True.
Thinking, oh shit, we actually need to step up the quality of our games. RE4 is a really good game. A lot of the games here are really good games, but I genuinely think the gaming industry going forward is going to be better for Baldur's Gate 3 existing.
I
It's
think,
going
I
to
think
pull the games you love up by its bootstraps.
either that or it's going to absolutely fucking tank studios as they try and chase this
That'd be
impossible
funny, yeah.
dragon. Yeah.
Just
Oh,
BioWare
this,
crap. I
yeah.
mean, that would be an improvement to the game industry, though.
Oh.
Like, yeah, like it's hard to explain Baldur's Gate 3 until you play it. The
Yeah.
breadth of the content, the quality of the content. I'm going to go into this hole, and oh my god, there's a 10-hour quest line down this hole.
Literally.
And it's
You
the
know,
best thing I've seen written in a game. You know, it's like, what
yeah,
the
I think
fuck?
like it's like Baldur's Gate 3 should probably be in top 3, to be honest.
I
I think
agree.
Yeah.
I think to a certain extent too, like these two games are two sides of the same coin, not exactly equal necessarily, but in the sense that, you know, the CRPG was something so kind of sidelined for a long time for like a AAA release, and this was the first one we've really seen, and that's kind of come all the way around with Armored Core, with that kind of mech game not being around for a long time. Now we've got a really good quality mech game. It's like, yeah, I can understand being passionate about it because it's been so long since we've seen either of those genre, and now seminal titles in both of those genres have come out. So I can totally see the dichotomy between these two things, you know, in this argument specifically, because especially since we're split on who's played it. I played both, and I can see that they're both real impressive. You know, I really like them both, but I've made no argument that them being included up to this point. They're both excellent. I played a lot more Baldur's Gate, don't get me wrong, but I can see what Armored Core has going on, and yeah, I will be eventually in the mood to play through that thing fully, and I will. But yeah, like on the balance,
I think like Baldur's Gate wins against Armored Core 6. I just don't think Resident Evil 4 does.
Baldur's Gate's like a Herculean effort. Like it's been in early access for so long, and it's like they've iterated over so much. Like I think the Act 1 in the original like release that they had is now entirely different.
Yeah.
So they basically made more than one game as they went along here, you know?
They made Elden Ring as a joke.
Pretty much, yeah.
They made Baldur's Gate 3 and 5 and 4.
They made
And
Elden Ring as an
also-
experiment.
Like, we were talking about the social media presence that Tears of the Kingdom had, but like Baldur's Gate 3, the social media presence that game has.
Yeah, no,
It's
though,
still
it's
going.
insane.
It's still
Never
going.
has
All
stopped.
my timeline, I keep blocking. Not just kidding.
Oh,
So what are we
it's
saying
very
here?
important.
It is like impossible not to know party members from that game and whatnot,
Totally.
which is
And
cool because you know no one knows who's in your party and stuff.
Exactly. Stuff that's not even on this list. None of us have played it.
Yeah.
At least like you guys haven't played Baldur's Gate 3 apart from me and Plat, and you still know Baldur's Gate 3 stuff.
Yeah.
I agree that Baldur's Gate should win against AC6. I just think Armored Core should kick out Resident Evil 4.
It's tough. I
pretty
did
tough.
enjoy RE4 like a lot more myself. Like
Voting
from what I
time.
played. Yeah, voting time I think. So right, okay. Vote for kicking out Armor Core 6 or RE4, I say. So I'm gonna vote to kick out Armor Core 6.
Armor Core
Just because
6.
just because I haven't played it Armored Core 6. Sorry.
Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna go with Armored Core as well. I'm sorry.
They
It's
betrayed me.
real,
Votes.
real.
There we go.
I'm voting for kicking out Resident Evil 4. You cannot silence me. I'm right.
Top
Get
3
silence.
maybe.
Is it Doc's turn?
Is it my turn? Okay, so Resident Evil 4.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
do.
We all know it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we know the order from here on.
Yeah.
You
Yeah, I
know
think
it.
it's,
I know it. Everybody knows it.
It's a formality at this point.
Yeah.
Okay, what's
It
hey?
took 7 hours, but we got there in the end,
Oh my
baby.
god,
Oh,
Jesus
I like
Christ.
Considering I felt like super sick earlier this morning, and I'm like, okay, alright, right now that was good. Like,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay, just to be safe, it's Resident Evil 4 is the number 3.
Does anyone want to
Yeah.
say anything about Resident Evil 4?
I mean, I still would have said that this game was top 2, honestly. But again, there is a little bit of bias there, and I haven't played Baldur's Gate 3. You know, and I probably, I mean, Plat's probably right. The games that I like will probably be better for Baldur's Gate 3.
I
being
agree.
what it is.
Yes.
Um,
You know, as someone who hasn't played Baldur's Gate 3, it's better than Resident Evil 4.
God. I do again. Like, I don't want to understate. I don't think it can be understated. Like how much fire was under Capcom's ass to not
Yeah.
get this
Yeah.
game wrong.
But-
You know, and it's just really like it's an enjoyable game. I mean, I have
Yeah.
problems with this game too. I think that in RE4, like animation priority being all over the game really messes with movement in some ways, and you know, there's other stuff too. Like I mean, I can't really think of it off the top of my head because it is just a super fun game, and like there's been very few games recently where I sat down for like 7 or 8 hours and went, damn, the day's over already. Like, I kind of wanted to play more. And Resident Evil 4 was one of those games.
For sure.
Yeah, Alan Wake 2 was the other one. Where,
Yeah.
I
I
did
sat
have both
down.
of those too, yeah.
Yeah, I sat down for those games and they just fucking sucked me in, and it was like, damn, man, like fucking video games, you know. And
Pretty good.
yeah, they're pretty fucking good. And you know, maybe I would say the same about Baldur's Gate 3 if I had bothered to play it, but like, I'm pretty tired of high fantasy stuff like that. A lot of what I really enjoy is.
I will never be tired.
I super disagree with.
Well, no. Here's the
Baldur's
thing:
Gate
is
3
I say
Baldur's Gate-
I'm tired of it. That's
No,
an
no, no, no,
opinion.
no, no,
This
no,
is
no, no.
different. Like,
Baldur's Gate 3 is not normal high fantasy. You're
It's
like
not
completely
normal.
misunderstanding
It's horny
the Baldur's Gate
fantasy.
setting.
It's horny
Like the
fantasy.
the setting of Baldur's Gate is like much more unique than you probably think.
It's quite like
yeah.
Cthulhu-ish. Like,
Yeah, it's got a
like
lot of
Lovecraftian.
it's got a lot of
before.
those influences,
It's
which
not
is
high
which is
fantasy, it's
good.
gay fantasy.
That too.
Gay
It's
fantasy,
more like
yeah.
it's
Yeah.
not high fantasy. It's
Bi
bi
fantasy,
Yeah, thank you. No, I think.
But anyway,
as you said, it is not high fantasy.
Yeah, like
okay.
when I played Resident Evil 4 this year, it was my game of the year. After I played it.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
I put 2 other games ahead of it. I think that's just
Same.
It's just a testament to how this year is. That's just
Yeah,
the way
no,
it goes.
Yeah, I put 2
Yeah.
other games out of it too. Yeah.
Yes.
So, what I was saying was like with something compared to like Baldur's Gate 3, the tones and themes of that compared to like Alan Wake 2, a lot of what I really enjoy is like crime or postmodern or surrealist stuff. So Alan Wake 2 was probably always going to be the game of the year for me, but
Same.
like a lot of stuff recently that's similar to like again like in the fantasy setting stuff. I'm actually shocked that I like Remnant 2 as much as I do, honestly, because I really like I kind of like side-eyed it for a little bit, like I don't know, man, but there's enough varying aesthetic going on there that I'm just kind of like, okay, cool. But yeah, I mean, again, I might be totally off the mark with Baldur's Gate 3. I could maybe sit down one day and play it, but nothing's compelling me. Like, I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything.
No, but the
when-
thing is with a
when I hear
game like
about
that too is the more
Yeah.
you wait, the more they intensively patch like every element of the game as they're continually doing. So when you eventually feel like that down the line, when you pick it up on a Steam sale for $5, it's going to be fucking incredible when you're in the form to play a CRPG like that. And if you never
that's
are,
fair.
someone else will be. So
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we do
I mean, I
the-
don't
sorry.
doubt its quality. I don't doubt its quality at all.
it's crazy
Like,
quality. Like I've
Yeah.
really never seen anything like it, and it isn't even my #1 game of this year. Like every day, like as you say, every day you sat down and play a game, and you're like, oh, what? All the time went. That just was Baldur's Gate with me. I would go into a town, and it would just be all day talking to the NPCs in this town. And it's not because I have a compulsion to talk to everything here and see what's going on. Everyone has something interesting to say. Everyone has quest lines or suggestions of things to do in the town that lead you down all these rabbit holes. It is crazy the amount of content that is squeezed out in this game. You can tell that Baldur's Gate 3 is a game that's been iterated over for a long time.
I
have heard-
version of Elden Ring.
I have heard that like the Baldur's Gate 3 is like the closest you can get to a video game version of a D&D session.
I would say
Yeah.
it's
I think that-
accurate.
That probably like that definitely speaks to, I guess, probably the high regard that people hold it in, because D&D
Yeah.
sessions are a pretty irreplaceable part of like, you know, like gaming culture essentially.
Well, I know like when
So-
Baldur's Gate 1 came out, a lot of D&D campaigns started to become based on Baldur's Gate 1. I dare say a lot will be based on Baldur's Gate 3 as a baseline for people getting interested, because like it's just that good.
Yeah, this is both a good thing and a bad thing, I will say, as someone who plays a lot of tabletop RPGs.
Yeah,
all
no,
your
I imagine so.
all your tabletop campaigns should be based on Call of Cthulhu, obviously, because that's the best system.
Actually.
So
Yeah, see, Sarg agrees. He's
Shall we-
fuck, Sarg agrees.
shall we go through the ceremony of cutting
Yeah.
the last two games? So
Okay. Where Plat has to vote on the last game.
yeah,
On the last
so
game.
Plat, go ahead.
I'm cutting all the way too. No, I'm joking.
I'll fucking kill you. No, I think at this point, Baldur's Gate 3, we've said plenty about it. It's as far as it can go. But only me and you have played it, Plat. You can
I
make a
will-
serious argument for this being Game of the Year, but, you know.
Can I say one thing?
Of course.
Yes.
While we were talking about Baldur's Gate 3, I actually literally had to bite down to my tongue because I'm too lazy to mute my mic not to laugh at something I saw today. It was there's a guy who was doing a normal playthrough and he decided to lick a toad twice, and all but one party members disliked that. So just the fact that one of them is in the background giving you a thumbs up for licking a toad twice, that's like you can't get any
Yeah.
better in game
Everyone
design.
else gives him like the clue half empty.
Just like, bro, what are you doing? And there's like
Yeah,
fucking
that-
Carl like in the background, like, yeah, that toad, good job.
That's the thing, like the characterization is top notch, and this is the thing I've talked to you about before, Plats, where like not every character is like good or bad. It's like a lot of them are like shades of like gray, essentially. So like you'll say something mean sometimes by accident, like I'll click a button, I go, fuck it, I didn't mean to say that mean thing. And if characters who are super nice to you that'll like it, they'll go, yeah, let's fucking go. And you're like, whoa, hold on. So I could have played this kind of like an asshole and still had this guy in my party, and maybe they would act slightly different. Maybe, you know, like there's all these elements to it, and like it's so well considered. It's not a lake, it's an ocean as
Yeah,
far
that
as the game
actually-
goes.
That kind of happened to me because I'm
Stoked.
always such a goody little two shoes when I'm playing games. But I remember
Yeah.
I had like a shit day and I was playing Baldur's Gate 3 and I was like, you know what? Screw you, little NPC buddies. And I started acting like not like a full-on dick, but like kind of passive
Yeah, just a
aggressive
bit
and stuff.
jerky,
And
yeah.
a little bit jerky. And they were like,
Yeah.
"Pop off, sis."
Yeah.
Yes. And I was like looking behind me
They'll
like,
totally encourage
okay,
your worst desires. It's
they're
fucking great.
cheering me on, okay. And it was just funny. It's like I had the same character, I had the same morality, I had the same playthrough, but just that day, I was like, no, I'm gonna do things a little differently today.
Yeah.
And I thought that was really funny.
And the flavor's real good. No, like I highly rate Baldur's Gate 3. I need to get back. I'm still at the end of Act 2 after like 70 fucking hours. And it's a testament to how big that fucking game is. And I missed the whole pile because I was speaking to people who got that far, and I was like, wait, I didn't see that. I didn't see that.
You know?
You
I
didn't
thought
get the grink.
I thought like I already went into this massive underground cavern, which was as big as the map on top of it, and explored all of that. And I was like, this has to be everything. I've done everything. No, absolutely not. It's just
Did any of you finish that game?
no, I didn't.
No.
No, I don't think that's an issue. That's not an
Yeah,
argument against
it's,
it.
it's definitely not an issue
what
for
I
a
mean.
game this big.
What I'm
Definitely
saying
not.
is, I think I could finish it before both of you.
Well, no shit. Jesus
dude.
Christ.
Dude.
The sky, I was going to say the sky is blue, but not anymore after this fucking discussion.
Oh my fucking god.
No, I mean I would probably also take my time. But
All right.
yeah, no, I think Baldur's Gate 2 is the 3, the second one, and
Yeah.
we got. I think, we can talk about Alan Wake 2 briefly. I think because like it is our.
It's good.
It's okay, yeah. Like, it's like
Yeah,
9 out of 10.
I-
Even
I-
within 2 is like a better game in terms of gameplay of doing the same thing. So just play that instead. No,
I would
it's just
say
kidding.
give Cosm the last cut first, though.
Okay.
Cosm.
Oh yeah, right. it's true. We only have one game left, Cosm. What do you think? Which one should win?
Japan
I'm not
2.
sure. Japan 2, baby. Actually, Wanted Dead is now the very first rated game on the list.
It's actually
Come
rolled
around
back
full
around.
circle.
Yeah.
Hell
Japan
yeah.
2.
That's the real rollback netcode. So, so yeah, Alan Wake 2. I really don't know where to begin with this game.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
And then you begin somewhere. I have no words.
I have no words, man.
And then
Yeah.
you just start talking instead.
It's fucking sick.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's one of those things where like, man, I don't really know where to begin because it's like I went into Alan Wake 1 going, okay, there's like 2 gameplay mechanics in this game.
Yeah.
And I got through Alan Wake 1 and I was like, I fucking want more of this story. Like, holy shit. And then I went into Alan Wake 2 and like the jump in quality is just insane. And the presentation is just awesome. It's like something out of like a noir comic fused with like some like surreal movie presentation, all wrapped into like an interactive experience. And oh yeah, that's right. I had the so if you care more about a new Silent Hill being a possibility than playing Alan
Totally.
Wake 2,
Yes.
all you give a fuck about is a name on a box and you don't
Yeah.
care about video games and the themes that they represent. Because if you did, you would be playing Alan Wake 2 and not worried about any more Silent Hill releases.
100%.
Yeah. And like
100%.
I think all of us can agree that it has like some issues gameplay wise.
Oh, awful issues, especially in the replay where I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm not so
Yeah.
enraptured anymore by all the story parts. I'm like,
Yeah,
oh,
like,
this is kind of rough.
This game is
Yeah.
like incredibly lucky that it looks and is
It
so
looks
amazing,
good,
and that
it
the-
sounds good,
the
and it's
story
written
is super
incredible. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, fucking
also-
funny story.
yeah.
Like, I would be playing too fast for that game sometimes. Like, I'd be doing actions too fast in combat because, like, but the game just can't keep up because it's not designed to be played with that much efficiency.
Yeah.
And it's just like there'd be times where like I'd be like reloading and then like wanting to switch my gun. And it's like Saga has just now pulled out the gun, like pulled the gun up to reload it by the
Yeah.
time I've hit weapon switch. And I'm like, come on, yo. Or like with the flashlight stuff, when you point it at an enemy, if it doesn't point at them the entire duration of that, like the fucking reveal on them, it just doesn't work. And I'm
like on controller,
Come
the way you
on,
have to do it is you point at the enemy, then you click the button, and you just let go of the stick, and you just don't move it, and that's like so fucking weird.
Okay,
because the
but-
auto aim does the rest for you.
yeah, there's that too, right? But like if an enemy like tags you in the middle of
Yeah.
that too, like from off screen,
Yeah, then
like,
it's
you're just
wasted.
fucked. And yeah,
Yeah.
the ammo's just fucking wasted. And
But-
it's like, yeah.
I mean,
Honky.
Honky, since Cosm talked about this with some other game earlier, I forgot which one it was. I think Dead Space. That you had the same issue in like one of the levels where it wouldn't
Yes.
load properly, and
Yeah.
he went into this one door. He sprinted through it because he sprinted through a bunch of rooms too quickly. And he just fell through the
I just fell
floor.
through the floor, out of bounds.
So it
I
didn't
just
load
had to
fast
restart the
enough.
game.
Oh, that fucking sucks, dude.
So yeah, my 5 cents on Alan Wake 2 real quick. I think most of us got into Remedy games this year, right? Like
Yeah,
most of us
yeah.
played Alan Wake 1 for the first time this year, and then Control. And then
Yeah, I played Control at launch, but I
played,
wasn't like.
I played Alan Wake back in
I-
like fucking I don't know.
Yeah, but
I
you didn't
played
play Alan Wake
Control.
2, you buffoon.
I played Control near launch, and then I played Quantum Break after that.
Yeah, I
I
played
had to play Quantum Break.
as you
On a
would.
break,
I played
my
Control at launch,
guy.
yeah. And I really liked it, but back then I was like, oh yeah, it's really cool. Like it looks really cool and all that jazz. But like I'm not like super big on the whole idea of making everything connected universes, because at some point Like a lot of it is just like, oh, where's the connections? When does fucking Skrinko from the previous game show up and all that shit?
Oh.
And I think Remedy actually do that super well though.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. I think like
Yeah,
the idea of just making connected universes by itself is not super interesting. Like, fine. If there's like super rudimentary connections, I think that's cool. But if you make like, I don't know, like the Alan Wake Control and Alan Wake 2, like they risk just for these connections not to work, but they do super well. And it just elevates the entire thing when you've played more of it. Like when I played Alan Wake this year, I played Control right. I replayed Control right after that, and I was just like, oh yeah, I just want to get through the story before the before Alan Wake 2 comes out. It was the week before Alan Wake 2, and I just kind of rushed through the game, like through the story. I listened to everything, but I mean, I beelined it is what I meant, which is like, I don't know, 5 hours or something. And then I finished it, and I was like,
No, it's not true at all.
I want to do like the rest of the game now, and did like
Played it
every single
about-
side quest.
I completed it in about 7 hours, taking my time, so I totally believe that.
Hell.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
really funny. No, that's not true.
No,
not true at all.
control is short if you're me, but
Oh, you're talking about Control. I was talking about
Control,
Alan. I was talking
I
about Alan Wake
thought you-
1.
no, Alan Wake 1 is even shorter than Control. Alan Wake 1 took me again. That took me 5 hours to do like, and that game's linear.
Yeah.
But
You really
Control,
are
you can
user-
beat the story in like
you are
5 to
really-
6 hours.
You
But-
really are user experience the guy, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm here to ruin people's Q&A, but QA rather, not Q&A. But I just think like, because they again that like the extended universe stuff risks being just meaningless references, but everything here works so well, and like it treats all the other stuff so well that I think like this is like a super strong point of this franchise. They could have easily been one of its worst parts.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will
think,
say
like,
that like.
Sorry.
So I actually, this is my last probably last 2 cents, is that like there have been plenty of games where I've kind of like hung up the towel on them after beating them, and then like didn't really think about them afterwards. Alan Wake 2, I could not get out of my head for like a week
Yeah.
after playing.
Yeah, like you
I was
just talk about it. You
constantly
need to
thinking
talk
about
about it.
stuff. Yeah.
Like, you need to like go on a Discord or Twitter or wherever and just talk to people about this game. Like you can't just sit there and think, oh, that was nice. Yeah,
Exactly. Yeah.
it's like so captivating.
Absolutely.
Like it almost feels like Remedy were kind of ahead of the curve as far as this like connected universe stuff was concerned, because like I only really started playing their games properly like at the start of October. I was just trying Alan Wake because I knew Alan Wake 2 was coming. I didn't intend to get it. I loved Alan Wake 1. It's exactly my kind of thing. Play Control, loved it as well, not belabored. Played Alan Wake 2, well, it's game of the year. But like, it's not just them picking through like, you know, characters, you know, and everything else. It's also like they have the intelligence, you know, what works in each game. So like, not like the detective noir style of Max Payne. Yeah, let's bring that forward and make that an aspect of Alan Wake where he's writing about a detective noir character. Like this really, really narrative heavy gameplay focused style. Let's put that in the Metroidvania and Control. Oh, in Control, we've done this really weird style where we've mixed media, did like live action and games. Let's take that forward into Alan Wake 2 and then build on that again. And I need not say to anyone who played Alan Wake 2 that through line into bringing technology forward has ended up something in some incredible place where everything's just kind of come together. It's really weird, and that's mostly why I recommend people play the other games first.
Yeah.
Not even necessarily know the story, but just to see this all just fall into place.
You just get the idea rather than
Come
the
out so
story.
well, even just the feeling. Yeah, just the feeling. Not even the story, and I love the story. And I love running into the old characters. And it always feels so respectful and always so well done.
Yeah.
And you're
You
always
can even
asking
see-
questions.
You can even see seeds of the mixed media in Quantum Break as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
So,
Alan Wake
yeah.
already had it. They had live action already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right.
well, they had the QR codes, wasn't it? Wasn't that?
No, yeah, they have,
No,
but
no,
I
no,
mean, like they
yeah.
had like the Night
Night
Springs,
Springs.
for example, is live action.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
that's true,
I mean
yeah.
more like the overlay.
Oh,
effect.
okay.
Yeah,
But yeah,
there's
no,
the
they
overlay.
had the TV stuff going on, which the TV stuff's another great point. They carry that forward the whole way through, and in every game they have their own little self-contained TV shows, and they're all great, and they're all
Like-
super different. It's fantastic.
They got Darling. Whenever I see Darling, I smile.
Yeah. No, like what else is there to say?
I like when it looks like a super high quality AAA game when you just look around, and then you like try to jump down a cliff. Where like in Resident Evil it would be like the most smooth thing ever, but in Alan Wake your character gets like stuck halfway through and then slides for like half a second,
Yeah.
and then you're on the bottom. It's like that's obviously not good, right? But I don't think it's like a problem or anything. But it is just really funny that this game looks like super high quality AAA at all times because of just how well it is realized. But
Alright.
sometimes it just has like some dumb jank shit.
True, yeah. Also,
Okay.
all the, like a lot of the
Is
music
there-
being diegetic to the world. That's
Yeah. That's so sick. Yeah.
yeah, it's incredible.
And they keep it, they like the ending cards and stuff like that, so it's almost like it's within the world itself, but it's also presented in this like serialized TV show way. You have the
Yeah,
final
I
credit
mean-
sequence, and that's where you get a song.
You know?
Yeah.
They did cut out the previously on Alan Wake, so actually it's worse than the first game. No, I get that because they think you're gonna like if you play
And-
through it, it's just kind of annoying.
And it's interesting because you don't really get like the idea of a concept album in music is very much tied to just music itself. You don't usually get concept albums inside of a video game.
Yeah.
And to get a concept album that doesn't, like fall flat, and it features, elements like an unreliable narrator, which if you've listened to like Coheed and Cambria's Good Apollo, I'm Burning Star 4, like there's the writer of the story is introduced as a character in that, and he becomes part of the story, and what he does in the in this place called The Real ends up affecting like the overarching story of the Armory Wars, which is the story of Coheed and Cambria. And to see like a lot of these concepts that were around, in the early 2000s come into the forefront in a video game is just revolutionary, in my opinion. Like it's just fucking good, man. Like
You guys have seen We Sing. To be honest, everyone has seen it by now because of the Game Awards.
Well, Plat hasn't seen it. I
Yeah, I haven't
purposely.
seen
Oh,
Yeah.
did you not see it in the Game Awards? That's
No, Doc
amazing.
told me not to watch it.
that's
I
really
told her
good.
not to watch it because
That's really good, yeah.
she should like if you have the choice to experience in that, you should experience that.
Yeah,
I firmly believe that. She may still get spoiled before she gets it, but it's better just not seeking it out.
Yeah, no, I wasn't gonna talk about it either way.
Yeah.
I just want to mention it because
But like that's the thing. Like we've talked about so much about how we love this game, and that's literally probably the best moment in the game, and we can't even
Yeah,
talk about it.
But that level sucks ass to play. I hate it.
Oh yeah, but that's not the point of it.
No, it is
obviously.
not.
Yeah,
That is like to say that like plays bad and thus the level is bad would be like so super ignorant of how video games work. It's just like assuming. Again, I don't like this whole idea of just putting like one thing center in front. Even though I know they're called games, but you can make games about different things, and I think this is like. Even though I do actually like the exploration in Alan Wake is actually really good. I don't like the combat that accompanies it too much.
No.
It has like a bunch of annoying things, but just exploring is really fun. That is where I actually draw the comparison with Evil Within 2 earlier, because that game just structure-wise is a lot like those segments where you do like a lot of exploring in this semi-open horror area, and you'd like sometimes you just find some dumb fucked up shit, and you're like, oh, this was optional, cool.
right. So, any closing thoughts on Alan Wake 2 before I run down our top 10? Then we can get out of here finally.
Yeah, right.
Pretty okay.
It's a fine game. Yep.
Yeah, they should make like Control 2 next, because
They are.
We know they're making it.
Yeah, I know. I think
Dude.
I like Alan Wake 2. Like I think it's better than Control, but I like Control more like conceptually.
I think it
The day-
gameplay-wise a lot more.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's like easily the best playing game.
Yeah.
The day that Remedy makes a third-person shooter that has their level of storytelling and level design in it with like the gameplay of Vanquish, I'm never gonna play another third-person shooter in my fucking life, dude. Like,
Okay, listen.
You're going to skip all the cutscenes, but you're going to think about them while you're skipping
Yeah.
them. Huh?
yeah, right, exactly. Yep.
They make Control. You can play that.
It's true. All right,
Yeah.
so I'll run down the top 10 now. So number 10, Super Mario Wonder. Number 9, Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. Number 8, Final Fantasy 16. Number 7, Remnant 2. Number 6, Lies of P. Number 5, Pizza Tower. Number 4, Armored Core 6, Fires of Rubicon. Number 3, Resident Evil 4. Number 2, Baldur's Gate 3. And number 1, Alan Wake 2. So, congratulations, everyone.
Everybody give yourselves a round of applause.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for
I
sticking
think
around.
We did it.
everyone.
It's been 7.5 hours.
Yeah.
You can take
Yeah.
15 minutes
Fucking
off of that
go.
for the setup.
Jesus Christ.
It's over.
It was
Can I
fun.
give you guys a little bit of behind the scenes?
Yeah.
I saw like
Doc
Freddy
was like, I'll be about 2 minutes per game, hopefully.
No, that's not what I said. I said my TO brain was thinking, right, imagine if it was 2 minutes per game. I said that's already 2 hours solid of the speaking. And then I said it won't be 2 minutes per game. That's what I said. And Jesus, did I underestimate that?
Yeah.
Also, I just want to say that Hellboy Web of Word is $14.99 right now on
Yeah.
Steam.
Yeah, I was
So-
actually like looking. I forgot it was like someone's wish list here, and I saw it, and I was like, "Hey, that's really cheap."
Honestly, that's been the best part of this. I've found a few games that I'm like, yeah, like I might try that. Yeah.
Yeah, you should play all the games that we praise here, all of them.
Remnant 2
They
is
come
really
back next
good.
year and do it again.
Well, I'd
Oh,
get
man,
Remnant 2
dude.
if it had crossplay.
Watch us all only play like 3 games all year that are new. And like, it's like, what's your top 10? Well, we only have 9 games here.
Well, we have a top
So-
3. Like, I have a 4th game actually.
One
Right, I
game
think-
that didn't make the fucking list is Warhaven because I forgot to tell Doc in time.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah,
good because we
yeah.
could have kicked that out like as one of the.
Yeah,
first
immediately.
ones.
I was about to make it out for
Yeah,
sure.
that's
Finally,
the-
Wanted Dead has competition for the bottom.
I was gonna
of the
say
list.
that's like the fucking cosmic jank fight.
Nah, it was unfortunate, but we're already
is-
mid-list, and I was like, I'm not restructuring this list
Yeah,
right
yeah,
now. We
yeah.
ain't doing
It
this.
is- It
I
is
completely
fucking
forgot.
hilarious to me that like the bottom 2 games are me and Sarg games. Like, just
That's good.
What did I mean by that?
And then the third one is a
it is.
gotcha game.
Yeah.
that's true. Yeah,
Like,
man.
No.
How do you get beat out by a gotcha game, dude?
Yeah,
2
I was
games.
sitting there the entire time like, these
Yeah.
guys not going to cut this shit, you know?
listen,
the thing
I had
was,
a
right,
task. I had to. We
I know
had to.
you had a task, yeah. And I mean, again, dude, I speedran the game, and I had to sit through fucking 99 love balloons, all right, for like 3 minutes, and
Maybe
I
the game was
couldn't
good.
be like, I couldn't go, yeah, I don't think it should be cut based on my that experience. Like, it just couldn't happen to me, dude. I was like, no, fucking, or the competitive noodle eating. I was like, all right, fucking, Jesus,
Oh well, it was fun.
it was great.
We'll do it again
Man, a lot
tomorrow.
of fun.
Do it again.
Jesus, bro.
Make like a second list, but like by different criteria. I don't know which ones yet.
Oh no, the
Best
other
Metroid
criteria.
games.
The,
Well, it's
the
only
criteria
one
would
game on
be
here.
games you played this year that didn't come out this year.
Oh, well, Kingdom
Yeah,
Hearts 3 is easily the best one.
Maybe if we do this a couple more times, we can get into that. But like, I think we'll just quickly go through the table again since it's been so long, in case anyone's actually got this far in the VOD.
Mm-hmm.
Plat, do you want to tell people where they can find you?
Yeah, you can find me on like Twitter/X, whatever, Platinum Paragon. I've got my own website, platinumparagon.info, where I write about like psychology and video games and stuff. And that's pretty much it.
Cosm?
You can find me a few different places actually. You can find me at twitch.tv/DECosmic, where I do speedruns of different action games. And I'm looking to get into other stuff too, but we'll see. You can I also manage a channel for the Delaware FGC in Delaware, United States. We play Strive, we play Ultra Fight Dakianta 2. We're going to be doing some other game tournaments soon. We put the exhibitions and stuff up on that channel. It's a good time. It's a pretty grassroots approach to doing FGC stuff, so I've been enjoying doing that. On YouTube also, I'm looking to do more video essays, so that's at DE Cosmic Runs. And you can also find the Delaware FGC streams on DE Cosmbot. Yeah, that's it.
Cool. Honky, you want to go?
Yeah, sure. You can find me on Twitter at @honk_bonk. I post like art sometimes. I post like a video essay, not a video essay, like a actual text essay on Wildland 4 one time.
Oh yeah,
It's like
you
a
did.
big
Yeah.
tweet.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna check anything of mine out, then check out my fucking Warrior essay, I guess. Cool. Next.
Check out my fucking Wario essay. Don, go for it.
Well, you can find me at Don_Mosquito on Twitter, which coincidentally on Twitter you can in my bio you can find the German podcast that I partake in, which has Doc and Plat on it in a recent episode. In English. So if you guys can't speak German, like the uncultured American and English people you are, then there's something for you
English?
there too.
Hey, you guys tried to make us speak German. You know? We
Yeah,
resisted the
but
cultural enrichment.
Yeah, now you need to speak English. I know.
Yeah, we already had been culturally rich once. We didn't need to happen twice.
But yeah, no, that's where you can find me on Twitter.
Sarg.
You can find me. I made sure of it. Nah,
Oh my god.
I'm just Sargas_S0 on Twitter, but I rarely post because I'm on a hiatus from right now from making games, from little stupid silly prototypes. But I will start again soon, and I'm gonna make some small Godot games in the next year. So I guess you'll be able to check those out.
Great. Well, you all know who I am already. If you're here, thank you very much for joining us for the MUNGUS Game of the Year. It's only been about 7 hours, 32 minutes, and 14 seconds since the stream started. So yeah, I feel like we got through this at a good enough clip. Without further ado, I'm going to set you all free. Have a good one, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Nice.
Goodbye.